Economic Matters, Alcoholic Beverages hearing. Wow, we got a really full crowd here. Having said that, my chairman, my vice chairman, thank you for this privilege. Having said that, we have a short list here, which is great. We're going to start with local bills first and then move on to statewide bills. With that said, I will give deference and special treatment to our House Judiciary Chair, Delegate Clippinger, who is going to come before us here with Baltimore City bills.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am Luke Clippinger. For the record, I'm the chair of the House Judiciary Committee, but for purposes of this hearing, it's an even greater title of the Subcommittee Chair for Alcoholic Beverages for the Baltimore City Delegation. I do come before this committee quite a bit, but now on my staff, I have a former staffer from Economic Matters, Hunter's over here. And so I asked him to put together some remarks. Oh, Mr. Chairman, C.T. Wilson, how much I adore you. You are the greatest chair ever that has ever been created in the history of the Maryland General Assembly. We all are so in your debt and in your thrall. How would we ever? Why did you write this? I'm just reading what you wrote. Okay. All right. Well, now that we got this started, let's go to a couple bills then. There are two bills from the Baltimore City Administration. House Bill 733 is where I'll start next. These increase the fees for liquor licenses in Baltimore City that basically haven't been raised in many cases since 2002. And with that in-depth statement regarding the bill, I'll hand it over to representatives of the Liquor Board, and the Baltimore City Administration can go into more details if you'd like.
Sure. For the record, Justin Williams, Deputy Mayor for Community and Economic Development. I'll adopt the delegate's full testimony for the chair's benefit.
I would.
Regarding this specific piece of legislation, as Delegate Clippinger mentioned, license fees haven't been adjusted since 2002 in many cases. And so to help the city's role in helping to regulate the sale of alcoholic beverages, we're seeking to increase the fees for inflation. The only instance where we didn't really adjust for inflation specifically was for Class A licenses for liquor stores, which we noticed were lower than the Class B restaurant license type. And the thinking there was that packaged goods stores have been more resilient during the pandemic, and the fees being lower than restaurants inadvertently disincentivize restaurant investment. We as a city wanted to see the restaurants be invested in and grow in our city. So that was the rationale there. And with that, I'll defer to the Liquor Board representatives.
Good morning. Actually, it's afternoon. For the record, my name is Michelle Wurtzberger. I'm the Deputy Executive Secretary for the Baltimore City Liquor Board. You should have a copy of my written testimony. I won't be too verbose. Basically, what will we do with the extra fees? We would like to hire additional liquor inspectors. We currently have 9 inspectors, 1 chief inspector. Their duties are multiple. First and foremost, they're responsible for managing and regulating the licensees that correspond with assigned police districts. But in addition to that, they do special investigations. They help when we have one-day licenses. These extra fees would permit us to hire between 2 to 4 extra extra inspectors to ensure that all of the licensees are operating within the confines of the law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Delegate Clippinger.
I'd like to go to House Bill 1089. This legislation allows for the Liquor Board in Baltimore City to issue B restaurant licenses in an area covered by the Downtown Partnership, which is mostly the downtown core of Baltimore City. Looking at council, there is an amendment coming from the Baltimore City looking to the other, beg your pardon. There is an amendment coming from the Baltimore City delegation that will clarify that this only applies in precincts in the 1st and 2nd precinct of the 4th ward of Baltimore City. The licenses would be for on-site consumption. They'd have to show 51% from food, and it would, they would enter into a memorandum of understanding with the downtown partnership. And with that, again, I hand things over to the deputy mayor and to the liquor board for any further details that I may have missed.
Again, for the record, Justin Williams, Deputy Mayor for Community and Economic Development. This legislation is something we're proud of pushing, comes out of the mayor's downtown rise, or downtown action plan, to focus on the downtown district. So the ward and precinct that Delegate Clippinger mentioned is our traditional downtown central business district area. During the turmoil in the office market and thinking about how things will be working downtown until we get Harbor Place redeveloped, this legislation is meant to address that and make it slightly easier to open a restaurant downtown. And we have written testimony to provide more background, but that'll submit.
Okay, that's it.
Any questions from the members? Seeing none, thank you. Next.
Thank you. Go now to non-administration bills, but you're going to hang around, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Delegate Addison introduced House Bill 1235, so I'm here on her behalf. It would revive two BD7 licenses, one in the Care neighborhood in East Baltimore and one in the Hamilton neighborhood in Northeast Baltimore. Those licenses had lapsed, so basically the legislation is exactly that. It just revives those licenses. Did I get it right? Great. That's it. That's it.
Okay, so I have here, okay, no, Michelle said, you said no, correct?
I just seconded what he said.
Okay, great. Okay, so.
This
we-
never happens in my committee, you see
Yes.
it. It happens here. It's great.
Okay, thank you,
Me too.
Michelle. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you're doing this on behalf of Delegate Addison.
Yeah, I'm
That's
doing
correct.
that on
Yep.
behalf,
Great.
this and the next bill on behalf of Delegate
So
Addison.
we do have a virtual in favor, Gerald Cole.
Sure. Maybe not.
Appreciate your patience. Gerald Cole, Jarrell Cole.
Okay.
Okay, all right, moving on.
Madam Chair, I'll say that Gerald Cole would be one of the people seeking to revive a license, the one that is in the Care neighborhood, which is just east of the Johns Hopkins Hospital on Fayette Street.
Thank you. Okay, next, Chairman Clippinger.
Right. House Bill 335 is also from Delegate Addison. House Bill 335 would limit the operations of BD7 licenses in the Care and McElderry Park neighborhoods to 9 a.m. in the morning to 10 p.m. at night. According to the testimony from the subcommittee, there are several of those BD7s that are, and Mr. Cole is popping up. He's not in this bill, but if he wants to hang on, he'll be here for the next bill. And they've had issues with regard to some of the BD7 license holders. And so they would limit their operation until 10 p.m. at night. All right.
And again, for the record, Michelle Wurzberger, Deputy Executive Secretary for the Baltimore City Liquor Board. This is something that is frequently done in Baltimore City. This bill would add, I believe it's 3 additional licenses to the catchment area for the restrictions. In my previous position, I've been in the liquor board for 30 days. My previous role was the chief of staff for the Baltimore City Police Department and government affairs prior to that. And this is something that we regularly supported because we did see demonstrable changes in terms of public safety when hours of service were limited. So we are absolutely in support of this bill.
Thank you very much. We'll backtrack to Mr. Jarrell Cole. Okay, he left. All right, so moving on, Chairman Clippinger.
My last bill, I believe, is House Bill 1052, which is the annual 46th District Alcoholic Beverage Extravaganza Bill. It has quite a few nips and tucks to existing liquor law, including, in this case, allowing licenses to be moved close to the Presbyterian Church in Highlandtown. There's a restriction in the 46th District with regard to how close a liquor license can be to a church. This would allow for an exemption to a empanadas restaurant in Highlandtown, to a Greek restaurant also in Greektown, which is close to St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Church there. It also allows for a 6-day liquor license holder to be able to open only to sell food and not alcohol on Sundays. That's the sum and substance of this legislation. And that's it. It's actually shorter than it usually is.
I support.
Okay. Any questions from the members? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Chairman Clement.
Just want everyone else in the room to see that's how you do 5 bills in 7 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ladies and gents. So we will now go back to the beginning of our agenda and we'll start with the local bills from Allegheny County. Do we have someone here? Nobody? Allegheny County? Okay. Skip them. Okay. Caroline County.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Two really quick ones here. I think I can do this in less than 2 minutes, I hope. The reason why is for 2 reasons. Each of the bills, House Bill 362, and I'll start with that one, and then House Bill 363. Both bills are brought forth by Caroline County to make our local businesses more competitive. And these are 2 things that we're doing in other counties. So it should be pretty simple. The first, House Bill 362, just allows our barbershops and beauty salons to participate in the licensing process. And so we asked that the committee move favorable on House Bill 363. It adds liquor tasting from beer and wine, and also add liquor to the licenses in Caroline County. So again, on this one, we asked for a favorable report.
Any questions from the members? Seeing none. Next bill.
I did both of them, Madam Chair.
My delegate here from Baltimore City.
Well,
threw
I
me
think
off
that
here.
brevity in most cases lends itself better to than going long. So
Okay, having said that, really no one, okay, no questions. Thank you, Delegate Weiss. And if I may, I would like to take point of personal privilege here. We have a committee member here who has to tend to some things outside of the realm of this committee. So I'm going to call on Delegate Fraser Hidalgo for your bill. I'm jumping in, pardon, appreciate your patience, everyone. This is for House Bill 1424, statewide bill. You're welcome. Yes, please.
Thank you. I will be quick. I promise. Members of the committee, thank you very much for taking the time to allow me to present House Bill 1424 to you this afternoon. House Bill 1424 simply adds 3 additional licenses to the number of licenses on Class A, on the Class A license. That's all the bill does. It adds 3 licenses, and that concludes my testimony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Ashley Bagwell here this afternoon on behalf of Total Wine and More in support of House Bill 1424. This would put Maryland in line with surrounding jurisdictions as well as states up and down the East Coast. Virginia currently allows for unlimited licenses for beer and wine retailers. DC allows for unlimited licenses, and Delaware allows for 2 licenses per license holder, though they are currently considering legislation to increase that to 3. Every attempt has been made to narrowly tailor this bill to apply only to off-premise alcohol retailers. This bill stipulates that licenses are no more than 1 license can be used in a single jurisdiction. And while it's not in the legislation, I would offer for consideration something that New York is considering. They also have pending legislation to increase the number of licenses 1 license holder can hold, though they will be phasing in that increase over time. So again, something possibly to consider. This bill in no way erodes the authority of local liquor boards. Local liquor boards still maintain all licensing authority and decision-making. And so for those reasons, Madam Chair, we would urge a favorable vote on House Bill 1424.
Thank you, Ms. Bagwell. Are there any questions from the committee? Oh, Delegate Brewski.
Yes, Delegate Fraser Hidalgo. As far as the opposition, do you have any thoughts in response to what was written?
No. Thank you.
Delegate Aaron's.
Just real briefly, Delegate, could you just, is this going to be able to go to any county within the state? I mean, can I own a liquor store in Talbot County? Can I own one in Queen Anne's County and one in Montgomery County?
That's right, Delegate Aaron's.
All right, thank you very much.
Any other questions from the members? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Delegate Hidalgo, Ms. Bagwell. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1424.
Thank you.
Oh. Forgive me. Hold on 1 second. Yep. Yep. Oh, there we go. And I apologize. We do have opposition to House Bill 1424. And we will start with Mr. Steve Wise, Bill Coleman, Jack Malani. And you guys can begin whenever, whoever wants to begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Steve Wise. I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association, and 2 spots down to my right is Mr. Jack Malani, who is the legislative chair of that organization. I appreciate the brevity of the presentation and Delegate Fraser Hidalgo, who I spoke with about this, but this bill does have a pretty significant impact on the industry. Right now, under Maryland law, a package store owner can own 1 license, and it's been that way since the repeal of prohibition. This bill would let it go to 4. That's significant because it substantially changes the buying power of the person that would control those 4 licenses. And Total Wine, which is asking you for this bill, they're very good, very smart businessmen. And this is not the only step they've taken in this regard. 10 or more years ago, they sued the state of Maryland to repeal what was known as the quantity discount law. And that basically said that you have to offer quantity discounts now basically in a tiered manner, so they're accessible to the small retailer. If you adopt this legislation, you would have the buying power of 4 stores, which would be able to access those volume discounts at a much higher and greater level, which would be damaging to the smaller independent retailer. It sounds like a simple change, and I heard the testimony about other states, but Maryland does a number of things differently in the alcoholic beverage area. We think that the current law has served the state pretty well, and we would ask you not to change it. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Bill Coleman, and I've worked in liquor stores in this state for 42 years, including the last 30 as a manager at Rips Wine and Spirits and Bowie. I believe this experience has given me insight into our industry. House Bill 1424 is a huge threat to small businesses, the mom and pop shops, if you will, in Maryland. It would allow individuals to acquire 4 licenses, and then they have the buying power, as was just described to you, and they will drive the small businesses in their neighborhoods out of business. At that point, as we all know, when there's no competition, we know what happens to prices. So I agree that we should not pass this bill. I ask you to vote no on it. And in conclusion, I would go back to what was also said there. The alcohol laws in Maryland have been around for around 90 years, and they've worked very well. It's been extremely effective and beneficial to all in the community. I can go back to an old adage we all learned as kids: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I respectfully ask that you vote no on House Bill 1424. Thank you all for listening to me and for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, Jack Malani, Legislative Chair, Co-Chair of MSLBA. I'm not going to repeat what was said. I think you guys know the deal. You know, if you enjoy the small family-owned businesses, I think that this bill would definitely be a threat to that. I know a lot of folks don't have the means to have 4 stores, and you would definitely be setting up a disadvantage to those type folks in favor of the larger stores who, quite honestly, enjoy a pretty big advantage now that they're in the state with 1 each in each of the owners' names. I think, you know, most of you know they also own over 200 stores elsewhere. So I think that's already a pretty big advantage, and I would urge you to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, Delegate Chi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question is for Steve, Mr. Weiss, sorry. And perhaps also Mr. Maloney. And so you're saying currently package stores are allowed 1 license, and this bill would give them 4 licenses, okay? Which would dramatically increase their capacity. So aren't these the stores you represent? Aren't they your members? Isn't that empowering them to do better instead of killing their businesses? I'm trying to understand.
Sure. Well, Total Wine is not a member of our association, and they're in a rare position, unlike most of the independent retailers that belong to our association, because they've accumulated a large number of stores across the country. To your point, though, I mean, do we have members who, you know, could, if this bill passed, own multiple stores? And the answer, no question. Some of them could, and maybe some of them even want to. But I think most of them, there was a guy named Chuck Farrar, who some of you may know, he used to come and testify on this bill. He's an Anne Arundel County licensee, and he would always say, you know, I may someday want to do that. But I think it doesn't preserve the integrity of our independent retail system. And for that reason, always said, leave it the way it is.
Are there any other questions for these panelists? Delegate Pip B, and then Aaron's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Questions are for Mr. Weiss. Can you explain the part about the 85%? I keep reading over that, and I'm having a hard time understanding what they're getting at.
So Delegate Pippy's referring to the bottom of page 2. And the way I read this, I'm not sure this is the intent of the sponsors, but the way I read this, it would allow 1 license to be held by somebody who sells less than 85% of their revenue in alcohol. So that's a supermarket. Let's just take an example. Less than 85%. Let's say you were selling 30% in alcohol, the rest supermarket goods. The way that reads is that would allow that person not more than 1 license. I don't think that's the intent at all, but that's what it says.
So the way this bill is written is like a supermarket could also use this to have other locations?
If that clause were in there, it would allow that. It could be interpreted that way.
So not only excuse me, Total Wine, but Wegmans and others.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just, Mr. Weiss, one more question. We were talking about this, the scope of this bill and where it goes. In counties like Queen Anne's, Caroline, and Kent County, where we have several small business owners, what could potentially happen in that county if we would allow one person to have multiple licenses?
Well, as you know, Delegate, I grew up in Caroline County. I mean, there's only a handful really of retailers in the county. And I can think of only one sizable one. If for whatever reason Total Wine decided to go to Caroline County, which I think is probably unlikely, or other counties similar to that, it would have a substantial impact on it. They would not be able to compete with the buying power of a Total Wine.
So in essence, I'd be seeing some smaller stores, people that were just in it closing and not being able to compete.
I don't think there's any question about it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the members? Seeing none, thank you very much. That
Thank you.
concludes the testimony in House Bill 1424. We will now move on. And again, committee members, give your indulgence, and the audience here with us today, take a point again, personal privilege. I'm going to bring up House Bill. We have Chairwoman Atterbury here to present her bill, House Bill 808, and can bring your panel up with you, Chair Atterbury.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee, Mr. Vice Chair. Happy Monday. Happy to be here on Alcohol Day. This is Chair Atterbury, asking for your favorable report on House Bill 808. And some of you may recall I was here last session on the same piece of legislation, and we've been working hard during the interim to work out any differences that we've had, and you will see that those that were posed last session, some will be in front of you supporting the legislation with amendments that we support as well. So House Bill 808 modernizes the alcoholic beverage industry by putting it in line with other consumer goods that customers regularly access through familiar delivery services such as DoorDash, Instacart, and it does it in a safe and convenient way that benefits Marylanders, consumers, and also our small businesses. It's important to note that the retail alcohol delivery is already authorized under Maryland statute. Licensees wishing to deliver to consumers simply need to obtain permission from the local board in their jurisdictions and abide by their local regulations. Similarly, House Bill 808 authorizes local boards to issue delivery permits to third-party deliver services who then contract with their local liquor stores to act as their delivery agent, similar as a direct employee. So I just want to quickly point out what third-party deliveries must and must not do under the bill. They must not deliver over county lines. They must not store or sell their own inventory. They must not deliver to anyone under the age of 21. They must not deliver from restaurant or other on-premise licensees. The bill applies only to off-premises retail licensees only. They must obtain a permit from their local board in each jurisdiction that they want to operate. And they must contract with local retail stores and act on their behalf. They can only utilize drivers who are 21 or older who have to complete an approved alcohol awareness training, and they must abide by all the relevant rules and regulations in the jurisdictions where they operate. So with that, I will turn it over to my panel and just reiterate that the Maryland Licensed Beverage Association is here in support with some amendments that they'll put forward that we agree with. And I want to thank them, Madam Chair, for working with us during the interim in earnest to move this bill forward. Thank you, and I ask for a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Chad Horrell, and I'm with DoorDash. We're actually here in support of House Bill 808. Today, 31 states across the country already allow for some type of third-party delivery of alcohol. As the economy is progressing, obviously, I think more and more states are seeing, the need to deliver more things, including alcohol here. One, One reason for that is because it can actually be done safely, which I'll get to here in a minute. But I think first, I want to kind of touch on the fact that, consumers want delivery. We see it every day through food delivery, through delivery of special goods. More and more things are being delivered directly to your household. Alcohol delivery also benefits small businesses and dashers. In fact, from data that on our platform actually last year, we saw 180% increase in sales for alcohol from small independent liquor stores in month 6 as compared to month 1. That's the benefit to the small and independent liquor store. Total liquor store sales increased by 295% through data on our platform last year. And then thirdly, dashers also see a benefit. The average dasher delivery driver sees a 30% increase in their earnings when they are delivering alcohol. Delivery can also be done safely. Number one, I want to point out who's eligible. Dashers must be 21, they must opt in, and they must also take a safe alcohol delivery training program. The second piece is we also, before a consumer can actually place an order, they must upload their ID. Their ID must be scanned, the front of it, not the back, the front. And the reason for this is you can actually identify better whether it has been tampered with, whether it is legitimate, are they 21? It's a much more extensive scan than I think what you get through other types of scans. So I think, it is something that we have been able to do safely over the past few years. Obviously, this got big during the pandemic, but we've also improved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Caitlin McDonough on behalf of DoorDash here in support of House Bill 808. And I'd like to thank Chair Atterbury and the stakeholders and the ATC for working with us over the interim to get this bill in the format it is before you today. And I'm going to focus a little bit on how it differs from last year's bill. So the big difference is this bill before you this year really solely puts the discretion on this under the local jurisdictions. So the bill would be statewide authorizing, but each local jurisdiction would have to take an affirmative step to opt in their county. And basically what they would do is create a permit and begin issuing it. And any regulations they have in place related to current alcohol delivery, which is already permitted in the state, would then apply to these third-party deliverers, or they could create new regulations specific to third-party delivery. So several steps would have to happen for this, the bill would have to pass, a local jurisdiction would have to opt in, and then a local licensee would have to contract with a third-party deliverer for this to happen. So it's not going to be overnight, but it does put smaller liquor stores on par with larger liquor stores who may have the ability to have a full delivery staff. If you don't have the ability to have that full-time delivery person, you can contract with a third party, and it does even that playing field. It also helps with competitiveness. Many of our surrounding jurisdictions, as Mr. Horrell mentioned, already do this. So we think that does provide a competitive quality for Maryland retailers. I think Chair Atterbury pretty much covered all our talking points, but happy to answer any questions, but did want to go over those amendments. Oh, there are 2 additional amendments coming from the retailers that deal with applying current trade practice and competitive behavior restrictions to deliverers as well. And also kind of clarifying what the role is of the retailer versus the delivery party in the sale process. And we take those as friendly amendments and happy to work with the committee to have them added to the bill.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the members? Delegate Arentz.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Can you answer me a question? I know most jurisdictions have liquor inspectors. And if we use our liquor inspectors the way we do today, they usually go on site to test. How will this work with this type of system?
So what we've seen in other states is basically if you wanted to, kind of conduct an inspection of a delivery, you could request a delivery. Acting as a consumer, and you would, make sure that both the service, that kind of the platform front, and then the deliverer on site follows all the rules and regulations of that delivery. And there is a penalty structure in the bill for violations similar to what you would see in place for licensees.
In lieu of that, would you expect them possibly to tail somebody to go out and watch what happens in these transactions? Typically, you like to see how it's going to happen, and that's why we do it this way.
I mean, I think you could do that. I mean, I would imagine like just from a resource standpoint from inspectors, it's probably easier to like be on site. I'm gonna put in a delivery and make sure they check my ID, make sure they take my ID at every point along the way, make sure what's delivered is what's supposed to be delivered and kind of all consumer protections are met. But I mean, the same way you would like pose as someone buying something in a liquor store, you would pose as someone requesting a delivery and making that
Like a
purchase.
secret shopper or
Yeah,
something.
but I mean, it would be up to, but the local, in one of the beauties of this bill is enforcement and regulation are at the local level. So it would be up to each liquor board to determine how they make do those
Okay, thank you.
transactions.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the bill, it doesn't allow stores to sell liquor across county lines, right?
Yeah.
So then what happens to those stores that are right on the county line? Because I have a store that is right on the Harford County, Baltimore County line, and most of their sales come from Harford County, but they are in Baltimore County. So how does that help or hurt that particular?
Yeah, so the way that for the delivery under this, the technology basically geofences. So if the order originates in Harford County, it can only be delivered to a location in Harford County. So for a jurisdiction on the county line for delivery purposes only, they would be bound by their local jurisdiction. But it would not do anything to prevent people from Baltimore County from coming over in person. But delivery is, because the enforcement is vested with the local board, they only have control over transactions within that county. So everything, for this, it would be limited in that way.
Well, I can also just add to, I mean, obviously the point of purchase, I mean, the customer would only be able to see the liquor store that they are eligible to purchase from. So that geofence would ensure that, if they were across the line, they would not be able to purchase it at that liquor store, but maybe from a different liquor store that they were able to, right? That's in their county.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Chair
Thank you, Madam
Atterbury,
Chair.
and your panel.
We appreciate the timing.
We do have a favorable with amendment, Mr. Steve Wise.
Hello again, Madam Chair, Steve Wise on behalf of the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association, and we're signed up support with amendments. I appreciate the sponsor and Ms. McDonough working with us after last year when we had some issues with this bill. And I'll just run down real quickly some of the quick changes that were made. They were mentioned, but I want you to understand this is why the points that we wanted to address. For one, no local liquor board has to authorize this. All right, there's no mandate here. It's only if they want to do it, then they can enact regulations to do so. Deliveries are only made in the county. Last year, there was discussion about it being statewide, which would be very different from our regulatory structure here, where everything at the retail level is regulated at the local level. And finally, we wanted to make sure that the sales were made by the retailer rather than by some third-party platform, because that gives you accountability when it comes to sales. I would mention to you that retailers today can seek authority from their local liquor board to make deliveries themselves or using an employee. So that authority exists right now. This would enable that same retailer to use a DoorDash, for example. That's really the major change the bill makes.
Thank you, Vice Chair Crosby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve, just a real quick question. Would this give an unfair competitive advantage to liquor stores located in the center of a county versus, like Delegate Johnson referenced, on the edge?
It could, but that same advantage sort of exists now, right, with them delivering for themselves. So if they were using an employee or doing it themselves, they would have that same advantage. And we've had this discussion that Delegate Johnson raised. There are retailers who are right on the border. There's some that, in Annapolis, which has its own liquor board, that are right on the edge. And it's kind of an unfortunate thing, but there's going to be a line somewhere, no matter how you do this.
Okay.
So,
Thanks.
Chairman Wilson.
There you go. Steve, appreciate you coming today and appreciate hearing the bill again and the work you guys have done throughout the interim to fix some of the issues that we had last year. I just want to go over briefly, but obviously this bill does not mandate that every liquor store participate, correct?
Correct.
In addition, does it mandate who they participate with as far as third-party delivery systems? Because I know you weren't, but the prior panel was here with a specific goal in mind, a specific company that they were working with, but there are other companies that they would be able to utilize as well.
Yes. And it's also, it seems like there are a lot of companies who are figuring out how to do this, right, with geofencing and things of that nature. So I think you're going to see more competition in the area.
And I was asking that question, getting that because the way the bill's drafted, it's not with a specific company in mind, because we don't pick winners and losers, but concerned that we are not ensuring that for its geo-tracking, is that required by the bill?
Well, it doesn't.
I would say no. I say that all to say that maybe those are things that we should think about, because I'm trying to be forward looking. If this is a bill that's going to pass and it looks like it's going that direction, that we don't just use the model that Grubhub or whoever DoorDash is using and pretend that everybody's going to use that same model, because they may not. And the safeguards that they've built in, obviously through, you know, their research and their thought processes. I mean, basically this wouldn't stop. I would argue, I guess a cab company could do this, right? As long as they were licensed, you know, they could have a driver, well, as long as they went through the process. So just curious with that new set of eyes, if you have any other ideas that need to be put into the bill, because I want to make sure whoever is transporting the liquor is doing it correctly, that they're following laws that, like you said, the geofencing, that's something that DoorDash does, but that's not something that's required by the bill. And just concerned with any of those other issues you may see with that new set of eyes.
So I like where your head is, Mr. Chairman, and that is one of the amendments that we've offered to them, which would give, as you know, the Alcohol, Tobacco, Cannabis Commission has authority over transportation of alcoholic beverages. So one of the amendments we supplied to them would be a reference to that, so that if those issues come up, the ATC, which has jurisdiction broader than any one county, would be able to step in and impose some regulations to address that.
There you go. And that's what I was looking here. And I appreciate your genuflection. It makes me feel good today. So thank you very much.
Any other questions from Delegate Fisher?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Steve, quick question with respect to if it were DoorDash, is there anything in the bill or that you think that could be an issue about DoorDash charging more of a fee, because they obviously add a fee for one liquor store versus another, just because they can?
That's another area where there would be the potential for I keep wanting to say comptroller, but ATC to step in if that were the case. And that's the trade practice reference that Ms. McDonough made reference to. Just to give you a quick example of that, there are certain rules that exist now that a wholesaler in the industry cannot favor one retailer over another through pricing and things of value. We wanted some ability, if we found that were happening. Hypothetically speaking, let's say DoorDash contracted with Total Wine, very big retailer. It might be that they want to give them substantially better terms than they would give to Delegate Fisher's store in Calvert County. So if that were to start occurring, we think that with the amendments, there would be an ability to address that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Delegate Aarons.
Just to follow up on my other question, from your standpoint, how would we police this based on the fact that what the chairman said? How would it be policed?
Delegate, here's the honest truth on all of this delivery stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
It is far and away more difficult than enforcing it at the brick and mortar store, which you alluded to earlier, where you can read almost every month that a police cadet has been sent into 15 random businesses in a jurisdiction, and you know, this many of them sold to a minor or none did, whatever the result may be. doing that at every doorstep in, in the state or the jurisdictions that enact this is harder, requires more resources. So it is more difficult. But I think with the improvements over last year, by putting that at the local level, okay, where you've got everybody licensed at the local level, I think it gives you a better ability to police it than when it's done at the state level.
So would my liquor inspector now be logging his trips to ensure that they are in the county? Or are we logging that? Is that what the?
Potentially, yes. I think that sting operation, if you will, in this environment is what was alluded to. They're gonna have some people make orders and see what happens.
All right, thank you.
Delegate Howard.
Steve, so you talked a little bit about the ATC process and the ATC being able to step in. Give me an idea what that looks like from a flexibility standpoint. I mean, if they're going to make a rule change, does that come before the legislature because we only meet once a year? Is that an AELR issue, or is that something that they can work with autonomously?
They have trade practice regulations, which are regulations. And so if the legislature would want to intercede in that, I think it would be an AELR process. Yeah. But as you say, you come back every year, and if we see something going wrong, you'll see me sitting here asking you to make a change.
Yeah, I just was worried about the year of waiting.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah.
But it does follow the regulatory process.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the panel, for the panel? Seeing none. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Wise. We do have an unfavorable, Ms. Ramey Eck, but I believe she had an emergency and is not here. Is that correct? Having said that, I just want to remind the members that we do have unfavorable and favorable issues that are positions that are written. So I would encourage the committee, especially the subcommittee on alcohol, to read that testimony, even though they're not here in person. With that said, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 808. We will now go back to our local bills. Anyone from Allegheny County here now? Seeing none. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, we will now move on to Somerset County.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. It's always good to come back and see the good folks I served with on the environment and transportation that have moved on to higher and better things. I am Delegate Charles Otto, Chairman of the Somerset County Delegation. We have a local bill here that I didn't think would be too controversial, but after talking to some of the opponents too, I understand why. You may recall 2 years ago, I was before you to do away with our county dispensary system. And we put it on a fast track and created a retail license for liquor. And before that, our organizations, veterans organizations, had to purchase the liquor from the county dispensary system, wholesale or retail or what have you. We were trying to fix something here that they could purchase some small quantities of liquor from the retail establishments. But as the bill has been written, I understand why the opponents are concerned that it just says alcohol. So that would open things up for beer and wine. And I would hope that the committee would consider the bill and correct that. That was not the intentions. It was brought forth by these veterans organizations and by our county commissioners to try to correct that. We never made any change in that Class C license for those organizations in the initial bill when we dissolved the dispensary system. So with that, I'd ask a favorable report, and I have with me a representative from American Legion in Chrisfield.
Madam Chairman and members of the committee, good afternoon. I am Terry Pahan. I'm a volunteer elected by the membership to serve as adjutant in our local American Legion post in Crisfield. I'm also a retired officer, having served for 26 years. Thank you for this opportunity to appear before the Economic Matters Committee in support of House Bill 443. When Somerset County divested itself from operating the county alcohol dispensary, the accepted understanding was that local establishments like the Legion and the Elks, who are holders of Class C beer, wine, and liquor licenses, would be able to purchase their alcohol requirements from any licensed county retailer. The current system of requiring all alcoholic beverages to be purchased only from state-authorized wholesale distributors was, we believe, an unintentional result. After all, why would a small nonprofit organization like our local Legion post be forced to buy all of their alcohol from a mini monopoly of 3 alcohol distributors? It just doesn't make sense. I would like to strongly emphasize that these same restrictive alcohol purchasing requirements do not exist for any other products that we need to operate our small post. For example, food and operational supplies. We can buy our food from large wholesale distributors like Holt and Cisco, or we can buy whatever we need from our local Food Lion, Dollar General, small seafood businesses, or farmers markets. There are no restrictions on our purchasing from these suppliers, only on alcohol. It's important to emphasize that the many monopolies of the 3 alcohol distributors are not being eliminated from selling to the Legion. House Bill 443 provides us choice, the same choice that you and I enjoy every day, so that competitive best price purchasing is provided to us, the small nonprofit organization like the Legion. We all competitively purchase every day for essential commodities like I'm out of time. Just as I was getting to the crescendo and the punchline.
Thank you, Mr. Payne.
I appreciate your attendance.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Are there any questions for Delegate Otto or his panel? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, committee. Appreciate it.
We do have an unfavorable, Mr. Nick Manis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Nick Manis, representing the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association. I appreciate Delegate Otto speaking to me prior to the hearing. And as you heard, beer is not a problem in this. Beer was never sold through the dispensary. It was always sold by the wholesalers. Wholesalers have local distributors in the areas. And in talking to Delegate Otto, I told him that if he ever had a concern with his VFW or any other organization not getting proper service from a wholesaler, to please let me know. And I think you heard him say that, they were going to look to amend the malt beverage portion out of this bill. So with that, we would not have an opposition to the bill, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Mr. Manis? Seeing none. That concludes the testimony in House Bill 443. We will now go back to Allegheny County. Delegate Buckle.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I appreciate it. I was running a few minutes late. As you may know, most of the rest of the government is off today. So apparently the highways are very clogged with cars getting here. Appreciate you getting in. The first bill that Allegheny County has is HB 1205. It's a very simple bill. I'm sure the members of this committee are very well versed, better than what I am, with beer, wine, and liquor tasting permits. Allegheny County would simply like to have the authority to adopt a beer, wine, liquor tasting permit. And the bill is modeled after our next door neighbors in Garrett County who've had such a bill for several years. And we would like to provide some parity to our retailers and distributors to allow them to have these tastings in a regulated and lawful manner. And we would request the committee's courtesy of extending us local courtesy and voting favorable in the bill, which would bring us in conformity with a lot of other jurisdictions in the state.
Go ahead with your next bill and we'll take questions. If
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1330 is a bill that would allow in Allegheny County an alcoholic beverages licensee to employ an individual who is 16 or 17 years old, as long as that individual does not sell or serve alcoholic beverages, lowering from our current 18-year-old limit. I at first, when presented this bill by the Liquor Board, had some questions about it myself, but there's a very particular reason for it. There are a couple of national restaurateurs who have operations in Allegheny County. who before this time have never requested an alcoholic beverage license. They are restaurateurs. I won't say their names, but they are restaurateurs who have other aspects of their business, i.e. gift shops. So they have a gift shop or a retail area that is attached and is part of their restaurant. You go in one end of the restaurant, you eat, and when you check out, you go through the gift shop, et cetera. They sometimes employ individuals 16 and 17 years old who are there on with appropriate work permits, or they're through vocational educational programs to work in the gift shop area. And they're concerned that if they get a alcoholic beverage license, that those individuals would have to be fired. And they would prefer not to fire them, or they prefer to keep up those sort of internship programs and availabilities for them. So the Allegheny County Commissioners and Liquor Board have requested that we move this bill forward so that we don't impair those employment opportunities for those sort of high school kids that are not working directly in the alcohol industry. They're not serving anything of that nature. They just happen to be employed in a different capacity within the same facility as the licensee.
Any questions for Delegate Buckle? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I
Buckle.
appreciate your courtesy.
Members, I will point out there is an unfavorable who's supposed to be in person. It's also Ramey Eck from the Maryland Public Health Association. Encourage you to read that testimony. If there are no questions, seeing none, that ends the testimony on bills on Allegheny County. Before I move on, I'd like to just let the members know here who may not know, and those we have our new Vice Chair of Alcohol, Delegate Carl Jackson. I just wanted to recognize him before we move on to the next. Next, we'll go into Washington County. Oh, Delegate Weibel.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members of Economic Matters. I'm pleased to present House Bill 920 for Washington County. Basically, we have a stadium license that allows sales of beer and wine. We'd like to convert that to a multi-use sports and events facility that allows sales of beer, wine, and liquor. It does require employees to have alcohol awareness and crowd control training, and it raises the annual license fee from $2,000 to $2,500. I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you, Delegate Weibel. Any questions? Seeing none. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 920. Now on to Wacomico County. Delegate Anderton. Cornbread.
What's up, family? How y'all doing? You know what it is, Mr. Vice Chair, subcommittee, getting promotions. I see it. Absolutely. I love y'all. You know it. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Delegate Carl Anderson, and I'm here today with two local bills from Wycomico County. These local bills have something very unique. They are unanimous in support from the county executive to the county council to the county delegation. So we have clean sweep support for these two bills. So with that, I'm done with these hearings. Unless you want to keep going, we can. So the first one deals with the Mart of Competitive Commerce. And at that point, I will turn over to my county executive to my left. And then to her left is the county administrator who's here solely as window dressing. And then to my right is what is your title? Chair, CEO, President of the Chamber of Commerce for the Greater Salisbury area.
Just to be clear, this is House Bill 1340, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Madam Chair and committee members, thank you so much. For the record, I'm Julie Giordano. I'm the county executive in Wacomico County. We're very excited about this bill. As Delegate Anderton said, we have unanimous support on this, bipartisan support. This bill will actually repeal the monopoly. So Wacomico County is one of two counties that still have a county dispensary system and a monopoly on liquor. So we are looking to open up that market. We're taking it one step at a time. And this bill allows our local restaurant owners to be able to purchase from the dispensary. The dispensary is not going anywhere, but they will be able to purchase from any distributor that they choose. What was very interesting is that when I first took office, this was something that was very important to me, but I also knew it was really important to get the county support. And so at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the Chamber of Commerce, as there was a task force with multiple stakeholders in my county.
Thank you, County Executive. My name is William Chambers. I'm the President and CEO of the Salisbury Area Chamber of Commerce. and we ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1340. This bill will finally, after several decades, allow our restaurants, bars, and license holders the choice to procure spirits for their establishments and customers from the open market, liquor distributors, instead of the current dispensary monopoly system that we have. This change has been requested by our restaurant owners and other license holders, as I said, for quite some time, to allow them the freedom to purchase spirits and establish a customer relationship with the liquor distributors, which is something nearly every jurisdiction in Maryland currently permits. On behalf of the Chamber of Commerce and our members that this will benefit, we ask for the committee to issue a favorable report on House Bill 1340.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Bunky Luffman. I'm Director of Administration, and our delegation chair apparently was correct. I am window dressing because these two folks have said everything I was going to say, but I'll be here for any questions.
Good to see you, Bunk. We have Delegate Adams.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Bunky, do I get to ask you a question so you get to be more than window dressing?
Sure, sure.
So Delegate Anderson, thank you for the bill. I've been in office for 10 years now, and the dispensary system has been part of our vernacular as politicians for the entirety of my 10 years, which has been the entirety of your 10 years. And I appreciate the consensus that seems to be drawn here, and certainly the testimony that we've gotten unanimous support through it. I would like to ask, and you and I chatted this morning, County Executive, and so in the fiscal note, it does talk about the local effect. It doesn't say the dollar amount, but I thought you would just give the committee some background as to what the financial impact here is. So the fiscal note says Wycomico County revenues decrease to the extent holders of a specific license in the county choose to purchase wine and liquor through a wholesaler rather than through the county dispensary system. I think it's just an important question that I'd like to hear from the county on.
Yeah, so during the task force, part of the task force was the dispensary system, and they said about 28% of their sales was liquor. So in addition, our county dispensary right now does not sell beer. However, in the county council's letter of support, which I assume you have, they are now open to the county dispensary selling beer. And so our thought is that while their revenue will go down some, probably because people may choose, restaurants, clubs may choose to go outside the dispensary system to purchase, we believe beer will also make up a big part of that gap, because as of now, they do not sell beer.
So did you say a dollar amount, or do we just not know the dollar amount?
So right now, the county receives about $1 million from the dispensary. If you were to take the 28%, and it's so hard to even guess what that would be, but about 280,000. But that would be if the restaurant owners did not purchase anything from the dispensary. And that's not going to be the case since the dispensary will stay open. So if we look at that, but also them being able to sell beer, we think it's going to offset. So I feel very confident that we will be just fine.
Okay. And so Bill, I'm a business owner in the community, and you're the president of the Chamber of Commerce. So thank you for being here. And I know the task force had a big part to play in this, and county executive alluded to that from the very beginning. Is there any reason to be concerned that, monthly audits that happen within the dispensary system would not be sufficient from the eyes of the task force?
Yeah. We didn't address that specifically. There was a recommendation among many the task force stakeholders put forth for a reset audit. A general audit may be conducted by a third party, the comptroller's office, or that arm that governs that statewide, just as kind of a reset to begin this process from with fresh eyes and a fresh look.
Right. So, I mean, the task force's ultimate end product seemed to be, we have a legislative request. We're here today because of that. And it's the may till shall, which has been part of the discussion, that you want to allow, but not, force a dispensary out of business. You want to grant these businesses to do what they're asking, which is to go direct if it's in their best interest to do so.
Freedom of choice. That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And cornbread.
My man.
Delegate Aaron's.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Could somebody give me a real quick, what is the dispensary and who owns it, who runs it, who profits from it?
There you go.
Right. So Wacomico County is one of two that has a dispensary system. So right now, the manager is appointed we have a board that is sent off from the county executive, and then the governor appoints those board members. And then they hire a manager. So it's kind of a county state thing. So right now, but it's very hard to compare because Montgomery County's is very different than ours because theirs is almost a county department. So we are the only ones left with this system. So there is currently a monopoly, meaning that we have 6 stores in our county, 6 places that our consumers and our restaurant owners can buy alcohol or liquor.
So you're gonna open up other stores to help?
Not right now.
Okay.
Not right now. No, that's not part of
Not at
this.
all.
Right now, our consumers will still purchase from the dispensary system, but our restaurant owners can purchase from there, or they will be able to purchase from whatever wholesale distributor they choose.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Yes.
We also have in person, Justin Collis, Kevin Dennis. Delegate Anderson, you have another bill, don't forget.
I do.
Yeah. Jeanette Taylor and Jonathan Garlington. And whoever can begin, and please identify yourselves, please.
I think you have me on your list also, Madam Chairman. Victor Laws. I'm attorney for the Wacomico County Liquor Control Board, which is the dispensary.
I actually do not have you on our list, but we can begin.
Okay, I saw a list that I was on and I got an email that said I was on, so with your permission, I'll continue. In the presentation just made, I think that the proponents of HB 1340 have asked you to support it. I think that should be support with amendments because there are amendments, the county council's letter. Okay. So I think that needs to be clarified on the record. The bill that came to you, the one that was actually filed, would prohibit the dispensary from selling beer and wine. So this, as amended, it would now permit it, and you just heard our county executive say that the dispensary may be able to make up for losses on the wholesale side with the sale of beer. The dispensary has come around to supporting what we sometimes call the hybrid approach, where the wholesale process could be either from distributors or from the dispensary. In adjacent counties, that didn't work. You heard previously from the delegate from Somerset County where that system went out of business. Worcester County had a similar experience. So we would ask that you support some additional amendments that I believe will be offered by Delegates Adams and Sample Hughes. One of those would dedicate the net proceeds from the dispensary. To answer one of the questions earlier, the dispensary is a gubernatorially appointed board. And the profits, it has no stockholders. It's not privately owned. And the profits go to the citizens of Wacomico County, about $1 million a year currently. So we've asked that those.
If anyone here who comes before us, if you get cut off, just wrap it up in like 5 seconds. But next, and please identify yourself. And Mr. Laws, I apologize. You're not on my list, but you're on council's
All
list.
right. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Hi, I'm Melody Carter, and I'm on the liquor dispensary board since 2017. And I believe in the system that we have in Wacomico County. We are not county employees. The stores are fully self-supporting through product sales. The employees do not receive county health benefits nor county retirement benefits. We as the dispensary, we provide that to all our employees, 40-some employees. That is one of my concerns. The dispensary costs exactly nothing to the county or its taxpayers. All net profits are donated to the county budget. After all of the expenses for the operations are paid, currently we are donating over $1 million to the county budget. Since 2005, we have donated over $8 million to the county budget, and we are steadily gaining sales from surrounding areas with higher prices. With that being said, I am in support of the Bill 1340 with the amendments that our legal counsel has made. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kevin Dennis, citizen of the county and a consumer. I'm here to speak on the bill in regard to the liquor dispensary system. I brought my concerns to the county on two separate occasions during public comment at regular council meetings. I know I checked the form that I supported with amendments, and that is only because at this point I figure it's a done deal and that government agencies and the business owners who want to make this change are going to make this change, disregarding many opinions in the balance of the constituency. And I say that partly because during one of the January Wycomico County Council meetings, the need for public comment specifically was brought up 3 times by one of the council members, and each time it was rebuffed by the council president, which makes me believe they didn't want robust public comment on this. We are here today because, in my opinion, the larger mass of constituency was not given the opportunity to comment on or have discussions on this topic. Yes, there were county council meetings with open public comment sessions, but no single topic open forums to discuss this item specifically with the council and/or the task force were provided. Also, the task force that created to study this issue was done in private, with no public comments or possibility of public questioning of the participants. So given the fact that I believe it's most likely a done deal, my question going forward would be, how are we going to replace any potential reduction in funds with a loss in revenue in the dispensary system due to the effects of this change and what this change may do to the volume of sales of the dispensary system in the county? That is why I check support with amendments. I believe something should be done to help recoup any lost revenue due to the constituents of Wycomico County that this change will affect, and I believe that that would require additional amendments to the bill as it's currently written. Thank you. That's it.
I'm Justin Collis. I'm the General Manager for Wycomico County Dispensary System. We are here today with our legal counsel in support of this bill with amendments. We do believe that the suggested amendments will be beneficial to our county and its taxpayers. One of those amendments is to dedicate our net proceeds to fire, EMS, and the local sheriff's department. I don't know about where you guys live on a regular basis, but in the last handful of years, we have had a huge influx of, let's say, homeless and otherwise chemically enhanced occupants of our sidewalks, alleys, dumpsters. Unfortunately, I now know exactly what a Narcan dispenser is and what it looks like because we clean them up on a regular basis. We have buildings in our downtown area where they are too tall for our fire department's ladder truck to reach. So if you are on that top 10 floors and it catches on fire, if you don't make the stairwell, well, good luck. So we believe that these amendments, as well as the amendment that allows the tastings to be held at the dispensary, that will greatly benefit the net profit because it will allow us to put high-end products out for a sampling to the retail customer. Because over the years, you will see quite a few very high-quality products come down the pike, but the companies that own them do not put $80 million a year in advertising nationwide like companies such as Grey Goose, and therefore those items do not sell. I would rather make a 10% markup on a $40 bottle than a 10% markup on a $10 bottle. 10% is 10%, but the net profit dollars are greater on the higher end bottle, and that's the reason for the tasting. So we believe that this is a compromise that can be made and upheld in perpetuity. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Jeanette Taylor, and I'm also a board member and have been on the Liquor Board dispensary since 2018. I am in support of the House Bill 1340 with amendments that our legal counsel has recommended. I'm also supporting what Justin just said with dedicating our proceeds from the Wycomico County Liquor Board to local fire prevention and law enforcement. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Garlington. I'm here for not for or against the bill. I'm here for informational purposes. No questions came up, but just in regards to the task force, had some initial findings about the reporting of the current point of sale that Wycomico County Liquor Control Board's utilizing. So if anybody has any questions, I'm available for that.
Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Law, so I'll let you continue because the timer ended. So you had amendments that you wanted to talk about. Now, let me just say up front that any of the amendments that you're wanting to do have to go through the local process, right? It has to go through the county, and then certainly I can assist in making the amendments happen, but just understand that. But now you can talk without the time restraint.
Thank you.
Okay.
You've heard quite a bit about one of them, which is to dedicate the proceeds to law enforcement and fire protection. Some of the others are rather technical. One would allow not just wine tastings, but liquor tasting and sampling promotional events. I think you've heard from Caroline County and Allegheny County just today about something, a similar amendment. For some reason, the Wycomico law only allowed for wine tastings, and the dispensary frankly sells not a lot of wine. Ready to drink cocktails didn't seem to be covered by the law at all. So we've asked for an amendment to include that and embrace that in the products that can be sold because they have such a low percentage, but they are liquor products as opposed to wine or malt beverage products. So they ought to be embraced in the law. And we've asked for the effective date to be January of next year instead of July to give time for the process for the dispensary process to adjust to the new reality of the hybrid system. Thanks for the extra time.
Yep, sure.
Any other, Delegate Weigel?
Thank
Fisher.
you,
Weigel.
Madam Chair. I too wanted to ask about the amendment. So it's just those two? Or I heard someone talk about a tasting room as well, but I didn't see that in the original bill. Is that also an amendment?
It's not in the original bill. We've asked for that to be an amendment, and our support with amendment is predicated on those four. Dedicating the proceeds to law enforcement and fire protection.
Ready to drink cocktails, tasting room. What was the fourth?
Effective date.
Effective date, right? Yes. And that was when?
We're asking for it to be January 1 of 25 instead of July 1 of this year, just to make the adjustment.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions from the members? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you.
Panel.
Thank
That concludes the testimony on House Bill 1340. Delegate Anderson, you have House Bill 1341.
All right. This one should be a little less contentious because we're not going up against prohibition. Well, am I right? Delegate Carl Anderson, back again, family again. How y'all doing? House Bill 1341. This is a bill that will allow a soon to be open distillery compete in a similar fashion as our neighboring counties with being able to sell to the public and having to, instead of having to go through selling to the distributor and then buying it back and selling it. This is a business I've been working with for years with the Maryland Department of Environment, the Maryland Department of Labor, the Maryland Department of Commerce. And we are now just this piece of legislation passing away from me treating everyone here to an orange crush made by the soon to be released Uncle Cornbread's homemade vodka. So that's how close we are. So at this point, I will turn it over again to the county executive.
He is a tough act to follow.
You take such pride in your delegate, don't you, ma'am?
I do. He's really hard to follow sometimes, but yeah. So Wacomico County, just like the other counties across the state, we're really trying to be business friendly. Right now, we do have breweries. We just don't have distilleries because anybody who opens a distillery wouldn't be able to sell their own product at this point in time by having the monopoly in place. So 1340 is super important to repeal that monopoly. And then that way, this bill now allows any distillery that opens up to be able to sell their own product. And so we're really hoping to keep up with a business friendly community and being able to bring those businesses to Wacomico County.
Right on.
And Bunky Luffman, Director of Administration. Just adding one thing, currently, if a distillery were to open, they would be compelled to sell to the dispenser, like the county executive said. But then if they were to buy it back, they would buy it back up to a 15% loss because the dispensary is allowed to add up to a 15% markup. So I think that's important to note.
Competitive commerce.
We also have bipartisan support, full delegation support.
Unanimous all the way through.
Unanimous all the way through.
Right. And I see we have Mr. Garlington for informational purposes only. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, if there's any questions for me regarding the technical aspects, but I just signed up. They asked me to sign up for the previous bill and I signed up for both. I didn't know which one, so.
Any
Oh,
questions
no
from the
problem.
members for this panel? Delegate Chi.
Oh, almost.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just trying to understand, if I heard correctly, currently a distillery can produce but cannot sell to customers their own products.
Correct,
If I produce, I have to sell it to the government,
correct.
and then the government decides how to distribute.
The current distillery would have to buy their own product back from the distillery, or sorry, from the dispensary, so back from the government right now.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's my understanding.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the members? Seeing none. Thank you, Delegate Anderson.
Thank you so much.
Madam County Exec. That concludes the testimony in House Bill 1341. Members, we now move on to Baltimore County. Delegate Ebersol.
I'd like to say something homey and funny, but you know, when you're behind Anderton, you don't have a chance. So hello, everyone. Thank you for considering House Bill 1269. House Bill 1269 brings Baltimore County into the 21st century. Right now, notices of applications and and one more thing, hold on, applications and whisper it in my ear. Hearings, thank you. Of applications and hearings have to be published in 2 newspapers, hard print. How many of you read those? I don't anymore. Some of us do, but 2 is hard to find these days. And so this reduces it to 1. There is an amendment to make it 1 that is available to residents in the Baltimore County region. And it also, there's also an amendment that will change it from posting an application, which we were advised is not entirely allowable, to just making notices of hearings there. And they will be done online then also. That's mine. I have with me my government relations person, Jen Aosa, will testify and take questions better than I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jen Aosa. I'm the Director of Baltimore County's Office of Government Affairs. First, I want to thank Delegate Ebersol, who is the chair of our House delegation, for introducing this legislation on behalf of our administration. We requested House Bill 1269 on behalf of Baltimore County's Liquor Board, and we asked for the committee's favorable report with the amendment that Delegate Ebersol just mentioned. As he mentioned, current law requires us to publish notices of hearings in 2 newspapers. And unfortunately, some of our local papers have either closed shop or have extremely limited distribution. This bill would simply bring us in, as the delegate said, into the 21st century by providing us the flexibility to also notify interested parties, not only in print, but also online. The sponsor amendment we requested and worked with Delegate Ebersol on is technical in nature, and it rectifies a drafting error. With that, I would thank you for your time and attention, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
It has bipartisan support in the delegation, both the amendment and the bill.
Thank you. Delegate Aaron's.
Okay with this, because one of the biggest problems we had in local government was trying to advertise what the local government was done. You getting any feedback from that?
We haven't. Go ahead.
Oh, no, we actually haven't. I think this would be a welcome change as we see some of our newspapers consolidate or go completely online. Right now, the Baltimore Sun is pretty much the main printed newspaper, but other newspapers that have come online are simply online.
But even without all this stuff, people aren't arguing with you about what you're doing with the government. It's not being properly advertised.
No, this county administration has been fairly transparent.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you much, Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have one more witness, Mr. Jack Milani.
He could have come up with me.
Well, you could have brought your panel up then with him. You've been here long enough.
I'm going to
Delegate
stay with
Ebersol.
him just because I like
We'll
him
be
so
very
much. Okay.
Baltimore County licensed beverages in full support.
Oh,
That's okay.
Okay.
He wouldn't even sit down with me. How about that?
Yeah, how about that?
Baltimore County does have another bill, and I'm pleased to say the vice chair of the delegation will be bringing that one in.
Okay, with that said, that concludes the testimony in House Bill 1269. Now move on to Frederick County. Oh, Delegate Pippy will be presenting.
All right, Madam Chair, good to go? Madam Chair? Committee, Delegate Pippy for the record, 6 bills, HB 586 would add the new Spires Art Stages Beer, Wine, and Liquor to an existing license, which is the Weinberg Center of the Arts. It's an adjacent property. The facility is owned by the same entity, so to speak, and so it just incorporates the other place into that existing license, enables them to appoint a manager for the liquor license on that bill.
No
Okay.
questions, next.
You want me to just roll through all of them and then we get them in the end?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Thanks.
So, and these bills are all supported by the delegation unanimously and the liquor board unanimously as well. The second bill is HB 587. This is a manufacturer's limited beer, wine, and liquor permit. What it would do is it would enable a local licensing board, the liquor board, to issue a temporary permit to an existing license, a class DBR or class DDS, to hold a private event. I understand there's a couple of amendments that the industry has asked us to put in. Happy to discuss those. But as you may know, in Frederick County, we have the most breweries and distilleries in the state. And a lot of these facilities are looking for ways to, serve the public by having private events and such. So that's what that bill would do. Get Steve up here later. The next bill is HB 588. There's a municipal golf course license that's owned by the city of Frederick. What this would do is it would allow the city to appoint an individual other than the manager of the golf course to be the licensee on the license. So it's kind of a technical change. The next bill is HB 742. This is a stadium license. So the Frederick Keys, we have a beer and wine license there currently. This would enable them to have a beer, wine, and liquor license. It increases the fee to correspond to that liquor component. That's what that bill is. The next bill is HB 743. What it does is it modifies the existing promoter's license, makes some technical changes that's more favorable to, I think, the ATC Commission, changes it from being a license to a permit, and also designates the local licensing board on how they can issue the promoter's permit. So it's more of a technical bill in nature to keep up with the times. The next bill is HB 1377. This again also impacts the class DBRs and DDSs. What this would do is it would allow a local DBR and DDS in Frederick County to be able to sell non-alcoholic beverages and food. So in Frederick, we don't have class Ds. We have a kind of a unique licensing, I don't know what you call it, system, what have you. But for those of you who have ever been to a brewery and they offer like chips, so it's currently not permitted. So this would enable a local brewery to offer, let's say, like water and Sprite and chips. So hopefully not too problematic. And that's it. Appreciate your consideration, committee.
Thank you, Delegate Pippy. So members, there's only one panelist, that'd be Mr. Steve Wise, who is here in favor with amendments on 587. But all the bills that Delegate Pippy presented, if you have questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve Wise on behalf of the Licensed Beverage Association. I've been in discussions with Delegate Pippy on House Bill 587 about a couple of amendments to tighten that up. We're in discussions, but with those or some form of them, we have no issue with the bill.
Delegate Harrison.
Delegate Pippy, thank you. Just one question. It's probably more of an opinion question. We've heard over the last few years, a couple of bills as it relates to the stadium licenses. with allowing the sale of alcohol or spirits. Do you think that maybe we should just do a blanket one so we have to do county by county
I
or
think,
district by district?
sure, it's a great question. I think as soon as you pass mine, you can do a statewide one.
Understood. Understood, because we did ours last year.
Cool.
But and I think that Harford County may have had one a couple
Yep.
of years ago, and so it just, instead of piecemealing, so
Sure.
thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Pippi, so how many people or what's the capacity of your stadium out there?
Yeah, that's it.
Are you familiar with?
You know what, I should know that, and I don't. I know it's several thousand. I mean, it's probably comparable to the Bowie Bay Sox or what's the one on the shore, the Shorebirds. It's a medium-sized stadium. And what they're looking to do, just imagine this is on the stadium bill, is they're just looking to have they have these new liquor that are canned liquor drinks. So they're not actually looking to serve like literally mixed drinks, but because the canned liquor is classified as liquor, they're not permitted to sell that with the beer and wine. They just want to be able to sell those canned cocktails is the thing.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the problem. Delegate Harrison hit the point that we have all these different minor league ball clubs and
Yeah.
we have different fees for those ball clubs and everything. And I was just wondering what the capacity of
Sure.
that stadium was out there.
Yeah, because we did yours last year.
Yeah, but it didn't pass.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I voted for it. Just so you know. So I'll be on the record.
You'll get my vote this year then.
All right.
Excuse me, any other questions from the members? Seeing none.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, or any other questions for any of the bills that Delegate Pippi presented? Seeing none. Thank you very much. That concludes testimony on all 6 bills from Frederick County. We now move on to Harford County. Someone here. Oh, Delegate Riley.
Oops, sorry. Hey, good afternoon, Chair Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby, and Subcommittee Chair as our Madam Leader today, Valderrama of the Subcommittee of Alcohol. So welcome. I am, for the record, Delegate Teresa Riley, and I am currently the Harford County Delegation Chair. And I too, as Frederick, we have 6 bills. So I'll just introduce each one of them by themselves. And Delegate Johnson, the first one is the stadium bill. So it's a little different from what Delegate Pipke was asking for. So I'll just go ahead through this one. Our bill reduces the annual fee of this stadium beer, wine, and liquor license from $10,000 to $4,000. You may recall this bill from last year. The delegation members are grateful for the additional and compelling information that Delegate Steve Johnson provided, clearly pointed out the iniquity of our local stadium license fee compared to the other 4 counties compatible Maryland stadiums located in Prince George's, Wacomico, Charles, and Frederick County, with the average license fee of $2,200 to where ours is $10,000. So after a vigorous discussion with the delegation, we unanimously supported this as a Harford County delegation bill. So basically, this bill takes our $10,000 fee down to $4,000. Adela Pippi, your stadium seats 5,400.
Delegate Riley, I was just looking through all the pieces of legislation that you will be presenting, and some of them do have panelists. So just in the keeping my sanity sane, since you presented 621, are there any? I'm going to take it.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, are there any questions on House Bill 621? Seeing none. Thank you, Delegate Riley.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to 623. For the record, Delegate Teresa Riley, Chair of the Hartford County Delegation, here for HB 623, which is the Class L license with the amendment. This bill would establish a Class L license for wine, for beer and wine only in Hartford County, which would allow our breweries and our wineries who hold a manufacturer's license and a wholesaler's license to sell each other's products for consumption, on premises consumption. They do have to require packaged snacks, which actually is in their DBR license currently, and also the state license that the wineries have to have. The annual fee will be $2,000. The main purpose of this particular bill is to help our small manufacturers to sell their products to other manufacturers, because our wineries do not have their products sold in bars and restaurants. And this is just something to try to support them, to give them a little bit more income. And of course, if you've ever gone to a brewery and you're with your spouse or a friend and they may not drink that the IPAs or, you know, the high alcohol, we just want them to be able to that brewery to be able to sell our local Hartford County wineries at their establishment, which will help both industries at this time. The amendment was added to require the wholesaler be added to the manufacturer's license as well. Any questions?
I see none, but we also have a panelist with you, Adam Rubzinski.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Adam, yep. Oh, he's here in person. Hi, Adam.
Hi. Madam Subchair and members of the committee, Adam Rybczynski, representing the mayor and city council of Havre de Grace. We support this bill. It's a pro-business, consumer-driven bill that would benefit 3 existing businesses in our city and would allow them to sell each other's and other locally produced products from wineries and microbreweries. We request a favorable report. Thank you.
Any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much, Delegate Riley. I'm gonna go bill by bill, so I'm gonna take up the unfavorables now.
They here first.
We have, yes, they are. We have Mr. Nick Manis, Mr. Steve Wise, Mr. Jack Malani, and Rami Eck, who is not here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Nick Manis here representing the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association. This issue is not a new one to this committee. This bill has been in statewide before, and now it's been in numerous local counties put the bill in to allow breweries and wineries to sell products that they don't manufacture. This was talked about many times over the years, and a brewery, a manufacturer brewery, Class 5 brewery, should not become a bar or a restaurant. And by allowing other people's products, basically, you're allowing them to compete with the local restaurants, bars, and taverns. And we've heard that the reason that some of these breweries need it, because when people come in there, they don't like beer, they want to have wine. Well, you shouldn't go to visit a brewery if you don't like beer, or you shouldn't go to a winery if you don't like wine. So for these obvious reasons, we don't support the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve Wise on behalf of the Licensed Beverage Association. A little bit of background on this. Under the 3-tier system, manufacturers were not to have an interest in the wholesale business or in the retail business. Years ago, around 2016 or so, they came and wanted tap rooms, which the legislature gave them. And when they did that, they said, this is important to us because it's an outlet for the products we make here on our own premise that we manufacture. And the goal will be that people can try them here at the manufacturing facility, and then they'll come to your retail outlets and buy them the next time they want them. We don't want to be bars. That's what they said. It wasn't more than a couple years later that they were back here with legislation seeking to be bars. And that's exactly what this legislation does. You have another bill from Montgomery County later today, which raises these exact same issues, and we'll be taking the same opposition to that at that time. So this is not singling out Harford County. This issue we've been pretty consistent on. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Jack Malani, Legislative Co-Chair. From a retailer perspective, we hear from a lot of our retailers who, when this was first put in, we had to calm them down and said, look, we don't like it, but they need an outlet for what they produce. People can come and try it. We did predict in this hearing that they would become bars. And I think now that if someone is going to a place that they want options, that used to be the bars and the clubs. That's what we were for. These were specifically for manufacturers to have limited retail options. And I think these type of bills further erode the three-tier system. I think that we have to first and foremost remember that those folks are manufacturers. That's what they wanted to be. And then they were granted some retail. And I think that there needs to be a line drawn so that folks like myself and my members who are in the bar business know that folks who want to try multiple types of alcohol will come to us. People who want to go and sample beers will go to the breweries. Spirits will go to a distillery, and wineries will go, to a winery to get wine. I would hope that you guys would give this an unfavorable, because this is a very slippery slope. I mean, we have breweries in my county of Baltimore County that host 500, 600, 700 people a night. That's certainly not tasting rooms. That's bars, and that's basically clubs. And I know they're going to say that's not what they want to be, but I had to listen to this years ago when all they wanted to do was provide samples. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much. Delegate Riley, your next bill.
Madam Chair. Okay. So we will move on to House Bill 632, and this is a golf simulator facility. This bill would establish and allow for the Harford County Liquor Control Board to issue a Class GSF license to a golf simulator facility in Harford County, Maryland. This license would allow a golf simulator facilities to sell beer, wine, and liquor for on-premises consumption. They have to be open to the public, have at least 5 simulator bays. They must have dedicated seating within those bays, and they must offer food during the hours of alcoholic beverages are being sold, and the annual fee is $1,500.
Any questions from the members? Seeing none, thank you. That ends the testimony on 632.
Thank you. And we move to HB 633, barbershop and beauty salon license with amendment. Under this particular bill, the licensed commissioners could issue a beer and wine only, no liquor, beer and wine license to a holder of a certain barbershop or beauty salon permit holder. This license would allow the holder of the license to purchase alcoholic beverages from a manufacturer, wholesaler, or a retailer for the purposes of to serve at no cost up to 2 servings of 12 ounces beer and up to 2 5-ounces of wine per day per individual, and on premises consumption, but remember, no sale. The annual fee is $750. And the amendment, basically, we added the amendment because if they purchase the items from retailers, it remains the same as if you're purchasing from a wholesaler. You have to keep your invoices or receipts on record for any kind of inspection from the comptroller or the local liquor board. So that's what that does. And open for questions.
I have Mr. Adam Rodzinski again. Are you here it has favorable, she mentioned an amendment. Are you here for favorable with amendment or?
Yes, favorable with amendment. Adam Ripchinsky, again, representing the mayor and city council of Havre de Grace. We support this bill. It simply brings statute into current practice. We ask for a favorable report.
Any questions? Seeing none. Next bill.
Okay. On this one. Okay, so next bill is
sorry, Riley.
HB 635.
I'm sorry to interject. I see that Mr. Brzezinski is here for both, so after she's done, you can, yep.
Thank you. Okay, HB 35 this is the Performing Arts Nonprofit Organizations License with the amendment. Establishes a performing arts nonprofit organization license in Hartford County, Maryland. This license would allow nonprofit organizations to designate 3 locations at the time their application with the liquor board, and authorize the license holder to purchase beer, wine, and liquor from a licensed retailer or wholesaler for the purpose of sell or serve on premises consumption. There's in the bill, it gives you a list of timeframes when they can only serve the bill or offer the alcohol. Also, they have to have snacks available at the time of the sale of the alcohol. They cannot sell or issue more than 750 tickets at an event. However, if they have more than 750, they can go to the liquor board to apply for a Class C per diem license, and the annual fee would be $750. This bill was kind of put in last year. We actually passed a bill for the nonprofit organizations that did not work for them. So I want to take this time to thank those that some in the audience that worked with me during the interim, and we addressed some of the problems that the nonprofits had currently. And some of those problems were the fact that some of their events are like, 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 people. They do not have a location. They do not have a brick and mortar location. So that's why we came up with the idea of when they go get their license, that one nonprofit organization can choose 3 different theaters within the county that this annual license would be good for if they had events in those locations. And then we didn't want it to be more than 750, because then it would be too many, because one of the theaters that they could choose from had like 900 seats. But if we keep it reduced, and again, they couldn't buy from a wholesaler. So that was the problem with last year's bill all the time, because they only have a few people. And then if they ordered a large bulk of merchandise, they have no place to keep it. Because they do not have the storage. So they worked with us to come up with this concept. And again, the liquor board was involved in that as well and supports this. So welcome and open to any questions.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Adam Ripchinsky again, representing the mayor and city council of Havre de Grace. Just for a little background, the city of Havre de Grace operates 2 performing arts centers, which a nonprofit performing arts organization would be able to utilize this license like that. We support this bill because it's basically amending existing statute to allow nonprofit organizations to purchase retail instead of wholesale. We ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Madam Chair, the amendment was basically to keep a record of those receipts as well as in the last bill.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Your last bill, Delegate Riley?
Last bill is HB 1118, Performing Arts Theater License for Profit. So this is basically amending the bill that we passed last year for the nonprofits, which did not work. So we are changing that bill for profit. So basically what it does in statute is that it allows for a for-profit theaters art to apply for a license to sell beer, wine, and liquor for on-premises consumption. The annual fee will be changed to $1,500. And the amendment, we had to remove from current legislation the option to issue a Class C per diem, because they do not have the option to do that. This is the license for the actual theater. So this license will suffice the way that we have it written.
Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee, Adam Ripchinsky again, representing the mayor and city council of Havre de Grace. The city supports this bill. If passed, it would allow the liquor board to issue a license type for-profit performing arts centers. We support this because we believe it will encourage more of these types of organizations and businesses to open up in our community. We ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 1118.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Delegate Riley. Thank you, Mr. Virginski. Members will now move on to Montgomery County. Delegate Chi will be presenting. And Delegate Chief, we could take it one by one because there are panelists on the second bill.
Okay, thank you. Right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the wonderful colleagues of ECM. Happy Alcohol Monday. I am Delegate Lily Chi on behalf of the Montgomery County delegation here to present two bills today, HB 762 and HB 798. Both were unanimously supported and voted out by the delegation, Montgomery County delegation. HB 762 essentially is an extension of similar legislation we passed 2 years ago in 2021 that ended in June of last year. The bill essentially allows Class B licensed restaurants and hotels to sell beer, wine, and liquor for on-premise consumption, and also to sell just beer and wine in containers that are still sealed by manufacturers for off-premise consumption with food purchase. That's essentially what the bill does. There are other details. So that's the first bill. Should I stop and wait for questions? Okay.
Yes. Are there any questions? And members, I'll say there is a person unavailable, Ms. Ramey Eck, the Maryland Public Health Association. She was not able to make it. Are there any questions for Delegate Chi on House Bill 762? Seeing none, that concludes testimony on House Bill 762.
Thank you. HB 798. I'm here representing Delegate Queen because it was requested by the entire Delegate 14 delegation. HB 798 may sound familiar to many of you as it was previously introduced during the 2022 legislative session. This legislation allows farm breweries and limited wineries in Montgomery County to sell essentially each other's products for on-premise consumption. Of course, it does several things. This would allow an economic boost for our local wineries and breweries and provide consumers with more choices for consumption and allow local producers to support each other. And I understand from just the earlier debate on this issue that there is also opposition to my bill. And I understand the opposition mostly comes from the need for protecting the three-tier distribution system, which they are concerned is eroding. However, the amendment to this bill, which is also unanimously supported by the county delegation, specifies that the sale of these other products are for on-site consumption only. So if you sell farm brewery selling winery and vice versa, it's only for on-premise consumption only. So it's quite limited in scope. And while I appreciate the three-tier system and what it tries to do, I think it's also time for us to reevaluate the market demand and how people actually want to support local productions and have that sense of place and sense of community instead of mandating that they can only produce, but they cannot sell, you know. So it's something for this committee to consider. Thank you.
Any questions for Delegate Chi? Seeing none, thank you, Delegate Chi.
Thank you.
We will now call the opposition. We have Mr. Nick Manis, Steve Wise, and Jack Malani. Ramey Eck is also in opposition, but is not here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve Wise on behalf of the Licensed Beverage Association. We were up here on House Bill 623, which was the Harford County bill, which presents the same issue. And so just to keep it brief, I'll refer you to our testimony on that bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Nick Manis, representing the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association, and I'll refer to Steve's testimony and we can rehash what we just talked about for the Harford County, if you like.
Jack Malani, Legislative Chair, same thing, same opposition as the previous bill.
Like that. Oh, Delegate Wyval.
Winery from getting a retail license as well, or can't they hold both licenses?
So, like all things in alcohol, simple question, but it's sort of a complicated answer. So a brewery that agrees to limit their production below a certain level can get what's basically referred to as a microbrewery license. And with that, they're allowed to get a retail license that lets them serve other products. So I'm sure you maybe have visited some of those facilities. And people sometimes people don't understand why they've seen it in some places and not others. But the farm breweries and the production breweries, which are the bigger breweries, are limited to selling their own products. They get a retail license to do that as well, so that the local liquor board has authority over them. But under that license, they're restricted to their own products.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 798. We'll now move on to Prince George's County. And we will hold off on Prince George's County. We will now move on to St. Mary's County until we get our representative. Anyone from St. Mary's County? Oh, is our vice chair going to present? All right, so until the vice chair or someone from Prince George's represents, we will start with a first statewide bill, House Bill 124. Delegate Taveras. And, okay. Delegate Jackson. We will start with the vice chair's statewide bill, House Bill 637.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Carl Jackson here in support of HB 637 with amendments. The amendment being offered makes HB 637 specific to Baltimore County only. In 2021, during COVID, a statewide bill, HB 12, was passed to allow bars and restaurants to sell mixed drinks on site. To also sell those drinks to go. As amended for Baltimore County, this would mean Class B and D licenses. HB 12 sunsetted last year. HB 637 as amended would reinstate this law to Baltimore County and allow to-go alcohol beverage to again be sold for off-premise consumption, this time with no sunset. In order to sell to-go beverages, the establishment must already have a license that allow for the same drinks to be sold on site. The alcohol beverage must be purchased with food to go. The alcohol beverage must be sealed and in a closed container. The alcohol beverage must be purchased before 11 p.m. and the individual purchasing it must be 21 years old and have proper ID. The Baltimore County delegation has voted favorably on this bill as amended, and the letter from the delegation has been submitted to the committee. I humbly ask for a favorable support. Thank you. Jack.
Madam Chair, Jack Maloney with Baltimore County, licensed beverage in full support. Delegate Jackson actually had come to us about a few of our members. And, it has the same provisions where it has to be sealed, has to come with food, and the 11 p.m. curfew, and we agreed to support it. Thank you.
Any questions for Delegate Jackson or Mr. Malani? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Delegate Amprey.
This question, is there a limit on how many drinks you can I could buy like a wing appetizer and then buy 6 drinks. Is there any limit on how many drinks you can buy? Out of curiosity.
It allows the local board to set regulations.
Okay, just asking, just out of curiosity. All right, thank you.
I made you one. I'll take it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
We also have in favor, Mr. Ryan, or is it Ms. Ryan? I know it's a name that goes, Ryan Norwood.
Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Norwood. I'm the Vice President of Operations at Sagamore Spirit, located in Baltimore City. I am in favor, support of HB 637. And part of what we did when we built the distillery was to help to try to drive traffic to Maryland and to Baltimore City. The way that we do that as a distillery is specifically around what I'm talking about is around the repealing of the 3-bottle limit for purchase for offsite consumption. And part of the reason that we do this is we make products. Oftentimes we have several different products, about 7 on our shelves at one time. And the hope is to draw tourists, people from out of state, to come in to try our products that are only available at the distillery. We are still a very young and new brand. And often the way that we grow is by gifting and by word of mouth. And so the ability for someone to come to the distillery and purchase one of our 7 or 8 different products and take it home and give it as gifts is vital to the health of our distillery and the health and growth of our distillery. And our hope is that you guys will take that into consideration.
Are there any questions for Mr. Norwood? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the testimony in House Bill 637. Members will now return back to Prince George's County. Is Delegate Lehman here? And Delegate Lehman, if we could just take it one by one, just because I see that one of these bills has significant testimony. So we'll, instead of going all through, we'll take it step by step.
So, Madam Chair, I apologize for missing the calls, the attempts to reach me, but I am here now. I'm presenting 4 bills that came out, 3 that came out of the Prince George's delegation, a 4th that has not yet been considered. I only have the PG local bill numbers. I was not given the corresponding state bill numbers. So let me see.
First one is House Bill 307. 4.
30724.
307.
Okay, 307. So that is alcoholic beverages issuance of a license near a place of worship or school. The bill allows the Board of License Commissioner to issue an alcoholic beverage license to an establishment within a certain distance of a school or place of worship if that same class of license was previously issued to the establishment prior to the school or place of worship being built. You should have a letter from the delegation in support of this bill as amended.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. That concludes the testimony in House Bill 307, which is PG 30424.
304. Yes, that is alcoholic beverage licenses.
I'm sorry, Delegate Lehman. I was going on my order and you were going on the bottom order.
That was 8 months up. Okay, right, I already did this. Yeah. Back up to 30.
Forgive our indulgence. She's going by the
Right,
county numbers and I'm
I
going
have
by
it.
the House bill
Yeah,
numbers.
yes, Madam Chair, I have it 304-24 alcoholic beverage licenses, nonprofit organizations. The bill allows for the issuance of a Class C alcoholic beverage license for an independent nonprofit organization that is either a local chapter of a nonprofit and nationwide fraternal, sororal, or service organization that meets certain operating and membership criteria. That's number 1, or number 2, an independent nonprofit organization whose membership is composed solely of members of a nationwide fraternal or sororal organization. The license would allow the holder to sell beer, wine, and liquor for on-premises consumption only by members of the organization or guests who are accompanied by a member of the organization. Again, you should have a letter from the delegation in support of this bill.
Are there any questions on House Bill 307 from the committee? Seeing none, that ends the testimony on House Bill 307. Next, we'll take House Bill 374, which is PG 30324.
Okay, so this is the one that the delegation has not yet considered. This bill is an alcoholic beverage and cigar lounge license combined. The bill establishes a new license in Prince George's County called a Class B CL for cigar lounge, beer, wine, and liquor license. Businesses that hold the license would be exempt from the state Clean Indoor Air Act and would be allowed to sell beer, wine, and liquor for on-premises consumption during the hours and days set out by the Class C beer, wine, and liquor license. Again, we have not voted on that legislation in the full delegation, so you would not have a letter at this point.
Thank you. With that said, there is significant testimony here, so I will be calling those up in return. So I will start off with Matt Boley. Matt Boley.
Yep. Good afternoon. Matt Boley of RWL Law here on behalf of the Maryland Premium Cigar Retailers Association in support of HB 374. This legislation enables Prince George's County to serve a limited niche market, one that currently sends their dollars to DC and Virginia and every other state that surrounds Maryland. That small market is those who would like to purchase and enjoy with friends both alcoholic beverages and premium cigars in the same venue. The ability to have these two products sold in the same venue would not be unique to Prince George's County. Several county liquor boards throughout Maryland have awarded local liquor licenses to licensed tobacconists and other establishments throughout Maryland. Clarifying and expanding this ability to a niche market is something that Marylanders want, as some have an inability to smoke at home or just a desire to go out with friends and enjoy a premium cigar and alcohol, which are both legal products that should be able to be sold and consumed in the same venue. If we do not enact this legislation, we continue an imbalance in Maryland where some counties have these recreational options and others don't. And we will continue to see Marylanders spend their dollars in DC, Virginia, and every other state that borders Maryland. Last year, Connecticut enabled a limited expansion of cigar bars in their state, and we should follow their lead. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report.
Are there any questions on the committee? Seeing none. Thank you. We will now call the opposition. Start off with Clifford Mitchell, Dana Moncrief, Bill Coleman, Laura Hale. Let's start there.
Madam Chair, Dr. Clifford Mitchell, Mr. Chair as well, members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm Dr. Clifford Mitchell, and I am the Director of the Environmental Health Bureau at the Maryland Department of Health, and the department respectfully urges an unfavorable report on this legislation. We are grateful for the opportunity to be here to testify to the legislation. And I want to start off with a little bit of history for those of you who may not have experienced it. In 2007, when the Clean Indoor Air Act was passed, and then 2008, when it went into effect, there was, as you know, a specific exemption that was created in the legislation for tobacco retailers. The definition of which still exists, which is a retailer whose primary purpose is the sale of tobacco and for whom the sale of other products is incidental. Over the years, the department has consistently used that definition, and I know this because I was responsible for writing the regulations and have been the principal person managing the enforcement program since that time. We have consistently, as a department, held to that standard, which was that if you are a bar or a restaurant, that calling yourself a cigar bar, which has been attempted over the years, does not necessarily qualify you for that exemption because your primary purpose of business is something else. And in these cases, the department has pointed to the clear legislative intent reinforced by the language and discussion at the time that was that the goal was to prevent smoking in restaurants and bars. This particular act, which is not the first time this legislation has been offered here or in other jurisdictions, does not define what a cigar bar is and would potentially allow any such intent. So with that, I respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Bill Coleman, Rips Wine and Spirits in Bowie, Maryland. At this time, I would like to withdraw my objection to the bill, and I have no testimony at this time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laura Hale. I'm the Director of Government Relations with the American Heart Association in strong opposition of this bill. When we passed the Clean Indoor Air Act, it was determined that we would not allow for indoor smoking at bars and restaurants. Any space that is operating with indoor smoking in the state is in clear violation of the Clean Indoor Air Act. And as such is something that we have been working on. Now, the incidental piece does specifically refer to some incidental expenses, but this is something that we very, very much so. It is not in good health. It is not good for our communities, and we very much urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Delegate Fisher.
Precedent, okay, there we go. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just a quick question. Did you all also testify against the legalization of pot?
Specifically, we oppose the creation of indoor smoking lounges within the legalization of pot. So yes, the Heart Association did oppose.
But you didn't oppose its legalization, right?
Specifically, we were around the issue of indoor smoking. We did oppose that provision.
My understanding is that when you're smoking pot, you're holding the smoke in your lungs as long as you can in order to get high, but you didn't oppose that. So the virtue signaling just doesn't make sense with your opposition to cigar lounges. I mean, we have cigar lounges already that do have liquor licenses in the state.
You know, that's something that we've been working to address because we don't agree with that interpretation of the Clean Indoor Air Act.
But I guess my point is it sure seems like you're very targeted toward tobacco, but you're silent on the popular drug, which is pot, which of course is clearly hurting a lot more people with psychosis, among many other things. And I just don't understand why you're not coming out against that.
As I noted, the Heart Association did put out our opposition specifically to indoor smoking of cannabis. And so we did comment on that issue.
Sir,
Thank
do you
you.
want to add anything to that?
Delegate, thank you for the question. I would add that the department has followed very consistently the legislative mandate. So up until the time that cannabis was legal, we were responsible for, under the law, interpreting the statute in a way that was consistent with legislative intent, which was to prevent smoking in indoor areas open to the public and to keep a level playing field across the state. When the act cannabis passed, and with any other amendments, that we will of course continue to enforce that issue with respect to cannabis as it is regulated on the indoor environment.
Sure. So I guess the point is just that tobacco is a legal product. And if someone wants to go into a cigar store and smoke a cigar and have a drink, that is up to them to do so. I just don't understand why that you're infringing on their right to exercise their right to smoke. It's a legal product. But I hear you. Thank you.
Chairman Wilson.
Apologize for popping in and out. I just wanted to first moment of clarity because my good colleague brought this up. It's my understanding the Indoor Clean Air Act was more focused on the individuals who were forced to work in this environment. And it really wasn't just about a person who wanted to consume or imbibe tobacco or cannabis. Because when we wrote the bill last year, we did try to keep that in mind because we didn't want to subject waitresses and staff to, although I might be there to smoke a cigar or a cigarette, they're there for an 8-hour shift. And I just want to clarify because, and with my good colleague over there's, in dealing with the cannabis, we did keep that in mind because that was the issue. It really wasn't about even the customers, because we can choose to go or not. But somebody's working there, and I believe that was how that whole thing, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that so?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just for clarity and also to pick on Mark a little bit. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I was going to ask a question, but Delegate Fisher posed it differently, but I was along the same lines. I took that vote in 2007, so I support that whole. But I just am curious because there was a comment made by Mr. Wise on a different bill, but talking about if you want beer, you go to a brewery. If you want wine, you go to a winery. So people of their own volition who choose to smoke a cigar, while I get the intent on the act that we voted out, could there not be like any other piece of legislation where people choose to be in this type of venue, that would be something that would be considered as a friendly amendment?
So
for anybody to answer.
So within the legislation and within the Clean Indoor Air Act, there was the term incidental expenses, as Cliff described. We, looking at this, really do, and to the chairman's position, it's around who are we protecting? We're protecting workers at the end of the day for long-term exposure. There is an allowance for incidental expenses, but a liquor license, we do not agree would be an incidental expense for a space.
Thank you. Any other, Delegate Pippy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the gentleman, I apologize for your name with the pink tie, salmon tie, maybe?
We'll call it salmon.
I'll give you
Clifford
salmon.
Mitchell.
Fair enough. Mr. Mitchell. So, I hear a lot of argument about, mixing the consumption of food and others with the smoke, but are you familiar with BYOB, that term?
I am.
Okay. So are you familiar that most cigar establishments in the state, they're already drinking in those establishments?
Delegate, this question has come up before. And what I can say is that, again, in terms of the act itself is silent on BYOB. It's very clear, however, on the idea of what a tobacco retailer is. And the tobacco retailer is clearly defined in the statute as a business whose primary purpose is the retail sale of tobacco or tobacco-related products, and for whom the sale of other products is incidental. So if the liquor board or the alcohol and beverages law allows BYOB in a circumstance like that, it doesn't actually address, from the department's point of view, the statutory language in the Clean Indoor Air Act.
But you would at least—
That may be an oversight, but that's
Sure.
that's what the statute says.
Yeah, I mean, so we both can agree that that probably original statute is somewhat flawed, right? But I mean, you would at least stipulate that smoking in a BYOB, having a BYOB at a cigar lounge is no less safe than actually having a licensed establishment at a cigar lounge. Is that correct?
So from the principle of public health, the co-consumption of alcohol and tobacco, whether it takes place in a BYOB or another, the impact is the same. But we have statutory control over the case where there is sale of tobacco and sale of alcohol.
I mean, you do if we give it to you. is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you from these panelists. Thank you. I'm going to call on Mr. Melvin Thompson, Lance Kilpatrick, Eric Galley. Begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. I'm Melvin Thompson. I represent the Restaurant Association of Maryland, and we are opposed to this legislation. And for us, it's an issue of having a level playing field in Maryland. Prior to 2008, a lot of our restaurant bars did accommodate smoking customers. We have not been able to do so because of the way the Clean Indoor Air Act has been drafted and enforced. And you took alcohol and smoking happening together made that prohibited under law. And so a lot of our establishments could no longer accommodate smoking customers. And this bill proposes to put alcohol into businesses that can enjoy the retail exemption under the law. And we think that's unfair. And we don't normally take positions on local alcohol bills, but we think this one has a statewide precedent. And we also oppose similar legislation that was introduced for Frederick, Harford, and Wycomico counties. And for those reasons, we encourage an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, the committee, my name is Lance Kilpatrick. I'm the Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. You have in your files the testimony that was written that was from us, the American Lung Association, the American Heart Association, the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, and the Maryland DC Society of Addiction Medicine, all in opposition to this legislation. HB 347 punches a huge hole in the Clean Indoor Air Act, and we know scientifically that secondhand smoke increases the risk of cancer. We also know, based upon two separate reports from the U.S. Surgeon General, that air filters and separate rooms and ventilators do not safeguard non-smokers in those establishments going forward. So we're putting those folks at risk, as Chair Wilson so eloquently pointed out. Now, if this were to pass, how could other counties be denied if they were to request it as well? Simply put, as my friend over here at the Restaurant Association has pointed out. Secondly, if I were to own a bar in Prince George's County, and I decided that I wanted to have cigars as well, what would stop me from simply shutting down my bar for a couple of weeks, doing renovation, applying for the license, and then opening up again as a cigar bar, right? It wouldn't. There's nothing in the legislation that speaks to that whatsoever. So poof, I'm a cigar bar owner now. We've worked too long for too many years to safeguard people from secondhand smoke and the increased risks of cancer. Please don't roll that back now. We've come too far in protecting Marylanders from this. We strongly oppose HB 347, and we urge the committee to consider this in an unfavorable fashion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Eric Galley, and I'm here today on behalf of the American Heart Association. And I can tell you that, like Cliff, I am old enough that I was here when the committee sat in this room and carved out the Clean Indoor Air Act. And the chairman stole a very good point that I was going to make. But I would also say that it's not very often that you have the public health voluntaries, the health department, the licensed beverage people, and the Restaurant Association on the same side of an issue. And that is because we sat here in 2007 and carved out a plan, and the plan was that we were going to try to protect as many people from the dangers of secondhand smoke as possible, and also that everyone who served alcohol and prepared food would be treated equally the same across the board. And those were the principles that have made this law very successful, and we would urge you to continue the way you have. Thank you very much.
Before we take questions, we have a virtual, also in opposition, Kathleen Hoke, the Legal Resource Center for Public Health Policy. Ms. Hoke, you're muted. Can't hear you. You're muted. Okay, we can't hear you, Ms. Hoke. Unfortunately, we're having technical difficulties. Let it be for the record that she is in opposition. Unfortunately, we'll have to move on, Ms. Hook. Sorry, we cannot hear you. With that said, are there any questions for these panelists from the committee? Seeing none, okay. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 374. Delegate Lehman, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can I continue with the final bill? Okay. So this is PG 308, House Bill 816. The bill authorizes the Board of License Commissioners to extend the deadline for when the holder of an alcoholic beverage license must file an application for renewal. Also extends the expiration date for certain licenses issued by the board. In order for an establishment to be eligible for renewal deadline extension, the following criteria must be met. The issued license or permit must have expired between March 5th, 2020 and December 31st, 2023. And the issued license must not have been renewed because the holder failed to file a renewal application. Madam Chair, this bill was amended by the full delegation to specify that it is applicable to a Class B license holder located in the 11,600 block of Beltsville Drive. So it went from a broader language in the original bill to a much more narrowed application. And again, you should have a letter of support from the Prince George's County House delegation.
Thank you, Delegate Lehman. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 816.
Thank you.
And that concludes the testimony for Prince George's County. We now move on to St. Mary's County. I believe Delegate Morgan is here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm Delegate Todd Moran, the St. Mary's County Chair. We have two bills here today. Which one do you want to do first, ma'am?
I'm looking at you have all written, so you can take both of them at the same time.
Okay, I'll start with House Bill 654, please. Both of these bills do have the unanimous support of the St. Mary's County Commissioners. For House Bill 654, the bill establishes a nonprofit performing arts theater beer and wine license in St. Mary's County. The St. Mary's County Board of License Commissioners may issue the license for on-use premise for the performing arts theater operated by a nonprofit organization for $300. The way the law is now is that the nonprofit has to go up to the liquor board to get a license each time they do a theater. This will make it very much simpler for them. They get to go one time, pay one fee, and it covers them for the year. That was that. Cool. Thank you. Moving right along. So you got a busy day ahead of you still, guys. The second bill here is the bill establishes a beer, wine, and liquor tasting permit in St. Mary's County. Authorized the St. Mary's County Board of License Commissioners to issue the permit to the holder of a Class A license for on-premise consumption of beer, wine, and liquor for tasting purposes only. The permit fees are $200 for a 26-day licensing period, $250 for a 52-day licensing period, and $300 for a 365-day licensing period.
Are there any questions for Delegate Morgan from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Delegate Morgan. That concludes the testimony for St. Mary's County on House Bill 651 and 654. Members, we're now back to our last section, House statewide bills, and we'll begin with Delegate Taveras, House Bill 124. Please bring your panel up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the committee. It's an honor to be before you today. I'm here to ask for your favorable report on an amended version of HB 124. This amended bill allows legal permanent residents to acquire and maintain alcohol licenses. The alcohol market has annual U.S. sales of nearly $250 billion. It is a needed sector of our economy that offers investors and owners an opportunity for business growth and innovation. However, the market is currently facing competition challenges due to online sales, as you know. The legal permanent residents can, if allowed to participate, invigorate the market, bring fresh perspectives, and enhance the competitive landscape. This legislation proposal is a significant step forward in fostering economic growth and inclusivity in our community. Immigrants, who comprise a notable portion of our population, play a crucial role in our economy. According to the New American Economy in Maryland, immigrant households possess $28 billion in spending power, paid more than $8 billion in federal taxes and $4.1 billion in state and local taxes in 2018. While immigrants constitute 15% of the state population, they accounted for 23% of business owners, generating $2 billion in business income. This initiative aligns perfectly with the entrepreneurial spirit of our state and our country, recognizing the contributions and potential of our diverse population. Passage of HB 124 is a significant step towards empowering our residents, enriching our economy, and fostering a more vibrant and inclusive state. And so I ask this esteemed committee for your favorable report on HB 124.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Terrence Shepard, Prince George's County Board of License Commissioners. I'm here on behalf of Prince George's County Liquor Board. I'm here to express our strong support for this legislative amendment to the alcoholic beverage article. We believe this amendment aligns perfectly with our commitment to fostering a fair, diverse, and thriving business environment in our county. The rigorous application process required by this bill ensures that all potential licensees are thoroughly vetted for compliance with our stringent local laws and regulations. This vetting process is critical to maintaining the high standards of operation and safety that we would uphold in our county. We're requiring detailed information such as residency, age, birthplaces, business plans, and we are not only ensuring responsible business practices, but also reinforcing the integrity and safety of our communities. That concludes my testimony.
Good afternoon, Madam of Chairs, member of committee. My name is Dinesh Patel. I'm from Ekakik Liquor, Ekakik, Maryland. I am testifying to express my strong support for legislative amendment regarding alcoholic beverage, specifically the changes proposed in HB 124. This bill represents significant step forward in providing fair and equitable opportunities for permanent legal resident in the state alcohol beverage industry. As an engaged member of our community, Asian American Retailers Association, I understand the importance of fostering in this inclusive economic immigrants as a vital part of the state's entrepreneurial landscape. Yet they often face barriers in sector like a liquor store market. By allowing permanent legal resident, regardless of citizenship status, to hold an alcoholic beverage license, House Bill 124 opens the door for these community members to contribute more significantly to our economy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Delegate Chavez, for introducing the bill. The liquor store industry with its substantial annual sales.
Please.
Sorry?
Identify yourself,
Oh.
please.
For the record, I'm Mayor Lakhani. I'm from Primos Liquor in Prince George's County. The liquor store industry with a substantial annual sales presents an untapped opportunity for immigrant entrepreneurs. Not only does this bill enable them to participate more fully in our economy, but it also helps to expand our state's tax base. The entrepreneurial spirit and diverse perspective that immigrants bring are invaluable for the growth and innovation of our business community. In addition, the bill responsibility addresses concerns about compliance and regulation. The requirement for application to contain detailed information, including residency, age, birthplace, and descriptions of the proposed business location, ensure that all license holders are held to the same high standards, thereby maintaining community safety and integrity.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and a member of the committee. My name is Tushar Wadadoria, and I'm here to express my full support for the House Bill 124. This bill aligns with the broader goal of the integrating immigrants into our state's economy system. Immigrants are already a significant portion of our labor force, contributing immensely to our community. And down the road, immigrants become the naturalized US citizen, and like, as I have Googled, like, I'm like representing about like 20% of the immigrants in our labor force in the state of Maryland. Therefore, I'm full in support of this legislation. This bill not only represents an opportunity for economic growth, but also signifies our commitment to diversity and inclusion in the business ownership. It's a step towards creating a more vibrant, dynamic, and equitable economy for the members of all the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Chi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Terrera, for introducing this bill. As an adult immigrant who came to my country, to this country, and struggled my way through my American dream, I just want to thank you for this great bill that makes so much sense to me in so many ways. And I want to thank the immigrant residents of Montgomery County for your contribution to our local economy, and I wish you the very best. And I finally just want to say, you know, wherever there is a heavy concentration of immigrants, we tend to see a stronger culture of entrepreneurship. Isn't that so? Thank you.
And before I turn over to the chair, I just like thank you to the Prince George's immigrants who bring business to our state. Chairman Wilson.
When I really wish y'all would let me go first. Terrence, I have a question for you, sir. Let's Prince George's County, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is the percentage of African Americans that own liquor stores in Prince George's County?
Very few.
Very few. What would you say in the percentage wise?
Less than one.
Right. So I guess this is my struggle, is because and I've talked to folks, it's very obviously difficult to find a way to get in there, but even in areas that have high African American, communities, where we're the predominant member of the community, we don't own any of the businesses. And so what I found here is, I don't know if the door's been closed, if it's just not a way for us to open it, even in predominant areas. But what I don't understand is how we're getting leapfrog over, because I've yet to see a bill that's trying to make it easier or clearer or even understand why African Americans don't own liquor stores in their very own communities. And that's what I see with this bill. I feel this, I'll say it time and time again, since I've been up here, I feel we keep getting left over. And nobody's asked. We had to do this a few years ago. We never got a good answer for the, what's it called, Bobbert? The middleman for liquor? Wholesalers. Like so I don't, from your perspective, because this is your county and I've worked there for years. I live in Charles County. One of the things that I've found most disturbing, beyond that there usually aren't any African Americans working in those stores, is that we don't own any of those stores. And I feel now that we're being leapfrog over again with this bill. And I have nothing against any minority owning a business, but it just seems like, I don't know if, since this is your experience, are we being excluded? Do we just not want that money? Why are there no African Americans owning any liquor stores in your county or mine?
First of all, Mr. Wilson, good to see you again. We used to work together quite some time ago. I don't know if you remember, in Prince George's County.
Closing down liquor stores and stuff?
No, not at all.
I'm just playing.
It's been quite some time. I believe you used to work in the county exec's office. Not the state attorney's office.
Yes, closing down strip clubs. I remember you. We let you leave. We let you leave before we rated it, though, right? We told you we were coming, right?
That was me.
Go ahead.
Okay, so just for the record, there is a current piece of legislation that is on the books in Prince George's County. It's 261407. It basically says it already allows people who are their immigration status that are not in question to own businesses in Prince George's County. This particular amendment would remove the voter registration requirement, which would allow us to continue to allow that to happen.
Sure.
That but back to the liquor licenses. And this is not just for liquor stores. This is for restaurants as well.
Of course.
I think, a lot of these liquor licenses are 40, 50, 60 years old. And when people come to buy, and in 1996, there was a moratorium placed on liquor stores in Prince George's County. So we do not issue any more liquor licenses in Prince George's County. So people are allowed to transfer those licenses, and anyone that wants to come by and buy one That's how it happens. So,
So are you fine with that? Because again, I'll go back to this, is that you've explained the process, and I know it, but you haven't explained how this has become a thing. And I say this in light of one thing I want everybody to hear, because every year what comes up here is, let's bring alcohol to big box stores. And I'm one of the main opponents of it. But you know what all the people tell me why they want it? Because their liquor stores don't care about them. They don't look like them. They don't treat them good when they come in, and they treat them like criminals as they're trying to leave. Nobody works there that looks like us. And that's what I hear from individuals in Baltimore City, Prince George's County, and now sometimes in Charles County. Even our liquor stores, they try to reach out to the community. So in light of that, my question is, how are African Americans getting iced out of what seems to be a decent income owning these facilities?
I would just add that last year's legislative session allowed for certain Class B licenses to own packaged goods stores, and I believe that there were in economic development areas. So there are at least 3 or 4 that I know of that have come across in the last year. So I just think more bills that allow newer individuals to get into this business would be greatly appreciated.
But we're not newer individuals. I guess you're a great politician because you keep evading my question. But I figured you of all people may understand, how is it in what I say predominantly African-American, I mean undoubtedly predominantly African-American communities, none of us own those liquor stores.
So I think Denny Taveras is wanting to get in here.
Beautiful political answer too. I like it. Go ahead.
So historically speaking, African-American communities, when they were redlined, they were also redlined from banks in order to invest in their own communities. And the way when they passed the Reunification Act, that allowed a lot of different immigrants to come into the United States and basically unify their families. That was a mechanism for certain communities not to provide funding to these new incoming Americans to invest in wider communities, but they would grant those funds to invest in communities of color. And hence you created that paradigm that currently exists in our communities today that has still persisted.
That's a heartbreaking answer.
But it's the truth.
I appreciate that more than you know, but it is a heartbreaking answer as an African-American here, that basically other individuals were helped out when we were redlined out of it. And so I guess
it's a divide and conquer.
But correct. So now we have this bill here, which even creates more of a chasm between us owning and people. And I'm talking about African-Americans here, because I'm not going to use the word black and brown. You'll very soon hear that out of my mouth. But I'm talking about precluding African-Americans, even in your very county, from owning these liquor stores, when apparently individuals who are new Americans who are not even citizens yet somehow have that access to capital that we don't. And I just don't understand how that's possible, especially in a county as wealthy as Prince George's County in this region. I cannot comprehend how it's possible, if things are done fair, for individuals who are even a one generation, not even a generation here, to outstrip African-Americans who've been here for 40 and 50 generations. And I was hoping to get some insight on it, but brother, apparently you don't know the answer. I would love to hear something later about that, because it is very disturbing. And a bill like this just highlights that discrepancy, that people are going to come here from another country and be able to buy a business, and somehow we can't in our own communities own and manage that same business. And that should not be.
Delegate Harrison.
Thank you. So, I love my chair because he knows how to be an equal opportunity. Well, he's fair. He's fair but firm. And so, Delegate Taveras, both of us represent communities that are disproportionately inundated with liquor stores. And I'll say that some of them are my friends that are here, because many of them are in my district. But what I will say is, the chair has stirred up in me, my family's been here since the 1800s, and I'm sure that we can't purchase one of these stores because of the cost of the fee. So my question to Mr. Shepherd, because we come from the same community.
Yes, we do.
Yes, and we've known each other for a long time. And by the way, he's a phenomenal track coach. So I'll say that. But what is the average cost of a license should one be sold or transferred? Let me ask, is there a difference between the cost of a license if it's transferred or if it's sold? Is there, and if so, what are the costs?
The costs vary. It just depends on the size of the store. It could be in the millions of dollars. It just depends on the size of the store and the location as to where it is. They're generally not sold, they're transferred.
And how does that occur? Because I'm not sure, I don't know if other counties work the same way as Prince George's. And so, and if not, then for the benefit of those who may be watching and for my colleagues here that may be in other parts of the state, just to explain how it works.
I can just give you an example. Let's
Okay.
just say I own a liquor store.
Where?
In Prince George's County. Let's say I own a liquor
Where?
store in Glenarden.
Okay.
I own a liquor store in Prince George's County in Glenarden. When I want to transfer that license, I'll find someone who's interested in purchasing that license from me or buying that business from me. And I get to choose who that person is. The liquor board has no say-so, has no regard whatsoever in deciding who you get to sell that license to. And once I make the decision as to who I want to sell the license to, the transaction occurs. You come to the liquor board with all the proper documentation to say, I would like to make the sale of this license. I'd like it to be transferred to this particular person. And here are all the supporting documents to help effectuate that license. And that's how it occurs.
Would you then be able to set whatever that price is yourself? Or is
As the seller, yes.
So is it like a market?
It's based upon market demand and where that license is and how much business that it does. And the liquor board has no say-so as to who gets to buy the license. The liquor board makes the determination as to whether or not the licensee is fit and proper and make sure that they have no criminal background in their record to make that determination.
Okay, I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Guys, this is a great clarity for me. So, in many areas, loans, selling of houses, we put things in practice to make sure there's no discrimination. That an equally qualified, or let's say in this case, wealthy African-American does not get overlooked. And then because the person who is selling or transferring the license doesn't look like him. Doesn't sound like this is true in this transfer process. Because
absolutely not.
Which may lend to how we don't have any access, because it seems to be really not about access to capital, but who you know or who you, that's astounding to me. So this isn't highest bidder. This is who they're comfortable with selling their license, or back in the day, their land or their property or their business to. Because I'm shocked that something of such value can be just given away discriminatorily. And this county, Prince George's, have no desire to step in and make sure that everyone has equal access to this opportunity. I am shocked and highly disappointed that, and I know you're doing your job, brother, but this is very nonchalant way of saying, hey, it can be discrimination. That's not on me. But at the end of the day, it sounds like a horribly discriminatory process. And you can kind of tell by the outcome. Unless our goal here, and you're saying that African-Americans just don't apply for these licenses, which could be the case, but it sounds like a very discriminatory process that's leading to a very obvious outcome. Am I missing something, bud? And I just want to ask this gentleman first, because I know this is his actual job, and I'll get to you, Delegate.
So that does sound like the case, and and I appreciate you for pointing that out. And no one has been able to come up with an idea or a suggestion as to how to change that until you just said it.
Okay, no, I'm just saying, because we had to do it for housing. In fact, she's talked about redlining, because it was that it's not who's best qualified, it's who I'm most comfortable with, which was a way to build a wall around the African-American community and throughout this country. And it's so weird to hear a predominantly wealthy African-American community allowing this same thing to happen to ice our very own people out, because the person who's transferred gets to pick their favorites versus the most qualified. And there's no oversight to tell or to make sure good qualified African-American potential business owners weren't left out of a deal. And so I would love to hear some conversation offline because I don't want to keep beating this dead horse. But as you can see, wealth in my community is very important. When people are in my community making money, I want them to be part of my community. I would love for them to either look like me or at least hire people that look like me. And I know that we hire our own at a 40% higher rate than anybody else, including ex-offenders. So you can see why I'm so excited about this, correct? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Delegate.
Well, on that note, I'll take my two potential solutions offline and I'll talk to you offline on what we could do in order to address that.
Are there any other questions from the members? Seeing none? Oh, I'm sorry, Delegate Shi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate this robust debate. I personally can think of a lot of friends who are Asian immigrants who don't speak much English. They are not the scientists and biotech executives and the doctors and all that. Many of them have to start their own business to make a living, right? And this bill, if enacted, would allow them to apply for liquor license if they run restaurants, correct? All across the neighborhoods, in addition to liquor stores. Is that right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, but in Prince George's County, because this bill just became a delegation bill, but if we amend it to go statewide again, we could include the Prince George's portion and return the deleted portions out, and then it will return back to what it was originally.
Okay, well, I appreciate our chairman's statement, and I think it's a separate and maybe a deservedly deeper conversation we need to have, which is who should have access to the license versus where those places should be in the community, right? So thank you.
Delegate Taveras, I will say for our council, we don't have your amendment that you mentioned prior to this hearing. So if you could just at some point provide that to the committee, that would be greatly appreciated.
We will resend. Thank you.
Great. Are there any further questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much. I have one more person here to testify, Piyush Bhai Patel.
Mr. Patel?
No, Piyush Bhai, not Dinesh.
Thank you.
Dinesh, sorry.
Yes, my name is Piyush Bhai Patel, and I support the HB 124 on a favor. That's it.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Patel. Seeing no questions from Mr. Patel, thank you very much. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 124. We'll now move on to House Bill 847 and 1198, both from Delegate Amprey. Delegate Amprey. The chairman's got his ear. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the community, of the committee. I want to start with HB 1198. We didn't get a chance to hear from my delegation subcommittee alcohol chair. For the record, Delegate Marlon Amprey here in support of House Bill 1198, simple alcohol bill for District 40. What it does is it introduces the concept of a Class MF license tailored for use of a municipal bowling alley and skating rink located in West Baltimore in the 1600 block of Pennsylvania. The bill also authorizes the issuance of a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license for a restaurant that has a minimum seating capacity of 75 individuals in the 400 block of West 29th Street in Baltimore in the 40th District. And lastly, it would allow for a certain Class A license on the odd side of East Biddle Street to remain unexpired until January 1st, 2025 for the purpose of renewal. Again, this bill has been voted unanimously out of the Baltimore City delegation. I ask for a favorable report.
Good afternoon. For the record, Michelle Wurtzberger, Deputy Executive Secretary for the Baltimore City Liquor Board. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to be here. We are in support of this bill. We think it's a very creative way to allow for a license at this very historic location. It's supported by the community. There is some restrictions built into the body of the law to ensure that it will be managed effectively and safely, frankly. So we definitely urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the panel, for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 1198. We will now move on to your House Bill 847.
I think I have some panel members that are going to join me.
Yes, please.
Yeah, you can stay for information. Okay. All right, the bill that everyone's here for, I think. I hope so. Unless it was 11 night, I think everyone's here excited about a bowling alley, having some beer, wine, and liquor. So again, Delegate Marlon Amprey here in support of House Bill 847, Class A licensed food retailers. This bill ultimately aims to modernize our current ecosystem for the ability for Maryland consumers to acquire beer and wine at food retailers of a certain size. This will bring Maryland into the full 21st century. So we have a competitive marketplace that is currently in place in 47 other states. I'll say it again. 47 other states, including the District of Columbia, already have this system in place, including our neighbors in Pennsylvania, Virginia, and as I mentioned before, the District of Columbia. The bill will make purchasing beer and wine more convenient and safer for shoppers. So the example that I always think of, I have a feisty 3-year-old, and when I'm having to make some grocery store runs, and I know I got to put her to bed, I think I might need a glass of wine after I put her to bed because she wears me out. And it's difficult sometimes to have to stop at an actual liquor store to make that happen. It'd be easier if we could stop at a grocery store where I'm buying the items for dinner to also be able to buy a glass of wine or a beer for myself and my wife. And I also think about those individuals who have multiple kids. Couldn't imagine having 3 or 4 kids and you're doing all your grocery store runs for the day and you got to figure out how you're going to be able to make those additional stops. One-stop shopping, make it easier for consumers to be able to do what they need to do in the day. The bill simply creates the opportunity for grocery stores to have the option to either buy out a current license holder to supply for the class or apply for the Class A via normal methods. Now, we're also working on an amendment that would actually remove that option so that it would only be the only way you could acquire the Class A license for a food retailer is you'd have to purchase it from a current holder of a license. So we would remove the application process. So those worried about, oh, there'll be too many licenses floating around. If we were to amend to remove that, our goal would be that there would not be additional licenses. We would just be in the space of acquiring current licenses to make sure that there's not an over influx of licenses. Additionally, the bill currently operates on a 1-to-1 license acquisition, but we are also open to modifying that number so that if you wanted to make it so you had to acquire more in order to facilitate work being in a food retail, we are open to that as well. We also, in the bill, we also have store size limitations and distance requirements to make sure that there is fair competition as we open up this new market. And I'm open up to any other reasonable additional requirements to make this new system work better and more fair. Now, you will hear from several store owners today to attempt to make you believe that the sky is going to fall out when we have all these new licenses coming. Oh, my business is going to go awry. It's over. I'm not going to have a business anymore. It's over. It's not true. Like I said, 47 other states already have it going on. But I'm gonna give you some other reasons as to why I truly believe that if we make this happen today, we're not gonna see the fallout that they are predicting. Number one, all stores are not gonna be able to start selling beer and wine after the passage of this bill. It's not like we signed this bill and now Growls down the street is now selling every beer and wine you can name. The bill requires the stores to buy out current licensees. So it's gonna be a slow roll to how this happens. Number two, grocery stores and other retailers will only be able to sell beer and wine. The package stores will still have the ability to sell liquor, which will give them an advantage to be able to still have a place in the marketplace. The third example that I think is really important to lay out is that it's already taking place now, right? I think about where I live in West Baltimore. There is a grocery store by the name of Eddie's. They currently have a grandfathered license where they're able to sell beer, wine, and liquor, right? Between that Eddie's and my house, there are 4 other liquor stores that are currently in existence and they're doing fine. One of those liquor stores being the Wine Source, maybe the most popular beer, wine, and liquor store in the city, doing extremely well, less than 1.2 miles away from the grocery store selling all 3 items. Again, proof, the sky is not gonna fall out, you all. Also, I think about my college days. Went to College Park.
University of Maryland. The Shoppers on Route 1 sells beer and wine. Between that Shoppers and my dorm room, I still remember this count. There's about 4 liquor stores in between there. And if you walked into any of those liquor stores, they were doing exceptionally well because they were able to market and sell things that were different from what was available at the Shoppers that only sold beer and wine. Lastly, the other reason that this will also work, as we heard earlier today, there's a bill going forward, and we think about when the pandemic happened, right? We allowed restaurants to be able to sell beer and cocktails to go. When that happened, you ask any package store here, they still had record sales during the pandemic. So you're telling me they had increased competition with the opportunity to buy beer, wine, and alcohol in another form right next door to them potentially, and they still were able to thrive and have record numbers. So the fear of competition it's not there. There's still an opportunity for them to do fine. Lastly, other states are already doing this. I'll say it again. Other states are already doing this. Let's catch up with the times. We can no longer have a system of favoritism and protectionism for one class of sellers. It's time we ensure Maryland is not falling behind with the times. I ask for this committee to please consider a favorable report on House Bill 847. And I'm open again to having a dialogue about how we can make sure that as this system goes into effect, we can think through how to make sure it's fair and balanced.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are in strong support of this legislation. So we manage the Maryland Alcohol Choice Coalition, where over the past couple years, over 55,000 Maryland residents have signed up in support of allowing chains to sell beer and wine. And they have contacted many of you to express their concerns and support. Polls over the years overwhelmingly show support on this issue, and upwards of 80% in this area. And additionally, we also commissioned an economic development study about the impact of grocery stores receiving license. I'm glad to answer questions about that. I've shared that with you all over the years. But the top line things that came out of that study are that jobs are created, and then there are much needed increases in the sales tax revenue that would occur as well. This bill's intent is to limit licenses by allowing food retailers, as you heard, to purchase an existing license. That will address the oversaturation issues and then additional health concerns that you hear from opponents. There was a caveat that was left in this bill because when we spoke to some of you, you shared with us that you have some areas that do not have food access or are oversaturated with liquor stores, and you want to be able to attract a grocery store. So that is why that caveat was left in that legislation. Again, the majority of states in this country allow for the sale of beer and wine and food retail. I did reach out to these other states and have information around this whole sky is falling issue, and it hasn't happened in any of those other states. We truly believe that this issue gets to the heart of the major issues that have been brought up in this committee, and I'm glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Valderrama, members of the committee. For the record, Jason Weintraub here on behalf of Albertsons, the parent company of Acme and Safeway supermarkets here in Maryland, in support of House Bill 847. In a recent statewide poll of 1,700 Marylanders from every part of the state, 80% of Marylanders support being able to buy beer and wine in your local grocery stores. Marylanders want the convenient one-stop shopping that 46 other states and Washington, D.C. residents have figured out a way to make all of this work. Now, year after year, the General Assembly has modernized Maryland's alcohol laws in response to market dynamics and consumer demands. You passed a direct wine shipping law to allow FedEx and UPS to deliver cases of wine directly to residents' doors. You've allowed brewery tap rooms to serve customers beer on tap and passed a growler and refillable container law for beer to go. You can order beer and wine on your smartphone with instant delivery on apps like Drizzly. And since the pandemic, local breweries, wineries, and distilleries can deliver their products to Marylanders statewide. This bill is about competition and consumer choice. We respectfully ask for a favorable report on House Bill 847. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michelle Wurzberger. I'm the Deputy Executive Secretary for the Baltimore City Liquor Board. I'm here for informational purposes only. If you have any questions about the process or how this might impact Baltimore City, I'm happy to answer those questions.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Delegate Rose and then Delegate Waffo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions. So as I'm reading the bill and reading the fiscal note, so it appears that a food retailer can make an offer. So let's say Giant Food in Westminster, 2 doors down, liquor store. They can make an offer for their license. If they don't agree with the offer, well, number one, do you not realize that there are a lot of liquor stores that maybe would like to keep their businesses just the way they are? And I know you've said all these other states do it. That doesn't mean it's fair to that retailer, number one. But so as I'm reading this fiscal note, if they make an offer and they don't feel like it's a fair offer, they have the right to some sort of judicial review. So they have to now hire an attorney and go to court to defend owning their business that they've built. Is that the case? The way the bill is written?
So they would have the right to a judicial review process to make sure that the amount that they made a deal or that they've been asked about is fair. And if they were to hire an attorney, they could ensure that when they go through the process of winning that the attorney fees are included. There's an opportunity for the attorney fees to be included there, possibly.
So basically, an operating business that's been built and established will have the privilege and opportunity to hire an expensive attorney to defend their right to own their own business?
It wouldn't be the right to defend to own their own business. If they don't want to take the offer, they don't have to take the offer. It's not about the defense, it's about whether or not they think the offer is fair.
But it also says that then the food retailer can then go apply for their own license.
Well, that's currently as the law states, but we are, again, as I mentioned earlier during the initial presentation, that we are looking to remove that. The amendment would make it so you could only acquire the license from a current license holder. So if you don't want to sell your business, you don't have to sell your business. The purpose of this is to make sure that people aren't getting lowballed. Because I understand if you have a family-owned business, it's been 3 generations and you have a certain value, we don't want to see the stores come in and just lowball offers. We want to make sure people are getting the fair market value for the price that they think that their store is worth. So we want to make sure they're not being strong armed. So the opportunity here is to make sure there's a judicial review process to make sure it's the fair market price. So actually the way that the law is written is a way to protect those small store owners. But again, I'm open to, if we need to, as I said initially in this presentation, if there's ways we can modify it to make it stronger and better to make sure we're protecting those store owners in the process of the sale, then I'm all for it. But again, the purpose of that part of legislation is to make sure that the big stores aren't coming in and just lowballing offers to those liquor stores, because we want to make sure that if they are deciding to walk away from the family business, they're able to take care of their family for generations to come with that price tag.
I've heard from a lot of people as well, and I heard about this last year. There are quite a few retailers that have heard that if a bill like this would pass, then they would not be able to renew their leases because the owner of the properties would then say, I don't want a liquor store here, and then you're going to sell liquor, beer and wine in the grocery store. So are you aware of that problem?
I haven't. So as a transactional attorney, I understand the space. So I've worked with those who do leases, and there's ways you can make leases work. Those are always able to be amended. In regards to the distance requirements, we have some distance requirements baked into the bill to try and make sure that doesn't happen as much. But I'm also open to letting the panel if you have any other further comments on that there. But that would be a granular issue for each shopping center. Leases are different on how they work. Landlords will be different across the board. So it's hard to make a law that would fit every landlord's lease. That'd be impossible.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Delegate Ampry, thanks for bringing this bill up. It has been a topic of conversation in my district all weekend, especially because I have the world famous Rips in my district. And as you can imagine, there are some folks who really love Rips. A lot of us spend a lot of our time there having our political meetings. But 2 questions really for the retailers, and on your panel here. One, you talked a little bit about 47 other states having this model. I know Maryland's model is unique. I think as you're going to hear in the opposition, a lot of people think that's what makes Maryland so special. But the question I have, and if you don't have this data, I would like to see it offline, is the last state that did this, what happened to their small businesses? Did they shrink in small businesses? Did they grow in small businesses? What ultimately happened for those 47? Well, really the last state that this happened with?
Probably Pennsylvania and Colorado are the most recent states. Colorado's wine law has been in effect for 1 year now. I do have statistics for you about the increase in package stores in that state that occurred when they passed beer back in, I want to give you the right date. They passed beer back in 2018. They had 1587 package stores then. And as of last year, they had 1603. My understanding is that a couple of stores didn't renew licenses. Our problem when we look at these other states is I don't know why they don't renew licenses. So it might be really easy to jump to some sort of conclusion about it being related to this, but we truly do not know the answer on that. Pennsylvania also saw increases, but Pennsylvania, and this is where things get tricky. Pennsylvania has state-run stores. They still have that exact number of state-run stores. And now they have 1,100 food retailers selling beer and wine in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Last question for you. As you know, we've been talking about the budget all year and the shortfall that we've been facing as a state. I'm curious, you talked about an increase in state sales tax revenue in particular. I'm curious for the other states that have gone to this model, what does that increase look like? And has there been any modeling on what that would look like here in Maryland?
We did. So Dunham and Dunham is who did the study for us. We actually broke it down by legislative district for you. So you could see the increase in both jobs and revenue that would come in due to this. And they based that modeling off of what happens in other states. So I can share that study with you.
Thank you.
And the committee.
Appreciate it.
Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Delegate Amprey. I want for just two quick questions for you. First about when we talked about the license, and basically you're saying that, you know, these big box stores would get a license and then they would work to purchase the licenses. But as Delegate Rose said, if that other person doesn't want to sell the license, is it your testimony that they won't be forced to arbitrate or go into an arbitration to sell that license?
No, so there's no force to sell. What we're saying is that if you made an offer,
Sure.
So let's say the store says, "Hey, I'll buy your store for $20,000," and you're like,
right,
no, I'm not.
So basically, if they don't sell, if the offer was just, you know, they won't give up their family business, well, then that big store is still going to get their license to sell alcohol right beside them, correct?
I'm sorry,
the big box or the Targets, the Safeway, they would still get their license if this person says, no, I don't want to sell.
So as it's currently written, you could apply for a license.
Correct.
But again, the current plan, we have an amendment ready to go that we will remove that part of the bill so that you could only acquire a license to sell in a food retail store by acquiring a license already held. So you could not apply for a license. You have to get one that's already in place.
And mind you, larger stores like that, you know, it's more than one license. It impacts multiple businesses around there. But also, your transactional attorney, explain to me about the exclusivity clause in these rental agreements. You're familiar with that, correct?
Yeah. So often when you have a rental, when you have a shopping center, for instance, so let's say you own a sandwich shop, right? So when you sign that lease with that shopping center, you say, well, if I'm going to put my sandwich shop here, you can't put another sandwich shop in the same shopping center. You can't put a Subway. You can't put a Potbelly's. It's to make sure that there's no competition to the point where it would be unfair to my business being in the shopping center.
Correct. And you're very familiar with being a crafty attorney that many of these large businesses have in their exclusivity clauses that also state if this law ever comes to Maryland, then the competition will have to move. So if there are other liquor stores in that shopping center, that they will get precedence. Ergo, the liquor store will then have to move. Seeing this in real time. So
I'm not sure I follow.
Basically, they have it in their leasing agreement, an exclusivity clause,
right,
that if they ever get a license to sell liquor, then any of the competition has to then move. They will not get a lease. So you're familiar with that as well. And being a crafty transactional attorney, I know you're familiar with that.
I wouldn't say I'm crafty. I would say I work hard on behalf of my clients.
Wait, me too. Look, wait. Wink. Oh, now go ahead. So
No, I'm not. So I've only done leases for smaller stores. I haven't done leases for big box stores. So I'm not sure what those lease agreements look like. But I'm not. Again, I can't assess for every lease
they
out
do
there.
look like that, and that's one of the issues that these business owners have to face. Secondly, Kaylee, you were talking about luring businesses into these food deserts, but nothing about this bill is guaranteeing any of these businesses are going to go into those marketplaces, correct?
Excuse me, sorry. There are no guarantees here.
I just want to make sure. And Jason, you know what? I just want to say, I love it when we pass bills. And when I first got here, they always have the nose under the tent of the camel and everybody would throw their hands up. And then you realize, no, that's very true. Then once you do something nice one year, they come back the next year and throw it in your face and say, what about when you did this? What about, and you spent the first part of your testimony telling all the things we've already done, many of them to my chagrin, but trying to be nice to people. It's very painful to keep doing nice things when we're always told, no, this is the last time we'll be here. But basically, I wanted to ask you a few questions because you represent
Albertsons, parent company of Safeway and Acme.
There we go. Great. I don't know anything about Acme, but I do know about Safeway. So let's just start. Alcoholism, we can all agree, they call that a disease, and it's very costly to all our communities. You'd agree, right? You don't have to.
Mr. Chairman, I would say that like cannabis and all other legal drugs in the state of Maryland, moderation is key, but that's not what I'm.
But alcohol, we know is a disease, buddy, and it hurts people. Let's not pretend here that this is what saves any community, and I got that. But I say that because I'm serious about what I'm doing here when I talk about my nervousness about expanding access to alcohol in any community. And right now, this is a possibility of bringing more liquor into certain communities. But what I really want to go to is the business model of the stores you guys represent. Currently, these stores, you're saying basically if they had alcohol, they would just put them in specific aisles, correct?
Mr. Chairman, you've got a bill before you that is the work product of this committee.
No, I'm asking you a specific question. I'm not trying
As
to.
you're asking where the alcohol.
Yes, like we've talked about other states do it. Other states do it by having aisles dedicated to beer and wine. Isn't that correct? I've been there. I'm sure you have too.
Listen, I can get back to you on exactly our store layouts in other states.
Sure. I wish because the ones I've seen, and anybody can interrupt, aisle 12 and aisle 13 will have beer and wine. Fair?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but there are different models. So
I'm
there's
sure there
store
are.
within a store concept. There are other
There
ways.
might be
to have
aisle
it in the store.
15, aisle 17. I don't disagree.
Sure.
But what I'm saying is, so I wanted to start with that. So it's specific aisles and, the family comes in because it's a grocery store. There's no age regulation who comes in like there would be a liquor store, right? Because it's a grocery store. So I want to move on to the second part of the policies of most of the retails, much to my chagrin in Maryland. There's a huge swath of thefts going around, closing stores down. People are coming in and unfortunately, mainly teens. So my question is, I've always asked this, and most of the stores, they don't hire anybody, the employees cannot stop these thefts. They have to let them walk out. And you can tell me if I'm wrong, because Jason, I don't want to put you in a corner, but most of the policies of your stores are not to stop shoplifters, correct?
So, Mr. Chair, I represent one supermarket chain. I would rather turn this over to Kaylee to talk about organized retail theft and retail.
I've met with Safeway and I know they don't because we fought tooth and nail about this. And one of my communities closed just because of theft in Bryan's Road, Maryland. They closed because they wouldn't stop people from walking out because it endangers the employees, as well as you can face lawsuits.
Correct, but there's no alcohol in that store.
That's correct. And that's where I'm getting to. So with the current policy of not stopping shoplifters, many of whom are mainly teens, once you put liquor on aisle 12 and 13 and they load up their cart and walk out, now what?
The high dollar items that are targeted by organized retail crime rings in the United States center around apparel, beauty, health, infant products such as baby food. Alcohol is not at the top of that list for organized retail crime,
I
Mr.
didn't say
Chair.
it was going to be a huge hit to your pocketbook. I was talking about stopping access to teens getting alcohol. Because if I was a teenager, if you'd had me either still diapers or beer, I'm probably still in the beer. And because your current policy is not stopping theft, not stopping the shoplifting, they will walk out with whatever amount of beer they can put in their cart and you guys won't stop them.
Mr. Chair, I have not seen the epidemic of 46 other states in the District of Columbia of teenagers flooding supermarkets with cases of Bud Light. And I'm
Again,
happy to research that for you and get back to you.
not a problem, because I'm looking at it right now and it's done quite a bit. It's not financially hitting people in the pocket, but again, when we're talking about ways to prevent teens from getting access to alcohol, this doesn't help. Go ahead, sir.
I'll just add this. When I spoke in my testimony, I gave example of 2 grocery stores. One in Prince George's County, the Shoppers on Route 1 that sells beer and wine. They're still up and running. They're doing fine. When I went to school there, I didn't see a whole bunch of kids running in and running out. So I think it's important that we use data here in Maryland to assess whether or not this would be a problem.
I'm looking at it right now.
I understand. And I'm talking about in regards to alcohol being stolen. If you look at the Eddies in Roland Park in Baltimore, Maryland, it literally is sandwiched between 4 schools. Teenagers are running around there all day. I've never seen anyone have to call the police, a security guard chase anyone, or any serious issues with theft. And again, I think the major testament is both of those stores are open and thriving. So I think it's there again. We realize there is an issue with organized theft across our entire country around people stealing items, but often they steal items they can resell to a large group of people. You can't resell a whole bunch of bottles of Hennessy on Amazon. It's just not possible.
And I would just, again, as I pointed out, the fact that your policy is you don't stop shoplifters, and now we're creating more access for teens to have at least beer and wine, not Hennessy, but at least beer and wine. So it was just a concern of mine. And I hope as this thought process moves forward, you keep that in mind. So the next time we have a discussion about this, there's a design in here. Because again, I'm not a big fan of bringing more alcohol in my community. If we do, I'd like to be safe. Therefore, you can't deny there's a huge upsurge in thefts, and they are teens, and they're not organized in that way. They're just hitting stores. So to say somehow that what they won't do is steal liquor is absurd. But again, I would love to hear your thought process. I don't want to drag this out. I just want to express my nervousness because I argued with Safeway about please hire somebody. Please do something, because I don't want to lose my store. I lost it because they refused to stop people from stealing.
Well, I'll just add this. Whenever I go to liquor stores in my community, there's not a security guard. When I go to the grocery store, there's security guards and police. So I would actually offer that there's more protection and securities currently at our grocery stores that ensure that I'm pretty sure that would be properly watched and monitored. I would hope so. And again, I'm open to putting things in this bill to make sure that we are putting those safeguards in place so that your concerns are dealt with.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, are you done? Okay. We'll go in this order: Delegate Aaron's, Delegate Fisher, Delegate Johnson, and then Delegate Rose.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Question for you, Kaylee. When you talked about Pennsylvania, they're just liquor stores. They're not beer and wine.
Correct. Oops, sorry. Yeah, what's so hard here is apples and apples comparisons because the laws are all.
Beer's about beer and wine. I mean, this bill's about beer and wine. The other question I have for you is, I live in a rural community. I live in Queen Anne's County. That's my residence. And there's 3 grocery stores in Queen Anne's County. Okay, there's tons of package stores. If this bill were to go in effect, you're kind of saying this would have no effect on those package stores that are in my county, when we had 3 grocery stores total in the whole county servicing 50,000 people.
I mean, there's a lot of things that would need to take place there. So first of all, your community actually has grocery stores with grandfathered licenses, right? Do you have, you don't have any at all?
No, I'm in Queen Anne
So,
County.
sorry. So according to this bill, because we do have a few grandfathered in supermarkets on the Eastern Shore. So according to this bill, they would make an offer to the package store. And like the sponsor of the bill said, we're willing to take out this language around, then they could go ahead and appeal to the liquor board. So hopefully that addresses your concern about putting them out of business.
Okay, just to go through that, one of them, Safeway, is in my district. Safeway moved, they built a new store. And what they did with their old store, where there is a package store in the part of the mall, they've forbidden another grocery store to go in there. So we tried to get a Trader Joe's, we tried to get a couple other ones. So the chairman was right. They are precluding other competition in there. I have a Dairy Queen that's in there that cannot cook hamburgers because Burger King's in there. So these things do happen. And I see that as detrimental to the locations that I have. I just see this thing with a 3-tiered system. I think the chairman touched on some of that. We are a victim of our own circumstance, if you want to call it that, but the way our system works, and these bills
will do nothing but harm other businesses to promote a business such as Safeway, which isn't even headquartered here. And I don't believe Acme is. I don't think any major superstore or grocery store is headquartered in Maryland. Am I right?
Delegate Aaron's, Albertsons is the fourth largest employer in your county in Queen Anne's.
Are
They've
they-
got 354 employees at those four
Are there
supermarkets in
corporate
your
headquarters
legislative
in Maryland?
district. Are there offices? Are there
corporate
offices in
headquarters.
Maryland?
The corporate headquarters.
They're corporate headquarters. So I think the General Assembly has struck down residency requirements as an
I
unconstitutional
understand that.
issue.
That's not
So
my
there
point.
are offices
My
in
point is not
Pennsylvania.
about residency. My point is about where the money's going. So these are the reasons I'm not really supporting a bill like this. I have problems with it. I think you will destroy the little guy. I think these types of bills are detrimental to the system that Maryland has in place. Thank you.
Dr. Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Appreciate it. I'm curious, the Costco model, they sell wine, obviously. It seems to be the big thing that they sell. Do you think that the possibility exists that they could pretty much put anyone and everyone that sells wine out of business, just as an example, in Maryland?
Well,
No.
I'll ask you this. You can go online. Let's see other states that have a Costco. Do they also have wine stores in that state? If they're still there, then let's not go down this rabbit hole of a possibility. Like we already have a world where Costco's and wine stores exist.
So Costco is the largest wine seller in the United States by far. So by definition, since they can buy so much wine at once and sell so much wine across the country, they have the leverage across the country, price leverage, to then purchase wine that they could then sell in Maryland. And do you really realistically believe that that will have no impact on any kind of store in Maryland that sells wine once they?
I mean, anything has an impact on anything, right? So if we legislate every day about what could actually have an impact on this or that or this or that, of course we have to take into thought. But there's a world where Costco's are doing fine, selling wine and liquor, and within that state, within that city, within that region, both are able to thrive, because we know that when you go to Costco, the person that sells wine is also selling comforters. They're also selling jeans. They're also selling whole roasted chickens, right? When you go to a wine store or a spirit store, there's a specialty store. They're going to be able to sell and break down to you why you should like this wine, why you want to buy this wine will pair with this. This wine's great for dinner. So the world can live. There can be a world where both can exist.
So I think you're making my argument, which is that Costco sells so many different things, they can lose money on one of those things to sell wine at a discount, to literally put everyone else out of business. Which is why this is a controlled substance. Because what I have seen with Costco is that one day you'll walk in and you'll see these prices, and the next day the prices will be literally $10 more for the same bottle of wine, as an example. I've seen this.
Right.
When you don't have competition, which is literally what this bill would do, I think, then wouldn't that be the ultimate result?
I'd have to disagree. Again, like I'll say it again. There's a world that we already have where Costco's are in existence and wine stores are in existence as well. Costco sells chicken. Guess who else sells chicken? Chick-fil-A, KFC. They're doing fine. Even though Costco can sell chickens at a much lower rate, it's the nature of business. You figure out how to market and do things differently. So unfortunately, I'd have to disagree with your assumption there. And I think there's a world where all of these institutions can live amongst each other. And it's just a matter of institutions having to make decisions on the business side to make sure that they can still function.
So a Costco in my community then that had a Class A B license or Class A license, excuse me, you're saying that their buying power, which is in the billions of dollars across the United States, and their ability to use other products that are not liquor related to lower prices on liquor and wine and so forth, and beer, excuse me, that wouldn't put every single small liquor store out of business. I mean, are you really? I mean,
I really am saying. I'm really saying that.
Don't apply here. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying economics don't apply. I'm saying your economics don't really work here for me. That's what I'm saying. And the other thing is this: there's a world where Jiffy Lube exists. There's also a world where your mom and pop auto mechanic exists. Come on, we live in a world where all things can coexist. It's a matter of figuring out as a business, how do I differentiate myself? And businesses that are good at differentiating themselves are able to thrive, which is why, like I said, I gave you an example. There's literally a grocery store a mile and a half away from my house that sells beer, wine, and liquor. There's also a wine source, there's a store that sells the same thing. They're able to do way better because they have specialized the market to a point where I walk in there, I'm talking to guys who go to France and taste wine. They're able to do better than the guy at Costco who sells jeans on the side.
Yes, I hear you. I just don't think that the economics that you're presenting here makes sense, because I'm pretty sure that everybody in my community, I'm certain, would be out of business literally probably in 3 to 6 months, the second that a store or a big box store opened. Thank you.
Okay, well, unfortunately, we can agree to disagree. And, I think that the free market should work to the advantage of everyone.
Thank you, Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleague, for bringing this legislation. You brought out all the people today. I got a couple questions. So for a grocery store owner, what's the age for hiring, let's say, teenagers or someone that's in high school or whatever? What's the normal age for hiring someone like that?
It's kind of all over the place, actually.
So do you hire teenagers, like kids that are in high school?
Yes, absolutely.
So would that be a problem with?
Yeah, so we are glad to put in the bill, like many other states have, where there are restrictions on who's allowed to check somebody out. And while we're on this topic, yes, we can prevent self-checkout in this equation as well.
And the other thing is that are there certain requirements that a liquor store has that a grocery store may not have as far as operating?
Sorry, as in,
let's say the amount of packaged goods that you have on site.
I'm gonna have to double check with you on this, but yes, there are limitations on other items that they can sell, I'm pretty sure.
I think the other thing operationally that actually is an advantage, in my opinion, and my panelists to the left can speak to this, is that the hours for grocery stores are going to be more conducive to lower crime, actually. So if you have hours for grocery stores, your average grocery store closes around 9, 10 o'clock. If you're going to get beer and wine, those stores, liquor stores stay open later sometimes in some communities. And in my community specifically, we've actually restricted some of the hours for liquor stores to make sure they're not open past 10 o'clock. And all those areas where we lowered those hours to 10 o'clock, we've seen a reduction in shootings and homicides. So I think operationally, grocery stores, the way they operate would actually be supportive of the community in the sense that their hours are more conducive to lower crime. So I think that's what the operational point that you asked.
I'm tracking on what you're saying there, but I'm asking for a liquor store, are there requirements that a liquor store has to have a certain amount of product on site, and would that have to be for a grocery store?
I think she can speak to this at the local level.
Yeah, liquor, at least for Baltimore City, licensees, there's no requirement that they have a certain amount of product on site. It's basically whatever they're selling that would make sense for them for their business, but there's no legal requirement for any amount.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Delegate Rose.
Just in listening to some of the other questions from the chair and from others, bringing up the license issue. So you're going to have people, where is it going to be addressed in this bill, or is it where you have to check IDs? So you have grocery store employees that are not trained. It's my understanding that most liquor stores, they train their employees, they know how to check IDs, they know how to, they're properly trained. And in addition, I think that's why, as you mentioned, security guards, there typically aren't security guards there because they're going through that rigorous process of looking at IDs, and they go through that training.
Yeah. So I'll say this. So we already have, again, we have multiple grocery stores in Maryland that are grandfathered in that sell beer, wine, and liquor. We have 30. And if you have I believe if you have the license, you have to then train your people to do so. I'll tell you this, when I buy cold medicine and I get ID'd, every time I get ID'd, I consider it, a pleasure because it means that I look young enough to get ID'd. So I like it, honestly. But but at the end of the day, grocery stores are trained to do so. Because if you go buy cold medicine right now, they're going to ID you. Anything with Sudafed, we have grocery stores and pharmacies that sell tobacco, they ID you. So there's definitely, I have no worries that the retailers that are going to be acquiring the licenses already sell items that have required an ID, so they'll be properly trained and ready to go. But again, I'm happy if there's any concern in the bill, I'm happy to put some belts and suspenders on this to make sure that you feel comfortable with that for sure.
I just think that I don't see that working out very well, but thank you.
Delegate Wyville and then Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we were having conversation here, I did have an opportunity to look some things up under Capital One shopping website. They do have listed as the most stolen items, alcohol being the 7th behind apparel, electronics, and health and beauty aids. So apparently it is.
So it's you said number 7 though, right? 7?
Yeah, so you got
7.
6 others ahead of you.
7.
The question though in grocery stores, they also list internal theft as at 28.5%. So the fact that you have all these minors under 21 working at the grocery store, how do you anticipate controlling internal theft of alcohol going out the back door? I mean, I was at Sam's Club a couple years ago and crab meat went way up and they're like, yeah, we're showing a case of it listed here, but we have none in the store, which means it went out the back door. So how do you control that in a situation like this?
So multiple thoughts here. We certainly could put additional training requirements in the bill, but we'd ask for a level playing field with whatever is going on with package stores.
But they only hire folks that are over 21.
Okay.
So how would you level that playing field?
So we could only hire folks that are over 21 to sell alcohol.
No, you have the people who are over 21 aren't going to walk out the back door with the alcohol. It's going to be those who can't.
We have
buy it
other
legally,
folks that are
right?
working in our store that are teenagers. I acknowledge that. But what I'm saying is folks that are handling alcohol, and this is where I go back to, we have a million models to work off of here. We have 47 different states that are doing this right now. And like you said earlier, there is no epidemic going on where some 16-year-old that's working in a grocery store has started an organized retail crime ring where they are stealing alcohol at a grocery store.
I didn't say it was an organized retail crime ring. Well, the guy might want a 6-pack to go out the back door for the weekend.
Right.
So this bill it's silent on that. How does this bill address that?
I mean, I think the laws already in place we have laws in place to correct that. So I will say this,
Delegate Wyville, to answer your question, I think an analogy is what happens in the cannabis markets here, right? You've got existing licensees selling dispensaries, selling cannabis to consumers in the state. And you've got a licensing process set up by the chairman's bill last year that creates a whole nother set of stores and rules coming online.
So our cannabis stores allow folks under 21 to work there?
Delegate, I would be happy to work with you in the alcohol subcommittee to put guardrails around this bill if that's what you all see fit.
All right.
And I'll also add that I think the data shows that underage drinking doesn't take place by other underage kids stealing all the beer, wine, and liquor. A lot of underage drinking takes place by people of age getting the beer, wine, and giving it to those. So I think the assumption that we're making that underage kids are now going to be the problem for underage drinking is a lot.
I didn't say that at all. I asked how this bill addressed it going out the back door.
The example you gave is a underage kid wants to get a 6-pack for the weekend. That's the example you gave. So I was trying to allude to that.
Well, I was not insinuating that it was an organized retail.
No,
Ms. Locklear was. Thank you.
Thank you. It'll be Delegate Pippy, Delegate Adams, and Delegate Johnson.
All right. Oh. Okay. Delegate Ampry, you're old enough, like me, we're probably ballpark same age. So do you remember Blockbuster, right?
Oh, of course.
Okay. So what happened when they put a red box in every grocery store in Maryland?
It's not about red. I mean, I don't remember what happened when that happened. I can't.
Okay.
I can't say.
I've heard these pertain from the outbursts during this.
All right.
I can't tell you what happened every Red Box, when every Red Box came and what happened in Maryland, but I will tell you that Blockbuster had the opportunity to be acquired by Netflix and they said no. So we can go on to that conversation as well.
Okay, so the other thing too is, you know, I'm also old enough to remember that at all these big box retailers, there actually used to be people working there. And now you walk into any Home Depot, 90%, they're all self-automatic checkouts. Now, look, I'm not anti economic opportunity. I'm not anti-growth. I'm not anti-technology advances. I'm a free market guy, but it's hard for me to hear that you don't think there's going to be any impact on existing Class A stores in Maryland if you simply allow all of the alcohol to go from this unit to next door. Because what happens is everybody goes in there and they get it at the grocery store. They no longer get it at the store next door. And so look, whether that's right or wrong, we have to at least acknowledge that that's a thing. Like that's a real thing. And we've seen that in other types of industries as well. And yes, we have a few grandfathered stores in Maryland.
Right.
They're grandfathered because they never sold the license or transferred the license to anybody else. That's the only reason they're grandfathered. I have them in Frederick too.
Yep.
But the reality is, for good or worse, these things were put in place many decades ago. And now there, you know, you have a Class A store next to every out-of-state retailer, you know, big Food Lion, whatever, in every part of the state. And so it's just, we have to acknowledge that there is going to be some implications if you allow the more heavily funded owners from out of state to sell that product in their store. I mean, you have to acknowledge that.
I hear you, but again, it's happening in other states. It's already present in other states. We just heard data on Colorado. They had an increase in licenses that were purchased after they put in the law to allow beer and wine. So I think, you know, the apple to oranges example of Redbox and Blockbuster isn't necessarily applicable here. Also, given to the fact that we're only going to allow light beer and wine in these grocery stores. If you have a larger wine and you have local beer in your local liquor store, and also you can sell liquor, you're going to be able to have a monopoly on things like bourbon, on things like, you know, so all the things that you can't sell in a grocery store with this bill, the package stores will have the ability to still sell those items. So I agree. Look, do I agree that there'll be a new level of competition? Of course. But I think that our astute businesses, owners here in Maryland can figure out how to compete at a high level and make sure they can distinguish themselves.
So the last thing I'm just going to say is this. So in Frederick, where I represent, we used to be the dairy capital of the world. So Frederick County, Carroll County, dairy capital of the world. You know who's the biggest dairy supplier now? Walmart. It's because they bought up every farm. I mean, it's a very tragic thing. And I'm not saying, you know, I mean, look, I don't have a Blockbuster card in my wallet anymore. But there has to be an acknowledgement of the situation we're in and what implication it's going to have to all those mom and pop shops around the state. And that's just the reality of it. There's tens of thousands of them. And I think that's the biggest issue. I mean, even for the free market folks on this committee, that's the biggest challenge to overcome is that there's going to be some adverse impact if we try to do this.
But I think the other thing is this, our amendment is in place to where we would remove the opportunity to apply for a license A. So even if you are going to be bought out from your license, you have an opportunity to create some serious generational wealth if these big players are willing to purchase your license. So I agree that there could be a change, but there's also an opportunity to make a lot of money in the process that you could make sure your family's set for generations to come. So I think the concern that you have there, we've built in with this amendment that we'll add to make sure that those people are made whole as they exit the market.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Chair. So Delegate Amprey, I want to follow up on Delegate Fisher's kind of thoughts. First off, alcohol is a commodity. Okay, would you and I agree this? It's a commodity, and you compete on commodities based on price. That's the economics of it. So if you're
or location, but
if it's a commodity, you compete on commodities based on your price. The lowest price wins in the marketplace. That's how it's done. Now the problem is that price, if it's the only thing, if you're the big guy, you can be predatory. That's another market principle, meaning you can price it so low as to knock your competitors out once you have control of the commodity and you're able to sell it. So there's a last concept on marketing, and that is the loss leader. Okay, so that's a way of being predatory without necessarily being anti-market. Okay, so we can still talk free market in this bill of yours. But the concern is predatory business practice. And so what I think Delegate Fisher was saying, and maybe I'm just saying it in a different way, is that we don't want predatory business practices in our state. Would you agree or disagree?
I would disagree that it's a predatory business practice.
I didn't ask whether you and I disagree on the principle. I'm saying that's a market concept. And I don't think anybody in the room here would want a predatory business practice. I'm asking, would you agree on that principle?
I agree that.
I mean, I'll take it right there.
No, I see what you're trying to do here.
I'm trying to have.
So here's the thing. I would disagree that this is a predatory business practice. So yes, I agree that the predatory business practices are bad, but I do not believe that the concept of opening up the market to have the exact same market that we have in 47 other states. So you're saying 47. So you're saying 47 other states are practicing predatory business practices.
So with respect, I'm off the talking points now. I've heard that at least a dozen times.
Right.
And I'm a small business guy.
I understand.
All right. So as a small business guy, if there's no niche and it's just commodity, the only way to protect the small business person is within the context of a three-tiered system that allows for the retailer to exist. I have one in my marketplace. Okay. And I would fight like hell to support that small business person if it comes across the fact that there might be a bill that allows CVS, Walgreens, okay, Costco, you name it, because I believe in the small business person. Now, we don't agree on every single bill that comes to Annapolis. Okay, today's an example,
right. But
on this one, that business owner and I are like this. And if you walk into that small business owner's location, you and I would agree that we want to protect that small business person. That's the problem with the bill, is that we have an ability to control and protect these businesses. This bill fights that on a very basic market principle. And at least you agreed on the idea that we don't want predatory business practices in the state of Maryland. I thank you for that.
Thank you, Delegate Adams. Are there any further questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much, Delegate Amprey and panelists. We will continue on with the favorable, John Pica, Alexandra Arnsberger, Andy Holloway, and Gwendolyn Rivera.
Here, Mr. Pica said he had to leave.
Okay, then Mr. Norman Rivera. Anybody here? Okay, making their way, great. And right, you can begin whenever you're ready. Please identify yourselves.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. And my name's Andrew Holloway. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Sitting there, I had a lot of things written down that I was going to speak about, and I'll stick to it. But the conversation here is very lively, and I appreciate it. But I believe we can work through a lot of things doing the way you do it, and I appreciate that honesty is going to make things happen. So again, I'm Andrew Holloway. I'm a very proud citizen of Prince George's County and the state of Maryland. I'm here in support of proposed House Bill 847, alcohol beverages class A food retailers. I'm not a great consumer of alcohol spirits. I'm not. I'm really a teetotaler. I'd rather see a retail with proper licenses operating in my community. I want to share my thoughts on how this bill could benefit the community, such as this would incorporate a pathway for grocery stores that seek to sell beer and wine as part of their retail offerings to be able to do so under proper licenses and regulations. The confidence of making purchases, beer, wine at reputable and clean and safe establishments. The potential of attracting more consumer options and encouraging competition amongst quality establishments. This is a show that we are working towards to reducing the number of food deserts that exist through our state of Maryland while simultaneously resolving the demand for citizens and residents to shop in quality establishments where they live. Thank you for hearing my comments, and I ask that you favorably support HB 847.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. You did not call my name. My name is Mario Minor. I did receive confirmation to be here today and testify.
I call them in the order that I have them on my list,
Okay.
Mr. Minor. So you're already here, so.
Oh, no worries. Okay, thank you. So my time is ticking.
Actually, I don't even have you on the list, Mr. Minor, but please proceed.
Okay. Well, again, good afternoon to everyone. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity. So my name is Mario Minor. I am the CEO, founder, and chair of a organization called Mark Fresh Gourmet Incorporated. I am uniquely positioned with respect to all of the information and the back and forth dialogue that's been taking place today. I am a owner of a Black grocery store located in the state of Maryland, headquarters in the state of Maryland, born and raised in the state of Maryland. Our core focus is to identify communities, underserved communities, and go into these communities, invest money, and build grocery stores in what we call food deserts. That's who we are. That's what we do. And I just wanted to just preface that first. So I want to say that I am in support of the bill. With a couple of amendments, specifically as it speaks to the 100. Let me see where the distance between the actual front door of the actual establishment and the residence or resident or legacy community is what I would call it. So I think there needs to be some work done around that. But indulge me for a second, because my time is ticking. So, real life situation right now going on in Baltimore, Maryland. I've currently invested about $5.7 million in a grocery store that we're building there. And so, based on this, we're using a driver of 8.5% of annual gross revenue, 34% average national that you get to mark up alcohol. Daily sales, $18.91 per week, per daily. Weekly sales, $13,237. Monthly sales, $57,516. Annual sales, $690,000. My rent is $302,000. Now, if I could take that, amount of money and I can earn that, I could actually pay my lease. There's a whole lot more that I can say, but I'm sorry, I ran out of time. But that's the precedence of what I'm saying. We
got the gist, Mr. Minor.
Huh?
We know where you stand.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
I'm in favor of it.
And we
So-
have your written testimony before us as well. So we have that on record as well. And just to correct, I was not incorrect. You were not on the list, but your organization was. You had a Miss Ashley Sharp representing you. So that is why you were.
Oh, okay.
So with that said, next.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee for having me here today. My name is Alex Arnsberger, and I live in Silver Spring with my husband and 5-year-old daughter. I'm here to express support for HB 847. As with any retail consumer, I'm motivated by 3 factors when I decide where to shop and what I buy. I'm motivated by cost, convenience, and selection. As a resident of Montgomery County and a consumer of both beer and wine, I would give poor scores to all 3 of those factors for Maryland when it comes to purchasing wine. Cost. When I first moved to Maryland, I did visit the local wine shops, and I noticed that the pricing on the wine was about double what I was used to coming from the West Coast. Convenience. There are 2 grocery stores near my house that I do most of my shopping at. Neither of them share a roof nor even a plaza with a wine and beer store. In order to purchase those items, I must get back in my car and drive somewhere else. Selection. My 2 favorite wine retailers are Costco and Trader Joe's, which both have great quality house brands that are affordable. Under the current set of laws, I'm simply unable to purchase those products in my home state. As a consequence of those 3 factors, the economically rational decision I have made is to drive to Virginia and spend my money in tax dollars in another state. The cost of commuting pays for itself by the money I save on the product by volume. It's less convenient, sure, but I would need to make a special trip to purchase wine anyway. And most importantly, I'm able to purchase the products that I want. I'm not alone making this decision, and I know other family, friends, and neighbors that commute to Virginia in order to purchase the products not available in Maryland. HB 847 helps solve for the issues that prevent citizens from shopping in Maryland, and I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for these panelists? Seeing none, thank you very much. Just for the record, I did call Gwendolyn Rivera, Norman Rivera, but no one showed up. So having said that, we'll move on to our virtual in favor of this legislation. We have Leonard Foxwell. Go ahead, Len. We're ready for you, Mr. Foxwell. Can he hear me? Len? Len, are you on YouTube or are you on the Zoom?
I am here.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
We're ready for you, Mr. Foxwell.
Madam Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. Distinguished members of the committee, good afternoon. And for the record, my name is Len Foxwell. I am the principal and founder of Tread Avon Strategies based here in Annapolis. And in a prior life, I was the chief of staff to the
Len,
Maryland.
are you on YouTube or are you on the Zoom?
I am here.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
We're ready for you, Mr. Foxwell.
Madam Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. Distinguished members of the committee, good afternoon. And for the record,
Turn off your YouTube, Len.
I am the principal and founder of
Okay, let me-
Tread Strategies.
I just went off of the the link that was sent to me. I
Yeah,
apologize.
get off YouTube. There we go.
Ma'am.
Ready for you, Mr. Foxwell.
Madam Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. Distinguished members.
Now I need alcohol.
Good afternoon. For the record,
Turn off your YouTube.
principal and founder of Tread Strategies. I just went off of the I just went off.
Okay, so I guess he's, all right. Thank you, Len, if you can hear us. We're moving on next to favorable virtual Mark Lotman. He's not in. Okay, moving on. Shirley Beatty. Okay, Kenneth Tucker. Okay, no Kenneth Tucker. William Henry from Maryland Alcohol Choice. Okay, Mr. Henry is not with us. You said Len's back? Okay. We have Len Foxwell back with us.
Madam Chair.
There you go.
Okay. Madam Chair, I apologize for the momentary difficulty. I'll start again. Members of the committee, for the record, once again, Len Foxwell. I am the founder and principal of Tread Avon Strategies based here in Annapolis. In a previous life, I was the chief of staff to the Maryland Comptroller, and in that capacity served as a chief staff regulator of the alcohol beverage industry. And in this capacity have been before this committee on multiple occasions. Perhaps most relevant to this conversation, I am a longtime resident of Talbot County. And based upon that experience, living in the one jurisdiction that does permit the sale of beer and wine in grocery stores, I can quickly point out two things that this legislation will do and three things it will not do. Number one, it will provide an immeasurable convenience to our consumers. And for that reason, it is supported by more than 80% of Marylanders crossing geographic, partisan, and socioeconomic lines. Furthermore, it will provide much needed economic sustenance to our bricks and mortar retailers, our grocery stores that are trying to stay afloat in the face of online commerce. Three things it will not do. It will not put mom and pop grocery package stores out of business. Number two, it will not lead to an increase in underage alcohol consumption. And third, and finally, it will not result in increased incidents of alcoholism, substance abuse, drunk driving fatalities, or many of the other negative societal outcomes that are frequently cited by the opposition. This is a win for Maryland consumers. It is a win for the Maryland economy. And in that spirit, I respectfully encourage you to issue a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foxwell. Are there any questions for the witness? Seeing none, we will go back to Mr. Bill Henry with Maryland Alcohol Choice. Go ahead, Mr. Henry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, my name is William Henry. I'm a resident of Rockville, Maryland. I'm in support of the bill. Just to comment that the wine that I purchase is from Costco or Trader Joe's, and those wines are not available for purchase in Maryland. So one of the wines that I like to buy is the box wine from Costco, and you have to go to Virginia or DC to buy this. All that tax money is going to the other jurisdictions. And that's basically what I wanted to bring up. So I'm in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Are there any questions for Mr. Henry? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Just one last comment is that there's a lot of, thank you.
Okay, with that said, we will now move on to the opposition. We have Kim Lawson, Ashish Parikh, Ashok Kavi, and Nick Manis. Actually, I refrain from Nick Manis. Let's start with the first. My apologies.
No problem.
Am I the only one? Okay, I'll have Nick Manis and Steve Wise come up as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Steve Wise on behalf of the Licensed Beverage Association. You heard a lot of sort of getting down in the weeds on this bill, but I'd ask you to take a step back if you would. This committee spends a lot of time trying to figure out how to help small businesses in the state. I'm going to give you a super easy one. In this area, just do nothing. Leave the law the way it is. And you're going to see the folks that are behind me, some that come to the table, are all independent, small, locally owned business. And you don't have to do a thing. You've already got them here because of this law. So just do nothing. It's the easiest thing you'll do all session. The mechanics of the bill, it sounds like they've changed, but I can't drive home the fact enough that this bill is laughable from the retailer's perspective. What the bill allows as drafted is somebody to come in and make a lowball offer. And the lowball offer is spelled out right in the bill. It says You don't have to pay them for their liquor sales because we're not taking that part of their business. That means 60% is what I have to offer you for your business. When you don't like my offer, you can go to court and sue me. Meanwhile, I'm going off to the liquor board, apply for a new license that I'm getting under way more favorable determination and factors than the average licensee has to go through. So it needs a lot of amendments is all I can say, to be fair. The exclusivity clause, if somebody wants to clarify that, you can ask me a question, but my time's up. Thank you.
Me? Okay. My name is Kim Lawson. I own Fish Paws Marketplace in Anne Arundel County. Our license goes back to 1935. We are a family-owned business. We are a third generation. We employ between 20 and 25 people with employee benefits, paid time off, IRA program. We are not only a small business, but we're a family business. We pay all our employees way over minimum wage, so we're a pretty good employer for local people. We donate about $10,000 a year every year to charities. We actually work with Baltimore Washington Medical Center. We do fundraising with them every year. And one of the things that we say in our meetings is don't go to any big box stores because they will give you nothing. So keep that in mind when you're looking at having big box stores take over the liquor industry. The supermarkets, chains, convenience stores in other states, they don't have anywhere near the selection as the stores in the state of Maryland. So allowing grocery stores to come in, it will impact the stores that are already here. I do a third of my business in beer, a third of my business in wine. Don't tell me that that's not going to be taken away. Every shopping center has a liquor store pretty much right next door to it. So it's not like it's not going to hurt them. All I can say is try to keep Maryland small business. This is the way it's been set up. We've invested a lot of money in our businesses. Everyone here has. It took me 30 years to pay down all my debts. So do you really want to do that to the small businesses that are in your own community? Maryland is supportive of local businesses, local beers, local breweries, local wines. That's what we do. Grocery stores will not carry those products. So I ask you to vote against this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and all the members of the committee. My name is Ashish Parikh, and here again from Cranberry Liquors, Carroll County. And I'm here again because of your support and blessings last year you gave to the similar bill. That's why I'm able to sit here. Once again, my story is same. I am an immigrant, and I started this work 23 years ago when I was 27 years old. And I was able to live the American dream of raising my family, having my house, having my own business, and sitting here at the age of 51 after 23 years of business. And at this age, when I'm threatened with getting the big boxes liquor license and putting me on risk and my family and many more like me who are in this community is a big challenge. So I request you all, because there are many more things that has helped us to come to this stage during this 23 years where we have worked ourselves. We have put 70 to 80 hours to make sure our business are surviving and we are able to pay the bills and mortgages. Also to follow the rules and regulation of the local liquor board. We all liquor store owners are here individually because we care for this bill and we care for your support. And we all are the victims of the crimes when crimes happens at the scene. A lot of people have gone through from small to bigger kind of challenges during this shopliftings or any other kind of crime happens at our businesses. So all these challenges we have faced for these many years, and we are now challenged after this many years to lose the license at no value, low value, whatever it is. But we want our next generation, first generation to carry on this business and make sure we live our American dream and be successful. Thank you very much.
I guess good evening, maybe good afternoon, Chair. Been a long day for everyone. Of course, I'm here to protect my business. Ashok Kavi from Waldorf, Maryland, Charles County. I own a liquor store, 25 years, running into 26 years. 26 years ago, every single penny I had, I invested in this business. We work 7 days a week. I have 14, 15 employees. Some of them are with me for 15, 20 years. It's very important that I stay in business. I still want to work 10 more years. I'm only 63. If these guys want to throw me out and early retirement, I'm not ready for that. 70% of my business is beer and wine. And I think most of us, small business, have a similar number. If they're going to come and offer to buy only beer and wine, what am I going to do with only selling liquor, which is maybe 25% of my business? There's no way I can survive. I have a Safeway very next door. They're going to come and offer me money for 70% of my volume to take my license away at whatever price they want to offer for the business. I don't think it's fair for the state where I have worked hard in 25 years to be where I am. And every single retailers who are here, I think they're in the same situation. So I request you all to vote against 847. You have done that before, and we greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Manis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Nick Manis here representing the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association. And our firm has been working on this issue, believe it or not, for 50 years. Not me, but my dad started the firm in 74. And I came on board in 1991, and the world hasn't totally collapsed because grocery stores don't have beer and wine. Matter of fact, since that time, I didn't know growing up what a Harris Teeter was, what a Wegmans was. They've all come into the market without beer and wine. And, you know, if I ask my friends, I'm surprised the poll wasn't 100% that when you ask people, hey, shouldn't we have beer and wine in grocery stores? But then if you take the time to ask them, do you know what that would do to your liquor store that's right next door to a grocery store? It would put them out of business. Who would you go to then to support your local baseball team, your Maryland Hall of Creative Arts? Those individual independent citizens of your counties and the state support those people like there's no tomorrow. And I can't believe that the large corporations that are not housed here are going to do the same thing. Also, I've talked to my counterparts in other states where chain stores are. The majority of those states don't have 7,000 independent retailers like we do. A lot of those states are state-run alcohol operations, so they're not even competing against local independent operators. They're competing against their own state stores. And also, if they get the license, they'll dominate the market. They will tell us, instead of the retailer telling the wholesaler what they want to sell, what's selling in their store. Those large retailers will tell us, I'm not carrying anything but this product. You better price it at this price, or I'm just going to go with a competitor who could find it for me at a lower price. And they definitely won't service the Maryland breweries and the Maryland wineries like wholesalers and retailers do. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll begin with the bill sponsor, Delegate Amprey, then Delegate Rose, and the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have two sets of questions. So I want to make sure I don't mess this up. So unfortunately, our illustrious chair had to step away for a leadership meeting. And he asked me to prepare some questions. This is for Mr. Wise. And I want to read this so I do not parse the words that he has prepared. So we've heard testimony from Prince George's County describing the lack of African-American owned liquor stores. You've heard the sponsor, me, describe the blight of liquor stores in the Baltimore City community. And so the chairman asked, why would the African-American community care about these liquor stores possibly closing in these communities if the owners don't look like us and they're not even the current employees? Why would they be concerned with preserving these businesses that do not even reflect the communities that they serve versus the obvious benefits that were provided earlier concerning the statistics of Marylanders who want the bill, the obvious ease of access, and the convenience? Again, I will preface this is a question from the chair
for the record. Thank you.
Writing it down. It was kind of a long question.
I have one question.
And Delegate Amprey, I want to make sure that I got the question.
I want to make sure you got it too. I want to
Okay.
make sure you got it too.
Why would African Americans be concerned with these businesses going out of business if they're not African American owned businesses?
I think that's part. I think that's the question. But also, the owners that look like us, they're not employees, and also I think he mentioned also that they are part of the blight in some of the communities.
So
you said the community cares about small.
Yep,
So I'm trying to say, like,
understood.
How's this impact? I'm just trying to.
I'm gonna
channeling my chair. Right now.
And I think we were all here earlier when the discussion was in Prince George's County, why aren't there more African American owned businesses? I would say this bill will do absolutely nothing to help that, and it will make it worse. And here's why. These licenses are going to be bought up by Wegmans, Albertsons, and we can go down the list. They are not African American owned businesses, and they will never, ever let go of these licenses once they buy them on the cheap from people like Mr. Covey. That's number one. Number two, I think there are other ways which would take some doing, but I think there are other ways to achieve the goal of more minorities, African Americans included, taking over ownership. But you're never going to get there with this bill.
So I just want to make sure you saw this part of the question, that they are not even employees. So how do you challenge the employee? Because I know the grocery stores in my community is predominantly African Americans who work in those grocery stores. When I go to liquor stores, it's probably 2% or less.
And you know, if that's the case, and it's in a community where, as in Prince George's, it's majority African American, that's a problem. And I'm not going to sit here and, make up an answer for that.
Okay. All right. So now can I ask, this is my question. So, I heard, and this is for the whole panel, I heard different numbers. I'm confused in the number here, right? So Steve, you started off by saying that 60% of sales is liquor.
No, sorry.
Okay. So that was a mistake.
I said that the store would be valued at 60% of its value because under your bill,
right,
distilled spirits get cut off, meaning I put the distilled spirits number at 40.
Right.
I know you heard some of them say 30.
Right. And then someone else said
but
70,
not every
right?
store is the same. And I'm sure that those numbers are true for their stores, and mine was hypothetical. But I know from asking people when I looked at your bill, what is that number? And it can be anywhere between 30, 40. It just depends on the location of the store.
Yeah, I was trying to get a better idea of the number to better understand, like, what, given the opportunity, if you could still have liquor sales, what does that number look like for you to be able to still own that part of the market share?
And I think the fair range is that distilled spirits are somewhere around 30 to 40% of the business on average.
Okay. Yeah, I think that was my primary question, just to get a better understanding. I'll have more questions. Sorry, as more questions get fired off. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here, and to the gentleman from my community, Westminster. My question is, and I don't know the answer, I'm very familiar with your store and been there many times because it is very convenient, right next to the grocery store. Is it a family business? And can you tell me how long you've been in business?
I have been in business for almost 21 years out of 23. And yes, it's a family business. And thank you for your patronizing and liking the good comments about the store. But yes, that's what we try to do. We try to make sure that our customers like us. We carry the product of their choice. We make sure they are sold properly. They are known as closely as they are, so they are more friendly. And we try to do the best because we are there most of the time over there. Like I said, it's between 70 to 80 hours out of 84 to 85 hours of operation store.
So when you started the business, it was your hope to have this as a family business that you could pass on as a legacy to your family. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Like my older son is in first year college this year. Once he graduates, he would have the legacy to carry on this business. And there are many others today in the group even who has been a first generation business owner after their parents. And that has been a continuing trend as an immigrant, because we got that the opportunity to can cash it and like I said earlier, to leave the American dream. Yes.
Thank you very much. I just have one quick follow-up. To Mr. Wise, I think you were speaking about, can you please talk about the exclusivity clause? Because I think that's an important piece of this.
Sure. So what I've seen in lease agreements, and I do liquor license work as well as lobbying. So if you're in a strip mall, I've seen exclusivity clauses which say you are our beer, wine, and liquor retailer until such time as the law should change. And at the next renewal, that frees up the landlord, the supermarket, the anchor tenant, to boot that person out. So they could do that just contractually. They don't even have to make that retailer under this bill the one they buy out. It says they may buy that one out. If they get another person down the road who wants to sell cheaper, they can buy that person out, still kick the person next door to them out, and have free reign of the area, all for a low bargain price. It's a great thing if you can get it. I don't think you should give it.
Thank you.
We have the Vice Chair, then Delegate Harrison and Delegate Waffo.
Steve, just to follow up on that, they don't even, in some instances, depending on the language, they don't even have to get the license as long as the law changes to boot the tenant, correct?
Correct. That is consistent with one that I've seen.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that one.
Delegate Harrison?
Thank you. And I think that I need to give a little bit of context because my favorite store that happens to be in my community does have employees who look like me. And they're very kind. Everyone who's in that store is very kind. And they have actually a fantastic selection of multiple things. Not that I partake in them all, but they have a great selection, a large selection. And I choose to go to that store because it is clean. It is friendly. I feel safe going there. And quite honestly, some of the other ones that may be in my district, I'm not interested in going to because I don't feel safe going there. And I'm not trying to give anybody my money behind plexiglass, going through plexiglass. And so that is a problem. So there are issues on all sides. So at the risk of trying to be fair and firm like my chair, I just wanted to put some context there because not everyone, not every store has the challenges. I will say in that same shopping center, though, I do have a Wegmans. And I know that many of my constituents would love to be able to go and purchase their beer and wine while they're doing their grocery shopping as well. We have one store in my district, the one that I actually grew up in, the Giant Food that was grandfathered, and they sell beer and wine. Of course, they don't sell on Sundays because that was part of the license. But they don't have a great selection either. So I choose to go to my store when I need to get a great bottle of wine to take for a gift for someone. And so I just wanted to put that out there because there are some that do have individuals who look like me and that are in my community that is saturated with liquor stores. And many of them are not really nice places to go, honestly. So, isn't that so? Isn't that so? Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Just really two quick points I want to make. One to Steve and Nick. Just out of curiosity, do any of the clients that you guys currently represent have other stores in other states?
No, I mean, the retailers are to Maryland-based businesses. If they own a store in another state, I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, I'm just curious about how the effect may be working for them in other states, and we can talk about that offline. And this point is purely, again, to follow my colleague from Prince George's County, and isn't that so question, in the sense that we represent a county that no matter where you go, block by block is a liquor store. And there's a gap in the experiences that African Americans have had, not just in this state, but throughout the country when it comes about the economic effects of what alcoholism has done to us, but also the health effects of what alcoholism has done to our folks in our community. And that economic gap is huge, right? And so I think it's great if everyone who's at this table, everyone who's in this room, frankly, can sit down with the Black Caucus, the Tri-Caucus as a whole, to talk about what we need to be doing better as a state to incentivize our folks that look like us, folks who are actually on the receiving end of a lot of the health effects when it comes to these stores, what we can be doing to ensure that they are also part of the next generation of folks who are taking those licenses and have a true opportunity to be at the forefront of economic change. And being able to afford, this is my colleague here, being able to afford those products as well. I think that's the licenses, thank you. I think that's extremely important because that's where folks from Prince George's County, I can say in particularly, that's where we're zeroed in at. We understand the arguments that were made about the free market and the economy as a whole. And I think there are some members from our county who agree and disagree on that point. But what's really important for me moving forward, and I think to my colleagues from Prince George's County, and probably broader the Tri-Caucus here in the General Assembly, is how we ensure that a new generation of folks who are looking to see and have licenses have the opportunity to not just afford them, but also understand the businesses as well. And that takes folks like you. I know you just said you were from Anne Arundel County, right? That takes folks like you to mentor these folks who may have an interest in the business, in the industry. And I wonder how we do that at a holistic level without disrupting business participation. So isn't that so?
It is so. Madam Chair, can I ask very quickly? We try to narrow down how many people want to testify on this, but we have a room full of people.
You beat
If
me
they
to the
could
punch.
just raise their hand.
You beat me to the punch. I was
Okay.
gonna let them do that, but
All right,
you're
thank
so
you.
smart of how. So with all the business owners here, I don't assume who you are, because a lot of you are standing. I don't mean you are all, but just raise your hand so the committee can see. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, I'll be calling on, continue with the opposition, Bill Coleman, Jack Malani, Jonathan Garlington. You may begin. Just identify yourself, please.
Yes. Bill Coleman from Rips Wine and Spirits in Bowie, Maryland. As I said earlier, 42 years in the business. 99% of what I was going to talk about has already been covered. So I'm not going to waste your time and repeat it because it's been a long day for everybody. I'll basically give it a me too. I agree with all that. 100% against Bill 847. And I wish all of you would consider everything that's been said and side with us on this issue. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
You don't need to push the button. Just leave it be. Thank you.
All right, come on. Madam Chair, thank you again for having me up. Members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Garlington, and I'm here as a private citizen, and I'm also here on behalf of the business that my wife and I own. It's a family business. We own Alacrity Hub, and we're a merchant services company. We specialize in credit card processing, payroll, payments, lending, and point of sale systems technologies for retailers. While I do have clients throughout many states, the United States, all over the country, and several territories in Virgin Islands, the majority of my clients are right here in Maryland. I have a unique perspective on what it's done to some of my clients in Colorado that I'd be happy to answer questions about. But I can basically summarize what the consumers that I've heard so far off their testimony that are in favor of this bill passing have said, and you know, they want to buy Costco wine and because it's cheaper and more convenient. And I think if you were to share with them the economic impact of what happens with those businesses, it might change the way they feel. There's so many things the increases of license in Colorado, that's because of all the big box stores and independent grocers that have gone after new licenses in Colorado, not because there's more businesses just doing packaged goods. I've been a resident for over 40 years. And the biggest point I want to leave you with, while, our three-tier system might be old, but it's Maryland system, and it goes after small businesses and lifts them up and gives you a unique opportunity to compete with some of these giant corporations that none of us in this room would have any other way of competing with.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Jack Maloney, legislative co-chair. Been in business in Baltimore County since 1989. I'm probably in a different posture than a lot of the folks behind me. My youngest is 27. They all have jobs. They don't have college loans. My wife puts up with me at home, so it's not as critical to me, but there are a lot of our members that are in shopping center leases, and you've heard that story. They might have 2 or 3 kids in college. And I just want you to understand that the reason they're here is a bill like this absolutely terrifies them. It's the unknown. Delegate, with all due respect, I know your intentions are good, but when you say a fair market value, I've been there 35 years. My fair market value is probably going to be different than the giant up the street from me. So it's very fearful for us. And the other thing I would say to you is, for many years when my wife was working for the county as a substance abuse coordinator, one of her big things was, when we talked about convenience, there's a price to convenience. We don't need alcohol everywhere. We used to, on last year's bill, we would ask people to pick a area in your town, Route 40, 140, pick a mile stretch of it and think about all the possible places that could get liquor or beer and wine, or beer, wine, and liquor licenses. And a lot of people, when they look at it that way, and I've done that with friends when we're out and they ask me about it, I said, okay, let's look at Route 40 in Ellicott City. There's 9 or 10 grocery stores. There's probably more than 10 drugstores. There's 7-Elevens, there's farm stores. We have highs. That's the kind of thing that we have to look at. At what point do you draw the line? Because no matter where you draw it, someone's going to come back in here next year and say, hey, move it down a little bit. We have 7-Elevens, we want it. Or move it down a little bit more. Gas station convenience stores wants it. So I hate to use the word slippery slope, but this is definitely a slippery slope. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molly. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, the bill sponsor, Delegate Amprey, I apologize.
No, thank you all. Thank you all for coming up and giving some more context to the discussion. I think at the end of the day, we should have a discussion about this and make sure that we're thinking this all the way through. My question is more so to the last gentleman who spoke. You talked about not having beer, wine, and liquor everywhere. But again, it kind of goes back to this overarching conversation that we've had. The proliferation there's too many in some communities. Would you agree there's too many
I
liquor
would think in
stores?
some areas there's too many, absolutely.
And it's a detriment to the community to have that many liquor stores in those communities? You would agree?
I definitely think that there's a reason why some of the subdivisions have put limits in. Unfortunately, a lot of them did it too late.
Right. And okay. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Delegate Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. I would love to get the information from the gentleman in the middle about the Colorado effect, and then to the gentleman here on the left, when you talk about how it's the nose under the tent, because in Carroll County, I can be in Pennsylvania and 5 miles away. And Pennsylvania, all the sheets have beer and wine. They even sell alcohol slushies. So when you're going down this road and you can see right next door to where you live, I think it's a dangerous path to go down. So thank you.
Madam, I would agree with you. It's a slippery slope. So I spoke with 7 merchants that I've worked with for years in Colorado, and one said that in the last year, in 2023, he's down 30%, and that's just from March 1st, 2023. He's down over 30% for the whole year. And another one say that they were close to 51%. So it's of the multiple merchants I spoke with, they are down between 30 and 50% on average. I also, as a credit card processor, I see the volume for each individual store, and I can attest that the merchants I work with in the packaged goods sectors in Colorado have significantly decreased. Many of them are currently looking to sell or close down. I spoke with one merchant owner, and he said that prior to March 1st, the liquor store, boasted impressive. They had 8 full-time employees prior to that, and now they have 2 full-time and 1 part-time. They're also, and again, this is hearsay, but what was being relayed to me by these business owners in Colorado is these big chain grocers, they're not hiring more employees. They're not hiring more people than they already have. They're not staffing up. So what they're doing is, they're eliminating jobs without replacing them in these communities. Also, they can sell it a little cheaper. None of them can, even though they're still allowed to sell beer and wine, they cannot compete with Costco. Costco is selling the same wines, that's popular in the area for 15 to 20% lower because Costco can purchase by the pallet. And they can offer at a loss. There's actually a suit going on in Colorado right now, put together by the merchants, Independent Merchant Coalition out there, accusing Costco and Kroger's and Albertsons out there by subverting the laws of selling below cost because they're utilizing their points and reward systems for all of their groceries and points to reduce the cost of wine and alcohol. Additionally, as a credit card processor, I will tell you that these big chain stores already have an unfair advantage from Visa and MasterCard. Visa and MasterCard charge interchange rates. They vary based on the card type and the business MCC, merchant category code. So grocers pay significantly lower interchange rates than packaged goods stores do. And so already, right there, the playing field is not level. And the last thing I would urge you to consider is something that nobody else has brought up. I've spent the last, 2 decades specializing, when I first got in this industry, I'd sell to anybody. If you took credit cards, I wanted your business. And, I specialize working with liquor stores, restaurants, retail, in Maryland primarily. And I've gotten to know these businesses. Every charity event I've ever been to, every golf tournament, every cancer drive, everything for any community member, it's always a local restaurant. It's a local liquor store. I've never seen Walmart or Kroger's or Safeway banners at any of our community high schools supporting these. And by allowing, once you give these licenses to these big box stores, we're never going to get it back. And the money's going to leave the state immediately.
Delegate Amprey.
Thanks for the second bite at the apple. So I just want to have a question about the Colorado. So you said it was 7, you had 7 stores where you're the examples, the 7 out of 1,100. Okay. And the other question I had was, correct me if I'm wrong, in Colorado, the stores could just get a license outright. There was no requirement to acquire another license, correct? So the competition was way different. Like you could just buy a license out of thin air and immediately compete with the liquor store. There was no opportunity to actually do that, correct? Am I wrong?
I'm not entirely familiar 100%, but I believe that it was kind of done in a tiered multi-session year legislation attack. Kind of like every year, we're facing this again under a different bill proposed, but it's in theory the same thing, allowing big box retailers in on alcohol. And I will tell you that prior to the law that I believe it was Proposition 125 that allowed Safeway, Kroger, Costco to have beer and wine. Prior to that, they were only allowed to have, I think, like 3.2 strength beer is what the grocers were allowed to carry in Colorado. And that was how they opened that door. And then the next legislative, they came in. But what's interesting is when, I keep hearing that, Maryland has 80%, majority of, consumers want this. And I will tell you that in Colorado, Proposition 125 narrowly passed. Like, I think it was like 56% or something like that statewide. It barely passed. But the problem is we get this out of committee, we send it the bill, we leave it up to the average consumer who we all just heard say, I want to buy Costco wine cheap. Because they don't understand the true economic impacts that are going to happen. Right now, the lending partners I work with in Colorado will not lend to package liquor stores because they're a good portion of them are going to go under. If you want to look to state data, which the gentleman from Safeway didn't mention, look at Georgia. If you look at Georgia,
please, I don't want to make this a statistical,
Oh, I just want to share some fact.
I definitely want to. This is the hours getting late. I definitely want to be able to look at it later. But please, I'm looking again. This is a conversation. I don't want to. There's amendments that can be made to the bill, so it's not like what we have here is set in stone. But the one thing I do want to mention, I've heard a lot of conversation around what small businesses and liquor stores do for the community in the sense of what they provide, teams and all that. But I will say this. As representative for West Baltimore, the largest food desert in our city, we're not seeing that as much, right? So I understand there are examples where it is working, but I'll be honest, I would say the big box stores actually do more in our community. So I want to make sure there's a balanced approach, and when we speak that language that every small mom and pop liquor store is doing great for the community. I can't say that's all the way true. There are some, but I would say it's not all the way true if you go to West Baltimore. And you see that that's not all the way true. But thank you so much for the day. I definitely want to see more of those numbers because I want to make sure if we do it, we do it right.
Thank you, Delegate Lamprey, and I would encourage you continue this conversation offline. So thank you so much. Delegate Johnson, you'll be the last question for this panel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, one quick question, just tangibly. Will this affect small businesses, the people that are sitting behind you?
Yes,
absolutely.
100%. Additionally, not the people here, but think about people in my business. So, I'm one of, I think, only 3 independent credit card processors in the state of Maryland. They're headquartered here. But think about all the local insurance brokers, the local accountants, local comptrollers that work with these businesses, Safeway, Albertsons, that are headquartered out of state. They're not employing any of these local accountants, local insurance companies or brokers, because we don't have access to them. I've tried for years to work with Safeway and some other people, and they're not answering the door to me. Whereas a local business, small business supports other small businesses in the community. It's not just the package stores. It's all these other auxiliary businesses that rely on them as well.
Thank you so much. And thank you, panelists, for being here with us this evening. We have one last person, Michelle Wurzberger. Okay, great. Thank you. That will conclude the testimony in House Bill 847. Thank you for hanging in, members. Next, we have House Bill 1083, Delegate Pruski. Please bring your panel up. You can have the guests please be quiet and we can move on with the next bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I preface, I definitely learned you need to pre-file bills. So I'm not the last number. But I appreciate you allowing me to testify here today. It's Bill HB 1083, Alcohol Beverages Class 4 Limited Wine License. I do have a panel. I want to highlight 2 things, though, that you may or may not have in your committee system. There are 2 amendments. One is to clarify something which I'll go over related to the ATC's concern And then also another one which deals with agriculture to make sure that because there was some testimony provided to that. But let me just sum this up because certainly we don't want to be here all day. The intent of this Class 4 winery license is to make sure that we now include Maryland-grown agricultural products. If you read the current law, it basically says grapes and other fruits. It doesn't include things such as honey. So the language that we're trying to change would obviously change that. For those of you that don't know, there are probably about 100 wineries in the state of Maryland. And certainly they are both regulated by state and federal law. Growing, producing, and bottling, which we call finished wine, can certainly depend on many factors. The weather, economy, crop yield, processing. Again, there are many factors. What we see though is we want to have Maryland wine being successful. And why am I bringing this bill? The Maryland Wineries Association reached out to me with several others to ask to deal with some ongoing issues. And that is to clarify what they can cultivate. And part of this bill, if you read it and it's highlighted, is to make sure that we include Maryland-grown agricultural products. Again, that is one of the amendments that the Secretary of Agriculture and their department asked. The second piece that I wanted to clarify, and this is from the ATCC, is this does not and should never included any cannabis or THC products. So there is an amendment that we are including. It was never intended to have those in the first place. Again, you know that agriculture means a lot of things in the state of Maryland, but I want to highlight those two amendments, that those amendments will be added. You may not see them, but that they are listed. Really, to get to the last point is to make sure that Maryland agricultural products are also used in many different ways. As you know, there's sometimes some surplus that is made. And in the bill, we want to make sure that that surplus could be used by other license holders to create a marketplace for them to really use and sell their excess agricultural products, such as that grapefruit, to other license holders. We want to conserve resources, obviously prevent agricultural waste, and stimulate the economy. In summary, so we can move on, this is about small business. You heard this today, and Maryland wineries are part of that. We want to make them more efficient. We want to make sure we benefit the economy. I do have two panelists today. I'd ask that they be brief because the length of this hearing to get to the point, but I hope that everyone would get a favorable report and agree with me that this bill, while a small change, can make a big difference for Maryland wineries. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Matt Boley of RWL Law here on behalf of the Maryland Wineries Association in support of HB 1083. Real quick, the two things that this bill does is that there's the requirement for the 51% grapes or fruit in the creation of wine, where there must be 20 acres of grapes or fruit in the ground or under contract in Maryland to produce wine. As the sponsor said, this broadens it to other things than just those two. Second, this legislation, as amended, raises the amount that one winery can purchase and convert its own finished product from one Maryland winery to another. The amendments are going to raise that from what's in the original statute from 25% to 75%. And then as the sponsor amendments as well clarify in conjunction with the ATC and Maryland Department of Ag that, again, cannabis, any THC containing products cannot count for this Maryland grown cap. So in conclusion, and trying to be brief, this bill is just simple technical fixes for Maryland wineries, and I urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon. My name is Phineas DeFord with Vorty Vineyards in Baltimore County. I'm here, of course, in support of HB 1083. As my friends here mentioned, these are simple technical fixes to the Class 4 winery license. Of course, we want to recognize Mead along with our fellow wine industries members. But more importantly, I want to go to the issue of the increasing the ability to purchase finished wine for Maryland wineries. As most of you know who have wineries in your county, the cost of entry into this industry is very high. So a lot of wineries choose to start small. They may only purchase one or two fermenters and have a small press. And of course, what tends to happen is their demand for their product can outpace their ability to produce. So they sell through their product before the next harvest and then have to look to other wineries to purchase bulk wine. So increasing the amount that they can purchase from 25 to 75% will help them create growth for their business, and it further supports Maryland agriculture. Thank you for your time, and thank you for sponsoring this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Next, we have Rachel Jones. Welcome back, Rachel Jones. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well, Madam Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. I won't belabor the time. I'm Rachel Jones, Director of Government Relations with the Maryland Department of Agriculture. I know that you all already know what the bill does. Maryland Department of Agriculture did consult with the Alcohol, Tobacco, Cannabis Commission to work out the terms to ensure that it was something that we all agreed upon. MDA supports the expansion of the license holders' ability to grow products beyond grapes and other fruit. This would include products like honey and dandelions, onions, and other non-grain products, allowing for the production of sale of honey wine and other types of non-traditional wines. We feel, Secretary Addix and the administration, we feel that the bill would more deeply root on-farm producers of wine into Maryland agriculture and help to boost the economic viability of the industry. And so again, in consultation with the ATCC, we are in agreement with clarifying the bill language to be consistent in the use of Maryland agricultural grown products as opposed to just Maryland agricultural products. And additionally, we confer with the ATCC on the proposed amendment to require the MDA to establish a definition for the term of Maryland grown agricultural products. And that is what would exclude cannabis and other intoxicating products from being used in this type of license. And so with that, the Maryland Department of Agriculture respectfully asked for a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Jones? Seeing none, thank you kindly for your testimony. Good to see you again. There are no questions. That will conclude the testimony on House Bill 1083. Members, we're now moving on to our last but not least final bill of the evening. Delegate Kerr, House Bill 1217, please bring your panelists up with you. And please proceed right when you're ready and just identify yourselves. Thank you.
That's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. I am Delegate Ken Kerr. I'm here with the last bill of the evening, HB 1217, alcoholic beverages, direct delivery and direct shipment. So what HB 1217 will do is it will make permanent the changes that have allowed breweries, wineries, and distilleries to ship their product using a common carrier, deliver their product using an employee, and sell their product to go without outdated restrictions. Our local wineries, breweries, and distilleries are an important part of our economy and an integral source of value-add agriculture and a staple of our local economies. I know this firsthand because in my district, there are more distilleries and breweries than any other district in Maryland. And in my county, there are more breweries, wineries, and distilleries than any other county in Maryland. So I have a vested interest in making sure that these businesses not only succeed, but they thrive. So additionally, these are tourist destinations bringing in thousands of visitors to my district and my county every year. These visitors go on to visit shops and restaurants and contribute greatly to the success of the local economy. But this can only work if these breweries, wineries, and distilleries remain profitable and remain open. The legislation you have before you today is a reflection of where this industry is in 2024. As you know, the three-tier system has changed drastically since the end of prohibition, and it continues to evolve year after year. As times change, consumer expectations change, and we want to make sure that Maryland's breweries, wineries, and distilleries are businesses that can be passed down from generation to generation, no different than what we just heard about independent liquor stores and wholesalers, both of which I consistently support. So these are Maryland businesses owned by Marylanders that hire Marylanders who live, work, and raise their families and earn and spend their wages in Maryland. They're not out of state or foreign-owned grocery store entities or other entities that take the money out of our state and sometimes out of our country. What we want is for all stakeholders in Maryland's licensed beverage industry to remain viable. So with me today, I have leaders from breweries, wineries, and distilleries who will speak to the specific provisions of this legislation as it impacts their businesses. In some cases, you'll hear about the importance of delivery using their employees. For some, direct shipment using a common carrier. And for everyone, the right to sell what they produce without restrictive limitations that the customers want in their purchase of their products to go. I sincerely hope the committee and the Senate will work together to get all the stakeholders moving together so we can get a reasonable solution prior to the end of session. If we pass nothing, then all of these sales channels cease to exist. I will now turn things over to Brad Rifkin, who will briefly discuss the framework of the legislation before turning things over to members of the industry. And I hope you will join me in supporting House Bill 1217.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Brad Rifkin on behalf of Maryland's breweries, wineries, and distilleries here today in support of the bill. I want to thank this committee for what you've done over the last several years as it relates to these privileges, and frankly, what you've done over decades to help my clients. Look, we heard loud and clear last year that it was time for us to put a permanent proposal on the table, and that's what this bill is before you today. It's a 21-page bill. We understand there's a lot in it, but it's modeled after what frankly has existed for a long time, particularly as it relates to shipment. In 2011, the Maryland General Assembly granted wineries the ability to direct ship in-state and out-of-state. The way the bill was drafted over the last 4 years, we recognized raised constitutional concerns by just having it apply to in-state breweries and distilleries. So what we've done before this committee is basically work in collaboration with the ATCC and others at the request of the Senate sponsor to put a framework together that we think alleviates those concerns so that we can move forward with a constitutional law that isn't questioned. Additionally, along with the ability to direct ship and deliver, we had to create permitting structure, just like in 2011 when the General Assembly granted the direct shipping for wine. There are ancillary provisions that deal with those permits, whether it be applications, fees, renewal fees, a bond, remittance of taxes, common carrier permit requirements, and under 21 policies and labeling and whatnot. All of that is embedded in this bill, and it's mirrored after what already exists. We've heard a couple concerns, and frankly, I'll just touch on one last thing. We've heard the concerns about macro manufacturers direct shipping into Maryland and what impact that could have on liquor stores and wholesalers. This bill, if you pass it, does not allow for macro manufacturers to direct ship into Maryland, period. They can't do it. It's based on a production predicate that's baked into this bill. You won't see tequilas directly shipped to Marylanders. You won't see Casamigos or Patron. I don't know why I'm picking on tequila, but anyways, you won't see any of that direct shipped to Maryland, along with the affiliates of conglomerates. They're also included in this legislation as being prohibited from direct shipping. So anyways, we respectfully request a favorable report. We really hope that we can work with your committee and get to an answer at the end of session. Thank you.
Thank you all for inviting me today. I'm Ed Boyce from Black Ankle Vineyards in Frederick County and soon to be open in Montgomery County, I hope, Live Edge Vineyards. I've been in the business for 20 years. We grow all of our own grapes. We're the biggest grape grower in the state of Maryland. I want to echo what was just said. Thank you. It's been 20 years. When we first started, we could not have chairs and tables in our tasting room. That was the kind of legislative environment we had to deal with. And this committee and previous committees has helped us create a business which is thriving and doing really well for us. We have, as part of our team at Black Ankle, 72 part-time employees. They work mostly weekends and more in the warmer times of the year when people want to come out to wineries. and are always looking for extra hours. When COVID came along and we had to close for 3 months, one of the changes we made is instead of shipping wine through Federal Express or UPS, we decided to have our own employees deliver it in a way to get them hours and keep them employed and keep them all on our team. We've continued to do that ever since. It's a very flexible job for them, and they really want a lot more hours to do it. The average between what we pay them and what they get in tips last year was just over $26 an hour for this work, and they get to do it at their schedule, not at our schedule. If this bill does not pass, it really won't affect my business much. I'll still be able to ship the same wine. I'll just have to do it through Federal Express or UPS. I'd much rather pay my employees, who are wonderful. Their service is better. They're here in Maryland. I just rather keep doing that. So I'm, I guess, here to ask you, please approve this so we can keep employing our great Maryland employees.
Hello. Thank you for having us. My name is Jamie Wyndon, and I am the owner of Lion Rum Distillery in St. Michael's, Maryland, on the Eastern Shore. We're in our 11th year of making cane to glass rum. And I also want to thank you for all of the considerate and effective legislation that you have passed in recent years to advance this industry to where it needs to be. However, while it's always an honor to be here and share my story, this year's legislation is more vital than it's ever been. Our industry is truly at an inflection point. Up from zero just a short time ago, today Maryland distilleries employ hundreds of people. We work collectively to bring back this sector of our economy that was defunct for half a century. However, small scale manufacturing is incredibly challenging. In addition to contending with all the regular unexpected disruptions in the economy, we have to navigate the most antiquated regulations and cumbersome strictures that make a huge barrier to getting our product to customers. In addition to direct sales at my distillery and via delivery, we work with over 200 retailers and restaurants in the state. But even with the very strongest wholesale relationships, it's impossible to get everything we make to the people that want to buy them. Therefore, the ability to deliver direct to customers using my beloved Rum Runner vans and crisscrossing the state, ridiculously as I do, going right to people's homes is critical. My strategic marketing and passionate brand building is unparalleled. It creates consumers, it drives them to our retail partners, and now I have 4 years of data to prove it. Basically, without this bill, an entire sales channel is going to be cut off for my business. It will result in tens of thousands of dollars lost and force me to lay off employees immediately in June when this bill expires. That is a grim, grim outlook for the future of my 10-year-old business and for all of my fellow manufacturers. So please do not take away this incredibly effective way for us to get more Maryland products to more Maryland customers. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Monica Pierce, owner and founder of 10th Ward Distilling Company out of Frederick, Maryland, also in support of this bill for many of the reasons mentioned up here before. When COVID-19 hit, we were forced to shut down our tasting room, cocktail bar, event space, and I did everything I could to keep the lights on. I was worried about my staff livelihood. I was worried about the health of my business, the future of our business. And so we were able to take on the advantages provided by you all, by the state during that time, which were wonderful. Now they're ingrained in our business. Direct to consumer shipping being most specific to 10th Ward, incredibly helpful. We generated last year over $30,000 in sales to our business, just direct to consumer shipping. A majority of those shipments were specialized items at higher price points, mostly for exclusive clubs that we run. We have a different line of products that we wholesale. We aren't encouraging any sort of unhealthy binge drinking. We're following all the restrictions put on us by the state when we make these sales. If these items were to go away, it would create significant financial hardship for my business. Not just this part of the bill, but the other two aspects as well, the bottle cap and delivery. It would mean me not being able to source as much from my local farms that we currently source from, over 2,000 pounds of grain a week right now. It would mean me probably having to lay off my new packaging person that we just hired. It would mean, of course, less tax to the state et cetera. I'm sure you know how that works. So I really appreciate you all being here, thinking of us, continuing to help us here, coming from your local constituent, a manufacturer who has created local jobs, renovated old historic buildings, generated tourism, and hired job, and so on. So thank you again for your time today.
Hello, Rich Mack, owner of BC Brewery in Hunt Valley. We direct ship via UPS, naturally gluten-free beer to people in Maryland. I want to thank you all for opening this sales channel to us, and I hope that you will allow us to continue. Since we started direct shipping, we've actually signed with a distributor, which we did not have before. So now our products are available at some retailers. And that distributor appreciated that we were able, that we were selling gluten-free beer direct, because that allows that brand awareness, and with that brand awareness, it would drive customers to those retailers. Truth is, gluten-free beer is a slow-moving product. So even though we have distribution, a lot of retailers do not really want to stock our product because of its slow, slow sales. So being able to direct ship allows me a sales channel that would otherwise not exist for my product, but at least direct shipping, helps, allows me to promote it. No consumer would choose direct shipping over going to a retailer. It costs $27 to ship a case of beer to a consumer in Maryland. That's even shipping from Hunt Valley to Baltimore City. So, that's plus the cost of the beer, you're paying over 50% more than you would if you went to a retailer. So we direct ship because our product is just not available through all retailers because they don't all choose to stock it. I hope direct shipping leads to more distribution opportunities for my product. But until it does, please do not take it away. Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Herb Banks. I am the owner, operator, and master distiller at Copper Compass Craft Distilling Company in Charles County, Maryland. I'm a retired service member. I probably served 23 years in the world's finest Navy. Came up with this harebrained idea to open this distillery back during the pandemic because I'm smart like that. Despite these challenges, we were able to get opened this November 22. So I've been open just past 16 months now. So my counterparts have years of data. I have a few months of data. Nonetheless, I am the very first African-American full production distillery in the state of Maryland. I'm very proud to say that. I'm also very blessed and proud to say that I was able to get this done and bring my vision to life right here in Charles County. When we started this, I had 3 goals in mind. I wanted to create a superior product and experience. I wanted to create jobs for the community, and I want to build some wealth, generational wealth for my family. We've been pretty well received by the constituents down in Charles County. They frequent our establishment quite a bit. Just about every county commissioner has done a fundraiser in my establishment, and I currently employ 9 employees as of right now. One of the primary revenue streams of my business is the ability to be able to deliver product across the state. In fact, 4 of the 9 people that I employ, that is their primary responsibility. If I'm unable to deliver product across the state as I currently am, I'm probably going to have to let 4 of those people, 4 of my 9 employees go. Whereas though you've heard from my counterparts that this may significantly bring some strain to their business, definitely in mind. Ask you with the utmost respect, please vote favorably on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I just want to take a point here, to my chairman here, to acknowledge a Black business owner from your county that came before us.
Thank you,
Uh,
sir.
Oh, gotcha. With that said, Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Chair. So I was sitting in the seat all day hoping to listen to Jamie's testimony today and I missed it.
I'll take more time if you have.
No, that's okay. But I did want to acknowledge you. You're a great business owner in my district, and one of my first distillery tours was at your request, and thank you for doing that, and good to see you.
Thought you had a question. Any questions for Delegate Chi?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the panel for your very strong testimonies. It's been a long day. Thank you for waiting around. And most importantly, thank you for doing business in Maryland, for being local producers. I do have a question because this bill listed several things that can do. Which one of these is the most important to you as a business owner? Like authorizes common carriers to direct ship, increases the maximum amount a recipient can receive annually, and et cetera. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Madam Chair, what are the rules here? Can you get more than one response?
Anyone can respond, and yes, if there's
Okay,
multiple
then-
responses.
With all due respect, I would say, if you look at our industry, every business is so different and unique where they're situated, their size, that I could have multiple representatives say that any one of these is the most important. So with that said, obviously selling in our establishment where we have more than 3 items and we're only allowed to sell 3 items to a visitor, that's probably unanimously the most needed to be updated and vital. But for my business, aside from that, it's delivery for me. We all know that. We've all seen my rum vans. But I think that they all play to what you're trying to achieve with your business, whether it's a shipping program. It's just about, they're all very important.
Yeah, and that's why it's hard for us all to say that when we're all here on the same team, right? Because I have primarily changed my model around shipping because that's what worked best for us. And that's why we're all different. And that's why we all succeed, because we're not doing the same thing. But I will say that the state invested in all 3 of these items for us. I used grant funding to pay for the platforms that integrate with my website now, to pay for shipping materials. Jamie probably used some of it for her vans. All that money would just go to waste if any of this goes away. And so each little item within the bill is going to hurt one of us if it's gone. That could be it.
Yeah, from the winery perspective, the one that affects us the most is delivery, but we'd like it all.
Yes, from my perspective, again, I've been in business for 16 months, and I currently have 6 SKUs. So if this would cripple my foot traffic business, but also, again, I currently employ 4 people, and their primary responsibility is to deliver product across the state. So I'll end up having people lose their jobs, and that'll take a primary revenue stream out of my business. But both are equally important, respect.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Delegate Kerr and your
Thank you,
panel.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Calling on Lee Rosebush, Judy Neff, and George Lynn.
I'm Judy Neff. I'm owner and brewer at Checker Spot Brewing in Baltimore City. We've been open since 2018. So we were pre-COVID, during COVID, and I want to echo what everyone else said and really thank you for the provisions that have allowed brewery tap rooms to exist in the first place, as well as the COVID provisions that we've all embraced. So for us personally, the ability to offer a wide variety of beers, we do distribute to bars, restaurants, and liquor stores, but generally they carry 1 to 2 of our products. So people do come to the brewery, taste the beers and like it. they do buy from their local stores, bars and restaurants, and then they often want to take some home with them and get that variety that you can only get at the tap room. So for us, we support all three, but that is our primary use.
So my name is Lee Rosebush. I'm the owner and distiller at Rosy Cheeks Distillery. We grow homemade moonshine and homemade agricultural products. I'm a little bit different than anybody else that you've heard up here. We have about a 150-acre farm. Being a farmer, I'm a little bit more blunt than I'm sure most of the others will be. I will tell you, because of that, we grow and have 22 brands of moonshine, all using our own products and agricultural products from around us from Maryland farmers. We're proud of that from that perspective. We've grown over the last 2 years to be able to have a relationship with a wholesale distributor. I tried like hell to get a wholesale distributor to carry all 22 of my brand's products. You know how many told me yes? None. You'll hear a lot of people say that this could have potential competition from wholesalers and retailers. I would beg for one of them to carry all 22 of my brands. The most that we have at this perspective with our wholesale relationship is 7 brands. That means over 2/3 of my products are not available through a wholesaler, nor are they available at a retail store. So how in the world can that be competition with a retail store if you can't walk in and buy it? The other thing that I would say in this perspective, being a farmer, is you heard an awful lot about small businesses, both from the Retail Association against the 1424, as well as the last bill, the 800s. You also heard the Wholesale Brewers Association and the Wholesale Beer Association talk about their support for small businesses. How are we any different? I'm a farmer. I have 6 kids I've got to support. We're as small as a business as it can get from that perspective. I would beg and ask for any of those retailers to carry all 22 of our products, and they don't. Without these abilities and these 3 rights, our business goes under and our farm goes under. That to me means the world. Thank you.
My name is George Lynn. I'm the co-owner and co-founder and owner of Elder Pine Brewing and Blending Company in Gaithersburg. We opened our farm brewery in 2018, followed by our tasting room in 2019. We were gaining our cadence when the world changed, and throughout 2020 and in the years since, Elder Pine has relied on direct-to-consumer delivery to ensure that engaged consumers of our brewery have continuous access to our beer offerings. Additionally, the ability to deliver our beer to Maryland residents has afforded us the ability to lay the foundation for our brand, with the new clientele residing in territories where our product offering lacks access to highly demanded retail shelf space. Our ability to sell and deliver fresh beer directly to consumers ensures that our premium products live up to our company's reputation for producing great tasting and high quality ales and lagers. Without the ability to deliver to Maryland residents, my business will be forced to realign our strategy and make decisions with fewer competitive options, resulting in lost revenue and potential job losses. I ask you to take a favorable position in this legislation, and thank you for your time and support for small businesses in Maryland.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming before us. With members, we're now going to move on to the opposition. Call on Steve Wise. You have your panel here with you.
I think some of them are still here. So I'll start off, Madam Chair. Steve Wise with the Licensed Beverage Association. In opposition to the bill, you're going to hear about some parts of the bill that are a little more palatable to us than others, but I want to make sure the committee understands the situation that you're in with this bill. You gave direct ship privileges to Maryland breweries and distillers during COVID. Maryland wineries already had that privilege. You extended it on multiple occasions, but throughout that, we came before this committee and said, you're going to run headfirst into a constitutional problem here, because there is a Supreme Court case that says what you do for your in-state alcohol manufacturers, you have to also do for the out-of-state manufacturers. So you continued to pass the bill and extend it just for Maryland manufacturers. And sure enough, this past summer, out-of-state manufacturers sued the state of Maryland. And they said, to no one's surprise, you're doing things for your Maryland manufacturers that you're not doing for us. So we're going to sue you in federal court. That case is pending. So what does that mean? That means you don't have the option of just saying, hey, Maryland manufacturers, we're going to let you continue to direct ship. If you do that, you also have to let every manufacturer across the country of the same size do the same thing. So this is no longer a Maryland thing. This is a national thing. You're talking about thousands of manufacturers that will now be able to ship into Maryland and go around the wholesalers and go around all the retailers here at this table and that are in the audience. I don't think you're basically taking a 1 pound problem and killing it with a 500-pound weight. It just on balance doesn't make sense to us that you would open it up to all of those out-of-state shippers just to continue what's been done so far. So thank you.
Okay. Nick Manis with the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association. And we're in opposition to this bill. Let me just clarify one thing Steve said. The legislature didn't originally pass a bill to allow this. Governor Hogan passed an executive order when COVID started. Matter of fact, it was the summer or that August, so August of 2020, to allow direct shipment using third party, to allow direct delivery, and also allow the unlimited sale on the manufacturer site. From the beer wholesalers perspective, we're okay with allowing the manufacturers to sell and the distilleries to sell as much product as they want on site. The ones though that hits really home to us is allowing, there's over 6,000 breweries in the United States. 98% of them are under 45,000 barrels. So one case, and I don't really care if it's just one case that comes into Maryland from one of these outside of state breweries, is one that didn't bypass Maryland businesses, my family owned wholesalers and all the family owned retailers. And some might say, well, it's too expensive to ship from out of state. Well, we have a lot of border states in Maryland. Don't tell me that the breweries in Delaware aren't going to ship direct to retailers and restaurants in Ocean City. For those reasons, Madam Chair, we oppose this bill because it was, and if anyone bet their business plan on a temporary executive order, I'm not sure that's the right way to go. Thank you.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Kim Lawson from Fish Paws Marketplace in Anne Arundel County. We support a plethora of Maryland breweries, wineries, and distillers. We do deliver, we do special orders. We're very active in making sure we get the products that are made in Maryland to our customers. Like was spoken earlier, there's a lot of things in limbo here. So we ask, as the retail point of view, to oppose this at this current time. There also isn't the same kind of enforcement as we brought up earlier. When they're delivering, we have very strict rules that we have to do. We deliver and we have to stay within our jurisdictions, and that kind of opens up another can of worms. So I think at this point, we just need to table this and look at it at a different time. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name is David Dent. I operate a retail business in Southern Maryland, St. Mary's County, W.J. Denton Sons Chiefs Bar. I'm just here to ask unfavorable report on this bill due to the reasons that we've already talked about. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jack Malani, legislative co-chair. Just a couple things. I think when this came about during COVID, everybody wanted to make sure everybody survived. And I think we were all in favor of doing what we had to do. But things have returned to normal now. And our concern is obviously the Supreme Court decision being first and foremost. But the other concern we have is that as retailers, we only can deliver our own county because that's how we're licensed. So basically a manufacturer is going to have better retail privileges than a retailer. And that's problematic for us. Again, I know we have talked and we've sent some signals that if folks are visiting the distilleries, we don't care how much they buy. If they take the time to go to it, they should be able to sell them whatever. Our concern is the shipping and the delivering. I know when this first started, one of our retailers complained. He had a customer who he was buying product from him and he asked him, you haven't bought this in a while. What's the deal? And they're like, oh no, I get it delivered right to my house. And okay, during COVID, maybe that was okay. But I think at this point in time, we should be the retailers of these products. When it's not done at the distillery or the brewery, we should be the ones retailing it. So we would ask for an unfavorable for those reasons. And, not that we're not supporting. I mean, I think if you look at a lot of our stores, the Maryland products probably have more shelf space than they warrant by sales. But it doesn't really matter because we'd rather sell the Maryland product. I mean, it pains us to be up here in opposition with fellow Maryland businesses, but, at some point in time, we just want to preserve the retail portion of the 3-tier system. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Weigel.
What solution would you guys offer to the one gentleman who said he can only get a retailer or / wholesaler to carry 7 of his 21 products?
The two things struck me about that. One is, I don't know that retailers carry all the products of any manufacturer, right? They'll tend to the ones that sell the best or provide some variety. But, I'll let Mr. Malani take the other half of that.
Yeah, I mean, Delegate, we have it all the time where the supplier rep will ride with the salesperson and they're trying to sell us everything under the sun. And unfortunately, a lot of times we'll say, look, there's your space. If you want to add something, you got to take something out because I only have so much shelf space. So, I would think that even major brands, we don't carry everything they offer us. It's just now what I can do and any of us can do is if you came in and said, hey, Jack, I really need you to get this for me. I can order it and usually within 2 to 3 days have it delivered into my store for you to go ahead and come back and get it. I mean, it's not ideal, but with the amount of products out there, sometimes that's the best we can offer.
One other thing also is the legislature, you granted distilleries and breweries the right to self-distribute. So they can self-distribute also instead of going to a wholesaler. They can self-distribute to Jack's locations.
Okay. So they say that again.
They can self-distribute to any retailer. They have the ability, the legislature granted them the ability to self-distribute and not use a wholesale.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, Dave, thanks for coming all the way up here. It means a lot to me personally to see you. Mr. Malani, I just kind of want you to square this for me because we've had a lot of bills today, but I believe you testified in favor of Baltimore County restaurants being able to deliver. And now you're here testifying in opposition to this. Can you just square that?
Absolutely, I can. I don't know if you're aware of it, but in Baltimore County, our restaurants have off-sale privilege. This bill, Delegate Jackson and Senator Klausmeyer came to us and asked if we would support them. This bill strictly lets them do prepared cocktails to go. When you come to pick up your food or what have you, we already can do everything to go in Baltimore County. So all that bill did was add prepared cocktails.
I'd just be a little bit careful, when you're doing this. I mean, it's kind of an awkward line there, sir.
No, I agree. I mean, if it wasn't our bill, I understand.
I mean, the one thing I would just say to this panel is, I would work with the proponents of the bill to see if there's some sort of solution that we can all agree on and benefit Marylanders, because the people behind you are still Marylanders just like you, and we want all of you to succeed. And that's ultimately, I think, the goal that we're trying to accomplish here. So I'm sure that there's going to be a lot more dialogue, but if we can get everybody in a room and try to hash out some sort of policy that benefits everyone, that is local to Maryland, that would be greatly appreciated.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And again, thank you to the panel for coming. I just wanted to discuss briefly, we were talking about the constitutional issues with this bill. And I guess you're saying that even by limiting the barrel size, you're still opening Marylanders up, or you're opening some of our makers up into undue competition because of basically everybody can now ship to Maryland.
And whatever you set that number at for Maryland manufacturers, it's got to be set at that number.
Yeah,
first.
thank you. I went to law school too. I know what the dormant commerce clause is, but I was saying, but they did set it at a specific number, but it sounded like you were saying even with that number, there's still a large amount of unnecessary competition they may be creating.
Correct.
Can I guess that's always and I'll talk offline with some of these the proponents, because that is always an issue that I'm concerned with, is a short-term win for a long-term loss. Because once these other companies, I know that's why they set the barrel limit. I was hoping to see something more, I guess, protective. And again, I'm not sure. It sounds like, what was the number you guys, Nick, you had a number?
They set it at 45,000 barrels.
And how many?
For beer.
Right. And how many distilleries was that in this country?
Well, that was, I just know breweries, sorry.
Breweries.
But that's 98% or less than 45,000.
Yeah. And so, and just for everybody in the room listening, especially the proponents, that's a huge concern. And I want to make sure that, I know you're here, and I know there's a lot of crafty lobbyists who tell you how important this is to you, but I hope you do think, because as you heard my vice chair say, we're obviously trying to do what's best for Marylanders. And, the Constitution requires us to make sure that every business is able to compete in Maryland along with our Maryland businesses. So I want you guys to understand the door that you could be opening in this Pandora's box that we may not be able to close. And I say that because of what was brought up. The origins of this bill had nothing to do with longevity. It's always frustrating. You've heard me say this before. People come in, they ask for something, and there's an emergency. There's a situation where we feel we have to act. And we say, we're sunset this because we know how important it is. We want to keep you alive. And then what happens when things get good again? Well, they get good. And now you're like, no, we want this permanently. So it always feels disingenuous when people keep coming back after we're trying to help folks. But I really want the proponents to understand the doors that may be opening. And although they won't be open next month or in October or next January, within 3 years, it could very much change the landscape of the way these breweries are able to do business in and outside of Maryland. So I don't want to say the whole be careful what you ask for, because you might get it. But this is one of those scenarios, which is why I think Delegate Chi was asking, hey, there's a lot of parts to this bill. What parts can you do without? And of course, the answer was hilarious. None. But I just ask you guys as the proponents, because the opponents already know I've been here before. We've all heard this bill. But I just am concerned that there may be some unintended consequences that you're being told, don't worry about it, guys. But you might want to look at your business model and see if you're going to be able to compete with these out-of-state business owners. Other than that, thank you guys for coming.
Delegate Chi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, again. I want to again thank you for sharing with us your perspectives and your stories. Mr. Malani, good to see you again. I don't always agree with you, but I always appreciate your perspectives because they're authentic. So I would just wonder, maybe you and others on the panel, business owners, can talk about how much do you carry these local producers' products? What percentage?
In
for
my
example?
store, the beers, I carry usually between 12 and 15 Maryland beers. I don't do the same with spirits and or wines because I have a very small store. I don't even have enough room. I'm a combo. I have a tavern and a small package area, but I do a lot with the Maryland beers because there's certain ones that my customers have really grown to like. Predominantly, we do a lot with Mr. Sisson, who I've known for years. We do a lot. Union Crafts is very popular in mine. I carry some things from Mr. Mariner in Ellicott City, who's a neighbor of mine where I live. But in my store, it's predominantly the beer.
Okay. What about others on the panel?
I carry a lot of Maryland beers. I don't have an exact number. I would say probably at least 50 plus different SKUs. Maryland wines, I carry probably about 4 to 5 different lines. Spirits, I carry lime rum, of course, and I also carry, I'm trying to come off sorry, I just came back from vacation, so I'm a little fuzzy. But I carry an awful lot of Maryland spirits as well. We really try to support Maryland brands as much as possible. And like Jack said, they don't turn as quickly, but we keep them because we think it's a good idea to support Maryland distillers, breweries, and wineries. So, and we're always willing to try new things and put it in and see how it does. And, we're
what
always
percentage-
open to new things. And we
what
buy a lot
percentage-
direct too. We don't buy everything through distributors. We have some breweries that we buy direct.
Okay, and what percentage would be of your total business that are from Maryland?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know that number.
I'm just curious, because I heard some statements about how difficult it is to penetrate certain areas for local producers, so thank you.
I'm sure it is, but we are very supportive of Maryland products.
Okay. Does that gentleman have anything to add? Just
Sure,
want to make
yes.
sure I don't cut it out.
We're also a tavern and we also have a small package store. We support both Tobacco Barn Distillery and Southern Trail, the two distilleries in our county. And we also support Port of Leonardtown Winery. We do carry Maryland beers as well. Anybody that comes to me that wants to put a product in from Maryland will try it.
Thank you.
But again, I'm a small store. I'm not a large store.
Thank you.
I mean, if you're really interested, I could get you some of those numbers, but I don't have them offhand.
Are there any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much. Members, this will conclude the testimony on House Bill 1217, our last bill of the evening. I just want to let the members know, I want to acknowledge the Alcohol, Tobacco and Cannabis Administration, Mr. Kelly and Mr. Akris. If they're still here and they've been with us since the beginning of the hearing, there they are. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming out. I want to encourage the members. I just want to say there was a lot of written testimony in opposition, in support to all the bills you've heard this afternoon. And I would encourage that you take a moment to look at that and not just the folks that were here, because a lot of people did not head up here. With that said, thank you very much, and we will adjourn.